Chapter 500, The Path of No Return. Chapter 500, The Path of No Return. Take this bell and play with it a little. When you get bored, you can throw it away, Dijing said to the beast. Moo! The spirit beast made a slight sound as if it was responding to his master. Ignoring the eyes of horror on everyone's faces, Dijing moved to Jian Wushuang. Senior Dijing! Jian Wushuang bowed to him. I pay my respect to you, Senior. Jian Nantian and Blind Emperor bowed as well. They were impressed by Dijing's power, just as the other experts were. Boy, you're quite capable to have drawn almost all the elders in the Divine Land here. Dijing looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Jian Wushuang forced a bitter smile and replied, Senior, please don't tease me. If it were not for you, we would have been torn into pieces. Hump, don't thank me. I didn't come here of my own will. I'm just obeying my young master's order, Dijing explained. Leng Rushuang's order? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Young master left home not long ago. Before leaving, she told me to take care of you and help you when you're in danger. Dijing shot Jian Wushuang a glance with a strange expression on his face. Young master is aloof and doesn't have friends. I don't know how you were lucky enough to draw her attention. Jian Wushuang was wordless upon hearing those words, but he finally understood why he did not receive a response from Leng Rushuang when he crushed the jade slip. She had gone to another world. By the way, young master told me to only save you once, which means next time you run into danger you won't get any help from me. Dijing stared at Jian Wushuang while smiling and continued. What's more, I can only save you and take you to a safe place. As for your enemies, you have to deal with them yourself someday. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. Dijing could kill all the experts on the spot, but obviously, he would not do so, and Jian Wushuang never expected him to do so. He was very grateful to Dijing for saving his life. It doesn't matter, I still owe my life to Leng Rushuang, and someday I must pay her back. Jian Wushuang thought. Well, boy, you can't stay in the Divine Land anymore, so I'll take you out of here, said Dijing. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He knew very well that with so many super experts wanting to know the location of Sword Ancestor's cave mansion from him, he would be seeking death to stay in the Divine Land, but he was concerned about his father's safety. Senior Dijing, what about my father and Senior Blind Emperor? Jian Wushuang finally asked. Your father. Dijing looked toward Jian Nantian and lowered his voice. Jian Nantian, in order to improve your power, you have walked on a path of no return. It's very bold of you. A path of no return? Jian Wushuang looked confused. Jian Nantian stood in silence, and a moment later he said to Jian Wushuang, Shuanger, go with Senior Dijing. I have my own path. Father, Jian Wushuang frowned. Boy, your father is right. He has his own path. Since he is already on that path, no one can stop him, not even me or my master. He is on his own. Dijing persuaded Jian Wushuang. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned harder. From what was said, he knew there was something wrong with his father, but he was not clear on what it was. Father has stepped on a path of no return to improve his power. No one can change his mind or stop him. I had planned to stay in the Divine Land longer, but it seems that I have to go for now. Jian Nantian murmured and took out a red token. The token looked unusual. However, using his sheer strength, Jian Nantian broke it. Voila! An overwhelming energy surged out from the token and cut the void open, revealing a red door. The inside of the door was completely red, as if it led to hell. Interesting. Even I dared not enter that door in the past. Seeing the door, Dijing gasped. Father, what's going on here? Jian Wushuang asked anxiously. I have no choice, son. Jian Nantian looked grave as his eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang. It's true that there is no turning back on this path, but I have to do so to get a chance to see Wuming again. Mother? Jian Wushuang felt rather surprised to hear his mother's name, and merely said, Hasn't Mother been taken away by Jiuxiu? Jiuxiu? Hell no. Jiuxiu couldn't control her, She is not a common woman. She has left this world, and this is the only path that can lead me to her. I have to take this path no matter how dangerous it will be. Even if there is no turning back. As long as I can see her again, I don't care if I have to become a devil or a ghost. Jian Nanshan's voice was frosty but sonorous, and there was a firmness in his eyes. Jian Wushuang was moved by his words. There was a smile on the corner of Jian Nanshan's mouth as he cast Jian Wushuang a glancing look, then he entered the door without looking back. As soon as Jian Nantian crossed the door slowly disappeared in the air. Another man who fell deep in love. Di Jing shook his head. Jian Wushuang felt lost. It was only after a long while that he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Everyone has their own path. Since father was so determined, he has to do this on his own. Maybe someday, when I become much more powerful, I can help him. For now I'm too weak. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists as the desire for power burned in his eyes. Jian Nantian has left, so now it's your turn. Di Jing looked toward Blind Emperor and said in an icy voice, Blind Emperor, you know very well that it won't change anything even if I save you, don't you? Jian Wushuang's expression changed when he heard this. What do Di Jing's words mean? Blind Emperor smiled bitterly. Senior, I know I'm at death's door, but before dying, I have to complete my mission, so I hope you can grant my wish. Speak, Di Jing replied. I want revenge for my master. Blind Emperor spoke with a cold and decisive tone, one word at a time. Chapter 501 Wait for Me. Chapter 501 Wait for Me. Revenge? Di Jing frowned and shot Su Ming a glance. Su Ming's face fell when he heard what Blind Emperor said. Okay, I grant your wish. Di Jing nodded. Just as those words escaped his mouth, Di Jing waved his hand and released a restriction that covered a large space. And that space was a battlefield. As Di Jing waved his hand again, Blind Emperor and Su Ming were immediately pushed into the battlefield by an immaterial force. This is a special battlefield just for you two. After entering it, only one of you will be able to walk out alive while the other one has to die inside. Di Jing's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Thank you so much, Blind Emperor said gratefully. Blind Emperor and Su Ming stood facing each other 100 feet apart. Damn you, blind man! Su Ming looked grim. He had worried that Di Jing would kill him directly, but now, it seemed that Di Jing wanted him to fight against Blind Emperor. Since it was a battle of life and death, Su Ming had to kill Blind Emperor in order to survive. Blind Emperor was trembling from being so excited. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Su Ming, you betrayed our master. When he was still alive, he told me to kill you the moment I met you. Now 1,000 years have passed and I'm on my deathbed, but finally, I've gotten the chance to accomplish Master's wish. I'll be proud when I see him in heaven. Blind guy, don't be so stubborn as you're already at death's door. Su Ming said coldly. At death's door? Blind Emperor. Upon hearing the words, Jian Wushuang finally understood that Blind Emperor was on his way to heaven. No wonder Di Jing said that whether or not he saved Blind Emperor, it would not change anything. This was a rare chance for Blind Emperor to get revenge for the Sword Ancestor. Go to hell. With no more words, Blind Emperor made his move. Su Ming went over to the Emperor after taking a breath. If Blind Emperor was not dying, Su Ming would not have agreed to have a tough fight with him because his illusory sword principle would be overcome by Blind Emperor's heart sword principle. However, he was now involved in the battle and had to fight until one of them was dead. One would live, one would die. Blind guy, I will send you to hell. Su Ming was going to go all out in the fight. Soon after, the two men were engaged in a fierce battle. Outside the battlefield, the experts watched the fighting quietly. None of them dared to or could interfere in it. Blood Blades Man and Dong Ming King stood in silence, well behaved. Half a day later the battle was settled. Ha 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 ha, blind guy, how could you think that you can kill me? Su Ming laughed crazily in the center of the battlefield, his face twisted, his eyes red, he was wild with great joy. I have to thank you, really? I've been stuck in this realm for 1,000 years, and now, thanks to this battle, I've made a breakthrough. Su Ming clenched his fists. The onlookers could feel an overwhelming aura emanating from him, an aura that was much more powerful than someone in the cloud realm could have. No! This is not real. Blind Emperor trembled, unwilling to give up. He had a bloody hole left by a long sword on his chest. His breath was dying out. Master, I'm so sorry that I didn't kill him. Blind Emperor smiled sadly as his body fell to the ground. Watching this scene, the onlookers let out sighs of pity. Su Ming made a breakthrough. At such a critical moment, he managed to break through his realm. What a pity! Blind Emperor had overpowered Su Ming with his heart sword principle and absolutely had the upper hand. Who would have thought that Su Ming could break through his realm at the last moment? Everyone had witnessed Su Ming's breakthrough and how he had become as powerful as the three ancestors, Blood Blades Man, and Bigu Cave Master. That was also why Su Ming had survived and Blind Emperor had been killed. It's a pity. Seeing the result of the battle, Di Jing could not help shaking his head. He then looked toward Jian Wushuang. Boy, it's time to leave. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly, his face flushed red, his teeth chattering. He gazed at the laughing Su Ming. I know you're disappointed, but you have to put your feelings away now. Someday, when you're powerful enough to get revenge, you can make those who hurt you pay you back whatever you want. Di Jing tried to comfort Jian Wushuang. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and his eyes became red. On this day, he and his father had been driven to the verge of despair, and Blind Emperor had even lost his life. Without Di Jing, all of them would have already died. He had to get his revenge someday. Di Jing waved his hand and cut the void open, revealing a mysterious, huge wormhole. Go, Di Jing said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang walked forward toward the wormhole, but suddenly, he stopped and turned back to look at Su Ming and the other experts. There was a dead silence as everyone stared back at Jian Wushuang. They could see a fierce and chilling killing intent in his eyes. Su Ming, I'll never forget what you've done today. And all of you with him. Someday, when I come back, no matter if you're in heaven or hell, I'll kill you all. Wait for me. Wait for me. Jian Wushuang's last sentence kept swirling around in the experts' minds. Buzz! With that sound, Jian Wushuang stepped into the wormhole and disappeared in the next moment, as if he had been swallowed. What remained was his voice full of hatred resounding through the area. As Su Ming, the three ancestors, Blood Blades Man, and all the other experts watched Jian Wushuang leave, anxiety was aroused in their hearts. Maybe some years later they would have to pay him back with blood for what they had done today. Chapter 502 The Wuyan Tribe. Chapter 502 The Wuyan Tribe. There were numerous plane worlds in the ancient world. The world with the Divine Land at its center was just one of those plane worlds. Outside the Divine Land, there were a large number of places with a considerable number of warriors, who were as powerful as those in the Divine Land or even more powerful than them. The Monster Continent was one of those places and was more vast than the Divine Land. A purple crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the world was bathed in its blurry moonlight. In a desolate land, the void was suddenly cut open. And from the crack, a figure shot out, who eventually fell to the ground battered and exhausted. That figure was Jian Wushuang. And after he crashed to the ground, he found the pain inside him even more unbearable. My body! Jian Wushuang's face flushed red in great pain. When he had tried to defeat Su Ming, he displayed the third movement of the soul-devouring secret skill. That movement had put too heavy a burden on his body. In addition to that, he had been severely crushed by the space inside the wormhole, which made his wound even worse. As a result, he passed out not long after falling to the ground. The next morning. Hurry! Uncle Dragon must be waiting for us. He will blame us for being late. Brother Qing Hu, wait for me. Haha, let's see who will be the first one to get to Uncle Dragon. A group of teenagers was running quickly and cheerfully. There were 7 of them in total. The older ones were 14 or 15 years old, while the younger ones were 8 or 9. Children as they were, they still moved so fast that they could cross hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Among them, a round-faced girl with a ponytail followed behind the boys. She was only 8 and was the youngest one. Suddenly, the girl stopped running, attracted by someone lying off to the side. "Little you, what are you doing?" An older boy who wore an animal skin turned back toward the girl. "Brother Ching-hu, look, there is someone lying on the ground," the girl said to him. "Huh!" The boy came over and said. "He's alive, but it looks like he is badly wounded." "Brother Ching-hu, we must save him," the girl suggested. "Okay." The boy Ching-hu nodded. He turned to the other boys who had gathered around, saying, "You guys go to see Uncle Dragon yourselves. Little you and I have to go back now. Please apologize for us to Uncle Dragon." "Sure," they replied to him. Then Ching-hu said, "Little you, let's take him home." The girl nodded. She walked over to Jian Wushuang and held him over her head by his back with both hands. Though Jian Wushuang was not strongly built, he was a tall and robust adult, weighing over 70 kilograms. However, the girl held him up without any effort. "Let's go!" Ching-hu called out. The girl immediately started running while carrying Jian Wushuang. The people in the Divine Land would have been stunned beyond words if they had witnessed this scene. When Jian Wushuang finally regained consciousness, 2 days had passed. He woke up to find himself in a camp with a round-faced girl about 8 or 9 years old looking at him. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang open his eyes, the girl beamed and cried out, "Dad, he's woken up!" A burly man who was making tea in the center of the camp immediately walked over to them. "Brother, you've finally woken up." The burly man spoke gently even though he looked rough. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed at the sight of the man. "He is not only a lord, but a superior lord, and may even be more powerful than that," Jian Wushuang thought. He had reached that conclusion because he could feel the man's aura constricting him. "Where am I?" Jian Wushuang asked while looking around. "You're in the Wu Yan tribe, and I'm the leader of this place. You can call me Wu Yuan, and she is my daughter, Wu Yu," the burly man answered. "2 days ago, my daughter found you on the back of our mountain and brought you here." Jian Wushuang took a look at the girl. A bit fat but lovely, the girl blinked her large dark eyes. Seeing Jian Wushuang stare at her, she gave him a smile. "Thank you so much for saving my life," Jian Wushuang said gratefully. "You're welcome. We're both human beings and should help each other." Wu Yuan smiled. "By the way, what's your name, brother? Which tribe are you from?" "Tribe?" Jian Wushuang then realized that he was in a place that had many tribes. "I'm Jian Wushuang." He told them his real name. Since he was no longer in the Divine Land, there was no need to conceal his name from others. But Jian Wushuang decided to make up a story. "My tribe was extinguished by other tribes." In his opinion, being that this place consisted of tribes, it would not be a surprise to learn that a tribe had fallen in a conflict with another one. But to Jian Wushuang's surprise, Wu Yuan looked grave when hearing this answer. He could see anger in the man's eyes. The man shouted, "Bastards! How can those tribes still fight against each other for their own benefits while we human beings are oppressed by demonic beasts?" Jian Wushuang was stumped for words. Human beings are oppressed by demonic beasts? What demonic beasts? Jian Wushuang was confused. "Chieftain! Chieftain!" Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Wu Yuan regained his previous manner. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Brother, you're seriously wounded and need a good rest. You can stay here for a while, just tell you what you need. I've got to go now." After saying this, Wu Yuan walked out of the camp. Chapter 503 A Girl of Unusual Strength. Chapter 503 A Girl of Unusual Strength. Jian Wushuang and Wu Yu were the only ones remaining in the camp. He tried to get out of bed, but he could feel a great pain the moment that he moved. Helplessly, he lay his back against a pillar, which was used to support the camp, as he looked toward Wu Yu. "Can I call you Big Brother Wushuang?" Wu Yu blinked her eyes and then stared at Jian Wushuang. Big brother Wushuang, Dad said that you shouldn't move because you're badly injured. Jian Wushuang smiled at her and replied, Little Yu, was it you who found me in back of the mountain and brought me here? Yes. Wu Yu nodded heavily. And you did it on your own? Jian Wushuang asked with doubt. Of course. Wu Yu nodded again. Jian Wushuang looked incredulous upon hearing her words. He could not believe that a girl of 8 had carried him such a distance all on her own. It required a lot of strength to do that. As he could not find any sign of spiritual power on the girl, he thought that it was impossible for her, a non-warrior, to have done that on her own. If he knew that the girl had taken him home by holding him up over her head, he would have found it even harder to believe. Big brother Wushuang, don't look down on me. I have a lot of strength. Although I'm only 8, those who are a bit older than me might not match me in strength, Wu Yu said proudly. Really? Jian Wushuang held out his hand and said, Little Yu, try to hit me on my hand. Big brother Wushuang, you're injured. Are you sure that you want me to try it? Wu Yu was hesitant to hit him. Just try your best, Jian Wushuang answered. Wu Yu immediately clenched her fist and casually punched toward Jian Wushuang's hand. The fist caused wind to flow through the air, and when it fell on Jian Wushuang's hand, it made him shake. Big brother Wushuang, are you okay? Wu Yu asked with concern. It's... Jian Wushuang was amazed. He could tell there had to be thousands of pounds of strength behind what was merely a punch. The punch had not done any harm to him despite him being seriously injured, but it was still hard for him to believe that an 8-year-old girl could produce it. Monster! Jian Wushuang was rocked inside and out. He had met some people who were gifted with unusual strength in the Divine Land, like Shui Luo, but none of them could obtain such strength by 8. What amazed Jian Wushuang more was that there were others in the tribe besides Wu Yu that had such unusual strength. Little Yu, you just said that some of your big brothers might not match you in strength. Would I be correct in understanding that there might be someone more powerful than you? Asked Jian Wushuang. Yes, you're right. Wu Yu nodded. In our tribe, I'm peerless at my age, but there are indeed some brothers with more strength than me. The best among them is brother Qinghu. He is 15 now. When he was 8, he could exert tens of thousands of pounds of strength. I'm no match for him at the same age. Exerting a strength of tens of thousands of pounds at only 8? Jian Wushuang was really astonished beyond words. Suddenly, a child's voice reached Jian Wushuang's ears and then he saw a boy come in. Little Yu! The boy shouted excitedly to Wu Yu. Brother Qing who is practicing his spear skills. If you don't hurry, I'll leave you behind to watch him practice. After saying this, the boy ran out of the camp quickly. Brother Qing who is practicing his spear skills. Wu Yu became visibly excited. She said to Jian Wushuang, Big brother Wushuang, I'll leave you for a while. If you need me, just call me. I'll be nearby and won't miss your voice. The girl left the camp in a hurry. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang forced a smile. Brother Qinghu? The boy who could exert a strength of tens of thousands of pounds at 8. He was quite interested in the boy's strength, so he ignored the pain in his body and struggled to go outside. He left the camp and lay against the front door, his eyes fixed on a group of boys and girls in a cleared space. The boys and girls were intently watching another boy display spear skills. The boy seemed to be 14 or 15. For such a young age, he was rather tall and strong, simply wearing an animal skin. His exposed skin shone in the sunlight, making him look even wilder. With a long spear in hand, even though his moves might have been displayed in a clumsy manner, Jian Wushuang could see a mighty power behind them. He is at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Jian Wushuang squinted at the boy with amazement rising in his heart. In the Divine Land, it was not possible to see someone reach the peak of the Yang Void realm at only 15. Even the talented Lin Lan, Jian Wushuang's discipline, had only been able to do it at 18. And that was why Jian Wushuang was so surprised. He had just arrived in this world and had immediately met this highly gifted boy. What a strong body and mighty power! Jian Wushuang could see how the boy crushed the void with his spear, and he could hear exploding sounds one after another. He could tell that the boy was as powerful as the lords in the Divine Land. Jian Wushuang looked around and narrowed his eyes. Besides him, all the other boys and girls here also have strong bodies. What kind of place am I in? Chapter 504 The Monster Continent. Chapter 504 The Monster Continent. In the early morning of the third day after Jian Wushuang woke up, Wu Yuan came to visit the young man. In the tent. Little brother Wushuang, you look good. You're getting better, right? Wu Yuan stood in front of the young man. Thanks to little Yu's care, I'll make a full recovery soon, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, that's good. I've already told the other elders that you will join the guard, so we will be teammates, Wu Yuan said with a smile. Jian Wushuang also broke into a smile. Jian Wushuang had found that the people here were warm and friendly, and Wu Yuan had invited him to join the guard of Wu Yan tribe the day before yesterday. Father, elder brother Qing, who said you would go out with Uncle Dragon? Wu Yu asked while looking at his father. Yep. Wu Yuan nodded. We received news that a monster spy was in the nearby Green Hillock tribe, but they found out too late, and he escaped. So, the leaders from the nearby tribes will lead their people through the surrounding area in hopes that they can find and kill him. A surge of killing intent gushed from his eyes. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was lost in thought. He had learned a bit about this world after spending 3 days in this tribe. He knew it was called the Monster Continent. This world was different from those plain worlds, such as the Divine Land and the Ancient World, because it was famous for its demonic beasts. The Monster Continent was much larger than the Divine Land. Most of the territory was occupied by demonic beasts, so there was less than 10% of the territory left for human warriors to settle in. Demonic beasts and human warriors were born to be deadly enemies. The monster groups, who possessed 90% of the territory, were more powerful than the human warriors, so they desired to destroy all the humans and conquer the entire continent, turning it into a paradise for demonic beasts. The humans tried their best to resist and even built the Monster Exterminating League. It consisted of the supreme commanders from human tribes. But with only this amount of strength, the humans could barely guard the last 10% of the territory. The monsters realized that they were unable to overthrow the humans by brute force, so they sent numerous monster spies and planned to destroy them from the inside. These monster spies looked the same as human warriors, and only monster discriminators could tell whether they were human beings or monsters. Once a monster spy was found, human warriors would kill him without showing any mercy. Father, be careful, Wu Yu said. Don't worry, I'm powerful. After saying that, Wu Yuan left. Looking at Wu Yuan's back, Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Wu Yuan was powerful indeed. He was at the 6 Cloud Realm, which was equivalent to the level of superior lords from the Divine Land. However, human warriors from the Monster Continent were more powerful than warriors from the Divine Land. Cultivating in the Monster Continent was superior to that in the Divine Land. Furthermore, as they were born to fight demonic beasts, human warriors had a hint of demonic beast bloodlines. Therefore, human warriors were born strong and more powerful than warriors from the Divine Land. Among the lords Jian Wushuang had met so far, Black Yuan Lord's body was considered to be extremely heaven-defying, but in the Monster Continent, every lord was stronger than Black Yuan Lord. As the tribe leader, Wu Yuan's body was even more terrifying. The experts from the Divine Land are nothing when compared to the experts from the Monster Continent, Jian Wushuang thought. He also knew that the Wu Yan tribe was one of the countless ordinary tribes. There were many tribes more powerful than the Wu Yan tribe. The Wu Yan tribe had more than 10,000 clansmen. They all started cultivating at 12 years old, but they improved faster than warriors from the Divine Land. In a normal case, even the most untalented clansmen would be able to reach the primordial gold core realm. Even the ordinary ones would reach the yin-yang void realm at the age of 40 or 50. The more powerful would reach divine transcendence. Even the weakest human warriors who reached divine transcendence could make it to the pinnacle of the saint realm. With their powerful bodies, their battle strength was stage 2 or even stage 3. Therefore, the warriors from the monster continent were more powerful than the divine land. An ordinary tribe like the Wu Yen tribe had hundreds of Saint Realm experts and 6 lords. There were countless tribes like that, so the number of such powerful experts among the entire human population was amazing. It was said that there were 33 temple masters in the Monster Exterminating League. The 33 temple masters held supreme positions among the humans. Jian Wushuang estimated that those temple masters might have broken through the cloud realm, which would make them as strong as the 3 ancestors. If that was true, it was really terrifying, because they could still be so powerful under the oppression of the demonic beasts. The sun sank and the night approached. In the tent, Jian Wushuang sat with his legs crossed as he took out a beige elixir and ate it. This vitality elixir is nice. I thought that it will take me 10 days or half a month to recover, but I will have recovered in 2 days at most because of this vitality elixir, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The vitality elixir was a superior second-grade pill. Jian Wushuang found a dozen elixirs in Marquis Nanyu's interspatial ring. He had been taking them these last few days, and they were really helpful for his recovery. At this moment, an uproar rose outside the tent. What's happening? Jian Wushuang was surprised and instantly walked out. Chapter 505 A Demonic Beast. Chapter 505 A Demonic Beast. Jian Wushuang saw numerous clansmen swarm into the drill ground. Big brother Wushuang, Wu Yu said while walking over with Qing Hu. Little Yu, Qing Hu, what happened? Jian Wushuang asked with a tinge of doubt. My father caught a monster spy. They're in the drill ground now. Everyone is going to take a look, Wu Yu replied with excitement. A monster spy? Jian Wushuang was surprised and showed some interest in it. He wanted to know what the real overlords in the monster continent looked like. Go! Let's follow them. Jian Wushuang, Qing Hu, and Wu Yu headed for the drill ground. The huge drill ground was crowded with numerous clansmen. Jian Wushuang and his 2 companions elbowed their way and appeared at the front of the crowd. He is the monster spy! Jian Wushuang saw a black-haired man who was locked in an iron cage at the center of the drill ground. The black-haired man was 2 meters tall. Except for being a bit more muscular, there was no difference between this black-haired man and a human warrior. If he had not been clear about this black-haired man's identity, Jian Wushuang would be unable to recognize this black-haired man as a demonic beast. Is he really a demonic beast? Jian Wushuang could not help feeling doubt. Most of the clansmen were also astonished. They lived in the tribe and most of them had never fought with a demonic beast, so it was no wonder that they did not believe it. The black-haired man was roaring crazily inside the cage. I'm a clansman from Green Hillock tribe. Why did you arrest me? Why? Let me go. Otherwise, when our leader finds out, he will seek justice for me. The black-haired man got angry as if he felt aggrieved. You are still being tight-lipped about it even now. Wu Yuan and the other elders gathered on the platform while staring coldly at the black-haired man. Go invite Elder Water, Wu Yuan ordered. We already have. He should arrive soon, an elder replied. Okay. Wu Yuan nodded. He looked over at the black-haired man and said, Don't worry. My Wu Yen tribe is always fair. We never do any human being an injustice. If we confirm that you are not a monster spy, I'll personally send you back and even apologize to your leader. But if you're a monster spy, you'll die without a doubt. His tone was filled with killing intent. Those clansmen also wore a cold look. They had rarely met a demonic beast. However, since they were born in the monster continent, their bones had been infused with hatred towards demonic beasts. Demonic beasts and human warriors were deadly enemies. Demonic beasts desired to extinguish the humans while the latter had been fighting for more living space. If a monster spy was caught in the human territory, he would be killed without a doubt. The black-haired man, who felt himself being surrounded by killing intent, had a grim expression on his face, but he started to panic in his heart. After a while, an elder with long eyebrows, who was holding a cane, walked over. Elder Water. The clansmen present, including Wu Yuan, bowed to him. After all, this elder had a high status in the Wu Yen tribe, and he was the only monster discriminator in the entire tribe. Only monster discriminators were able to distinguish demonic beasts from human warriors, so even though a monster discriminator was weak, he was still respected. Elder Water, please help us, Wu Yuan said to Elder Water. Okay. Elder Water nodded slightly and looked at the black-haired man with his turbid vision. Then a strange light flashed in his eyes. Monster discriminator. The black-haired man paled because he knew he could not argue his case anymore. However, he did not feel hopeless. He started to look around and eventually fixed his eyes on Wu Yu. Instantly, he made up his mind. Boom! An overwhelming aura radiated from the black-haired man, and his eyes became red. He violently slapped the iron cage. The cage was made of special materials, so it was strong enough to hold a Saint Realm human, or a demonic beast. However, judging from his aura, the black-haired man had reached the Cloud Realm. Therefore, he easily broke the cage into pieces. Oh no! Wu Yuan and other elders were shocked. A Cloud Realm demonic beast! Asshole, he had been hiding his strength and aura. Damn it! It happened so fast, and it was outside of their expectations. They had received the news that the monster spy was in the Saint Realm, and they also confirmed it because the black-haired man was unable to resist when they caught him, so they locked him in a cage. In a normal case, a Saint Realm human being or demonic beast would be unable to break the cage. They did not expect the black-haired man had been hiding his strength, and that he was not in the Saint Realm, but a Cloud Realm demonic beast. At this moment, the black-haired man leaped toward the crowd at an amazing speed that left Wu Yuan and the other elders unable to block him in time. Hua! A blood light dashed out and moved toward where Jian Wushuang, Wu Yu, and Qing Hu stood. The only way I can survive is to hold this girl hostage. That will provide me with an opportunity to leave. The black-haired man stared at Wu Yu. Wu Yu and Qing Hu turned pale. Qing Hu immediately took out his long spear and tried to block the attack. However, a figure blocked him and Wu Yu before he was even able to make his move. That person was none other than Jian Wushuang. Chapter 506 The Divine General Arrives. Chapter 506 The Divine General Arrives. The black-haired man radiated killing intent as he stared at Wu Yu with his red eyes. He had not taken it seriously when Jian Wushuang blocked in front of Wu Yu. Get out of my way! The black-haired man growled while slapping at Jian Wushuang as if he was shooing flies. Jian Wushuang wore a flinty look as he immediately reacted. As he clenched his right hand, a mighty power flowed through his arm and gathered in his fist. Bang! A deep collision was heard and the black-haired man immediately retreated. How is this possible? The black-haired man was surprised. He could not believe that he himself, a Cloud Realm demonic beast, was defeated by a Saint Realm human warrior in a confrontation based on pure strength. He had been unable to show his full strength because of serious injuries when he was besieged in the Green Hillock tribe, but this human warrior was more seriously injured than he was. Demonic beast bastard! This roar caused the black-haired man to be filled with despair. Wu Yuan, like a furious lion, appeared beside the black-haired man and threw a punch at his head. The black-haired man was unable to resist, so his head exploded, killing him without a doubt. Wu Yuan quickly moved in front of Jian Wushuang and asked, Little brother Wushuang, are you all right? I'm fine. Jian Wushuang coughed. He had gained the upper hand in that confrontation, but it had still caused his injury to worsen because the black-haired man's attack caused his blood to surge through his body. Wu Yuan said in a gravelly voice, It was my mistake. I didn't expect that monster spy to be hiding his strength. Little brother Wushuang, you're very powerful. Even as a Saint Realm expert with serious injuries, you were able to block a Cloud Realm monster spy. You must have an amazing body. Wu Yuan could not hold back his praise. It was rare to see such a powerful body in the monster continent. Big brother Wushuang, thanks. Wu Yu looked at Jian Wushuang with gratitude. Jian Wushuang smiled. Okay, since the monster spy has been killed, everyone can leave. After Wu Yuan spoke, numerous clansmen obeyed his order and left. Qing Hu. Wu Yuan looked over at Qing Hu. You were good just now. Wu Yuan noticed that Qing Hu immediately tried to block with his long spear when the monster spy charged toward Wu Yu. It was hard for a 15-year-old teenager to have such quick and reliable reactions in a pinch. Qing Hu stroked his head while grinning. Don't be too proud. The monster spy was at the Cloud Realm. Even though he was injured, you were still incapable of fighting him. If Wushuang had not come to help, you would have been killed. Qing Hu lowered his head involuntarily. All right, I don't want to blame you, but you should remember to only do what you're able to do next time. You're the strongest youth in our tribe and your father is our hero. If you die, I won't be able to give him an explanation. Wu Yuan said. Yes. Qing Hu nodded. Speaking of your father, he sent a message to me not long ago. He might return in a few days, so you'll get to see him soon. Wu Yuan added. Really? Qing Hu looked up with excitement. Get prepared for it. Your father seldom comes back, so this is your chance to show him what you have learned over these years. Wu Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Qing Hu nodded. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Qing Hu's father? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew that Qing Hu's father was the tribe hero and a divine general of the Monster Exterminating League, who had battled with demonic beasts and only returned once every several years. A divine general from the Monster Exterminating League. It's said that only a top expert in the Cloud Realm is qualified to take up this post. I wonder how powerful he is. Jian Wushuang thought with a hint of expectation. It was still peaceful in the Wu Yen tribe. The humans were united as one and rarely had conflicts with each other. Even when there was a conflict, it would be settled peacefully, so fierce fighting between two tribes was rarely seen. After sitting on the bed all night, Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes. My strength has reached its peak. Jian Wushuang's eyes radiated a flicker of delight. He had stayed in the monster continent for a dozen days already. Aided by his own recovery ability and vitality elixirs, he had fully recovered. Only now that his strength had made a full recovery could he be confident in doing what he wanted. Uncle Qing Hu is back! Uncle Qing Hu is back! A loud voice instantly shook the entire tribe. Uncle Qing Hu? Qing Hu's father? Jian Wushuang frowned. He immediately walked out of his tent and headed for the drill ground. Jian Wushuang saw a middle-aged man in a black suit standing in the sky, surrounded by many clansmen. The middle-aged man, with stubble on his face, was casually chatting with Wu Yuan and Qing Hu. The other clansmen on the drill ground were looking at him in admiration. He was their hero. They were proud of him. 7 Cloud Realm! Jian Wushuang recognized the middle-aged man's level. As I expected, divine generals are experts over the 7 Cloud Realm, Jian Wushuang thought. A 7 Cloud Realm expert was equivalent to a marquis in the Divine Land. Here, human warriors had powerful bodies, so their strength was superior to warriors from the Divine Land when they were at the same level. Father, look at me! Qing Hu said in a low voice. A long spear appeared in his hand. Then he violently stabbed at the space in front of him. The strike contained a mighty power and caused a loud air-piercing sound. Chapter 507 Bone Fusion Technique. Chapter 507 Bone Fusion Technique. The power of that attack has already reached the Saint Realm, Jian Wushuang thought privately. A hail of exclamations rose from the crowd. Qing Hu's eyes lit up. Very good. When I was 16, I had only mastered level 2 of the Bone Fusion Technique, but you're only 15 and have already reached this level. On this point, you're stronger than me. Yep, Qing Hu said with somewhat pride. Dad, I'll become Divine General, just like you. I will definitely be stronger than you. Ha ha! The group of people laughed. Okay, but seriously, leader, I have something to tell you, Qing Hu said soberly. Let's talk inside, Wu Yuan replied. Then they all glided toward the tent. The clansmen also left. Little Yu, Qing, who had just mentioned the bone fusion technique. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. Wu Yu immediately responded. It's a body reshaping technique that our clansmen practice from childhood. It can help us improve in both body and strength. I have also practiced this technique, but I'm still weaker than Qing Hu and haven't reached level 1. Qing Hu had already succeeded at my age. A body reshaping technique that improves body and strength? Jian Wushuang was surprised and asked, Little Yu, may I read it? Of course. Wu Yu nodded and pointed forward. There it is. Jian Wushuang saw a pitch-black stone tablet standing on the edge of the drill ground. He had never noticed this stone tablet ever since he arrived here. The bone fusion technique is carved on that stone tablet? Jian Wushuang wore an odd look. He walked toward the stone tablet with Wu Yu. On the stone tablet, he saw many tightly packed small characters carved on it. The technique, bone fusion, was comprised of thousands of characters and was divided into 4 levels. A technique is exhibited here? Jian Wushuang was astonished and then asked, Little Yu, can I practice this technique? Its first 4 levels are widely spread throughout the monster continent. Many clansmen have cultivated this technique, so it's okay if you want to practice. Big brother Wushuang, since your body is so powerful, haven't you practiced a similar technique before? Wu Yu wondered. My father said we can only practice one technique like this. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had a powerful body because of the heavenly creation skill and his own cultivation. He had never practiced a body reshaping technique that could improve his body strength. Actually, the heavenly creation skill, which was related to spiritual power, was only a cultivation method. I don't know whether this technique will work for me, but I have to try, Jian Wushuang thought while looking at the stone tablet. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He sat with his legs crossed and started to practice the first level of the bone fusion technique. Wu Yu waited by his side. Bone fusion technique was a special skill for cultivating bones. Jian Wushuang had never heard of it in the Divine Land. The practitioner's own body affected his cultivation speed. The more powerful the body was, the more easily the practitioner would improve. After a while, Jian Wushuang realized that he had reached level 1 of the bone fusion technique. So easy. Jian Wushuang smiled, but he was not surprised. His body was comparable to a superior second-grade magic weapon. Even the Cloud Realm monster spy's body was inferior to his. For his body, practicing this technique was as easy as drinking water. He began to practice level 2 of the bone fusion technique. He also succeeded in reaching level 2 with ease. Level 3 and level 4 were also as easy as pie for him. Jian Wushuang felt a change in his body. This feels great. My body is... Jian Wushuang realized that his body had become 3 times stronger than before. 3 times? Gosh. Jian Wushuang was totally stunned. He had wondered whether this technique would be helpful to him, but it gave him a big surprise after he reached level 4. How powerful he was now. I feel like I'm stronger than those Cloud Realm experts in the Divine Land, Jian Wushuang said, then sighed. He was only in the Saint Realm. Owing to the heavenly creation skill, his spiritual power was superior to other experts at the same level, but much weaker than Cloud Realm experts. However, with his spiritual power and body strength, he could fight against Cloud Realm experts. Nevertheless, he was able to fight a Cloud Realm expert by only using his body strength now. Aided by his spiritual power, he was more powerful than an ordinary Cloud Realm expert. It meant that if he, a Saint Realm expert with 7 origin marks, exerted his full strength, he could defeat a 7 Cloud Realm expert. That wasn't even counting his sword soul. It only took a short while for Jian Wushuang to reach level 4 of the bone fusion technique and improve exponentially. I know the 4th level is not the highest. Jian Wushuang stared at the characters on the stone tablet. The 4th level was not the end of bone fusion technique, but the higher levels were not carved on the stone tablet. Chapter 508 Catch Him. Chapter 508 Catch him. Where is the rest of this technique? Jian Wuxuang thought with a flicker of desire in his eyes. Since he was able to reach level 4 with ease, it would be easy for him to master level 5 and level 6. That meant he still had more room to improve his body and strength. While Jian Wuxuang was absorbed in cultivation, Wu Yuan and Qing Hua were walking towards the drill ground, accompanied by many clansmen. Leader, I brought back level 5 and level 6 of the bone fusion technique. I'll carve the level 5 manual onto the stone tablet. As for level 6, it's precious, so I'll give it to you. Leader, if our clansmen master level 5, you can give them the level 6 manual. Qing Hua said. Okay, I think that's good. Wu Yuan nodded. I'll accept it. Qing Hua, we'll all benefit from the 2 manuals you brought back. Thanks. For our tribe and the entire human population, this is what I should do. Qing Hua causally waved his hand. They quickly arrived at the stone tablet, just in time to see Jian Wuxuang practicing the bone fusion technique. Little brother Wuxuang? Wu Yuan was astonished. He's practicing the bone fusion technique? He has a powerful body and is considered terrifying among warriors at the same level. Hasn't he already practiced a body reshaping technique? Did he just start practicing level 1? Qing Hua wore a bemused expression. Human warriors from the monster continent usually exercised from birth. When their body became strong enough, they started to practice body reshaping technique, which was usually around the age of 7. Therefore, it was odd for them to see Jian Wuxuang practicing this technique at the age of 20. Leader, who is he? Qing Hua asked. He's Jian Wuxuang. Wu Yuan replied. Not long ago, his tribe was exterminated by another tribe. He had been chased out by his enemy and fainted in the back of the mountain. You found him and brought him back. It's strange. Several days ago, we caught a Cloud Realm monster spy. Because of my mistake, the spy almost hurt Yue and Qing Hu. Fortunately, he blocked the attack in time. His body is already very powerful, but he hasn't practiced a body reshaping technique. Wu Yuan frowned. Hearing this, Qing Hua's face fell. Jian Wuxuang stopped his cultivation when Wu Yuan and Qing Hua noticed that Jian Wuxuang had reached level 4 of the bone fusion technique. He has reached the 4th level in such a short time. It should be easy for him to reach level 5 or even level 6, but why hasn't he practiced a body reshaping technique before? Qing Hua narrowed his eyes. Catch him. Qing Hua growled. The clansmen behind him rushed forward even though they were puzzled about what was happening. Jian Wuxuang, who had reached level 4, was in a celebratory mood, but as he saw clansmen dashing toward him, he was stunned. He looked over at Wu Yuan and Qing Hua. Leader Wu Yuan, you. Qing Hua. Wu Yuan frowned at Qing Hua. More and more monster spies are hiding within the human population. A monster spy was killed several days ago, but there's already another. Qing Hua stared at Jian Wuxuang. Father, you mean Big Brother Wuxuang is a monster spy? How is this possible? Qing Hu said while shaking his head. No. Big Brother Wuxuang is a human. How could he be a demonic beast? Wu Yu cried. You 2 kids know nothing. Little Yu, come here quickly. Qing Hu said in a gravelly voice. Wu Yu was dragged aside by the other clansmen even though she was reluctant. Jian Wuxuang was besieged by the clansmen who were holding weapons. As the divine general of the Monster Exterminating League, Qing Hua was their tribe hero, so those clansmen would not doubt his words. Wait a moment. Stop. Wu Yuan ordered. He glanced at Jian Wuxuang with a hint of suspicion, but he said, Qing Hua, don't rush to a conclusion. We'd better check first. Every human warrior starts to practice a body reshaping technique in their childhood, but he has never practiced a body reshaping technique before and already has such a powerful body. If he is not a demonic beast, what is he? Qing Hua responded in an icy tone. But this is not enough to confirm he is a demonic beast, Wu Yuan said with a frown. We don't know where he comes from. Qing Hua gave the young man a flinty look and said in a low voice, Boy, you said that your tribe was destroyed by others and that you were being hunted by your enemy when you fainted at the back of the mountain. Then where are you from? Which tribe was hunting you? Although he felt aggrieved, Jian Wushuang had to admit that Qing Hua had reasonable grounds. A human warrior in the monster continent would have practiced a body reshaping technique since childhood, while Jian Wushuang, who had such a powerful body, started to cultivate this technique just now. It did not make sense. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang came from the Divine Land, where he had no access to body reshaping techniques. He lied about his origin because he did not want anyone to know that he came from somewhere outside of the monster continent. So how could he tell them the name of his tribe and enemy? I'm not a monster spy, Jian Wushuang said. Don't argue for yourself, Qing Hua said coldly while the other clansmen vigilantly stared at Jian Wushuang. Go invite Elder Water. A clansman followed Wu Yuan's order and left. Dad, Big Brother Wushuang was not a monster spy. Definitely not. Wu Yu looked at Wu Yuan with a pathetic look. Don't worry. Wait for Elder Water to arrive and everything will be made clear. If he isn't, I won't do him an injustice, Wu Yuan said. Wu Yu no longer spoke. Jian Wushuang remained silent with a wry look. Elder Water quickly arrived. Chapter 509 Sparring with Qing Hua. Chapter 509 Sparring with Qing Hua. Elder Water, please, Wu Yuan said modestly. Elder Water nodded slightly and looked over at Jian Wushuang. A strange light flashed in his eyes. This light contained special magic which would cause a monster spy to show its true form. All the clansmen watched nervously. Once they confirmed that Jian Wushuang was a demonic beast, they would kill him without hesitation. Obviously, Jian Wushuang was not a demonic beast. He did not change even a bit before the strange light dissipated. Elder Water let out a sigh and turned to look at Wu Yuan and Qing Hua. This boy is a real human warrior, not a monster spy. Qing Hu and Wu Yu felt relieved. Father, I said Big Brother Wushuang is not a monster spy. Qing Hu spoke. That's right, Wu Yu added. Wu Yuan looked over at Jian Wushuang and said apologetically, Little Brother Wushuang, I'm sorry for wronging you. Qing Hua furrowed his eyebrows. It was out of his expectations, but after realizing he was wrong, he immediately apologized to the young man. Wushuang, my friend, I was too rash. Sorry, Qing Hua said. Jian Wushuang glanced at Qing Hua in surprise. He did not intend to blame this hero because his suspicion was reasonable. Actually, he had a good impression of this divine general. It was only with great virtue that someone would be able to correct themselves after doing something wrong. It was rare that a divine general could deign to apologize to a Saint Realm expert. Since it's only a misunderstanding, there's no need to apologize, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Wu Yuan and Qing Hua smiled at each other, and the tense atmosphere eased. Little Brother Wushuang, why did you start practicing body reshaping technique just now? Wu Yuan wondered. This is... Jian Wushuang was deep in thought and did not know how to respond. He could not tell Wu Yuan that he came from another plane world. Wu Yuan noticed the young man's embarrassment and said with a smile, Everyone has their own special circumstances and secrets. You don't have to tell us if you're reluctant. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders with resignation. Wushuang, our leader said you had a powerful body and had forced a Cloud Realm spy to retreat even before you practiced the bone fusion technique, Qing Hua said in a kind voice. Now that you've reached level 4 of the bone fusion technique, you must be even more powerful, right? I'm curious to see how strong your body is. If you don't mind, would you like to spar with me? Spar? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. He had just arrived at the monster continent. Though he knew that human warriors here were more powerful than warriors at the same level from the Divine Land, he was not clear on how powerful they were, and what to expect if he had not had a fight with them, and it just so happened that he needed an opponent to test his own strength. As a 7 Cloud Realm expert and a divine general, Qing Hua was an appropriate opponent for him. Since Master Qing Hua is willing to teach me some moves, I'd like to, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, good. Now, let's fight just using our body's strength, Qinghua responded with a smile. After all, he had reached the Seven-Cloud Realm. He did not want to fight Jian Wushuang by using his cultivation of spiritual power, because he thought it would be bullying if he did. Jian Wushuang and Qinghua reappeared up in the air, standing hundreds of feet apart. Master Qinghua, be careful, Jian Wushuang reminded him. Make your move, Qinghua said confidently, with his hands still behind his back. He had reached level 5 of the bone fusion technique, so he thought that he was stronger than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang changed into a streak of flowing light and charged forward. Jian Wushuang quickly appeared in front of the Divine General, then he clenched his hands and a mighty power gathered in his fist. He only used his body's strength to launch this punch at his opponent. Rumble. The strike pierced through the air, humming violently. Qinghua also threw a pure punch which contained an overwhelming power, but he only exerted 70% of strength because he was worried he might hurt the young man. The two punches collided with each other, as if two huge meteors had smashed into each other. Pung! Their terrifying power pressed against each other, and let out an explosive sound. Whoosh! Qinghua shot back like a cannonball. He only regained his balance after retreating 1,000 feet. How is this possible? Qinghua looked over at the young man who had not been affected by his attack. He did not expect to be forced to retreat in that confrontation. I lost ground? Qinghua felt it was unbelievable. Normally, a Saint Realm expert like this young man would be unable to deflect his attack even though he had only used 70% of his strength. However, Jian Wushuang not only parried it, he also forced his opponent to retreat. Wushuang, you're stronger than I expected. It seems that I'm not your match if I only use 70% of my strength. This time I'll use my full strength, Qinghua said solemnly. You only use 70% of your strength? It's the same for me, Jian Wushuang said and grinned. What? Qinghua was shocked. It was the truth. Jian Wushuang only exerted 70% of his strength with that initial attack. As for the result, he was not surprised. Chapter 510 Admiration. Chapter 510 Admiration. As I expected, my body is stronger than Qinghua's after I reached level 4 of the bone fusion technique, Jian Wushuang thought. Although Qinghua had reached level 5 of the bone fusion technique, Jian Wushuang already had a heaven-defying body before it was strengthened by the bone fusion technique, so he was able to fight against 7 Cloud Realm experts from the Divine Land just by using body strength after he reached level 4. Qinghua was inferior to the young man in body strength. Next, I'll use 80% of my strength, Jian Wushuang said with a gush of killing intent in his eyes. He charged forward once again. Qinghua swung his huge fist with his full strength and punched at the young man. Pung! This time, they were both forced to retreat. Come on! Jian Wushuang said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He dashed forward and attacked with 90% of his strength. Pung! As for the third confrontation, Qinghua retreated awkwardly. That meant Jian Wushuang had the upper hand. Master Qinghua, you are unable to defeat me with only your body strength. Use your full power. Jian Wushuang spoke confidently. Use my full power? Qinghua was intrigued and nodded. Okay, be careful. A 7-Cloud Realm aura suddenly swept out as a black long spear appeared in the Divine General's hand. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as an overwhelming aura flowed out and radiated from him. His triple kill sword also appeared in his hand. Shwa! Shwa! 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky as they battled again. Clang! 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 The fierce confrontation caused loud booms to reverberate through the entire drill ground as violent waves of power flowed outward. It shook the entire tribe. Countless clansmen walked out of their tents to watch this fight. Uncle Qinghua is fighting with the newcomer, Jian Wushuang. How is that possible? Jian Wushuang is just a Saint Realm expert. How is he qualified to fight Uncle Qinghua? He even seems to be holding the upper hand. Master Qinghua is losing ground. Those clansmen were dumbfounded when they saw that Qinghua was at a disadvantage even though he was using his full power. Big brother Wushuang is so powerful? My father is unable to beat him. Qinghua grasped his long spear while staring at them. Wu Yu also widened her eyes and watched the fight. Hua! A brilliant streak of sword light rushed forward, carrying a decisive and unwavering intent. It was the second move of heart-killing sword technique, Desperation. Qinghua instantly brandished his long spear and violently stabbed towards the incoming attack. Clang! The two strikes crashed, causing an immaterial wave to flow out. Qinghua was beaten back once again. Stop, Qinghua said with a wry smile. He withdrew his long spear and stopped fighting. Jian Wushuang followed him and landed on the ground. Wushuang, you're very powerful. You have my admiration, Qinghua said, then sighed. Master Qinghua, I appreciate your kindness. Jian Wushuang responded modestly, but he was delighted in his heart. He gained a lot from this fight and also had a better understanding about the strength of warriors from Monster Continent, as well as his own. Human warriors from the Monster Continent really were more powerful than warriors from the Divine Land. Qinghua was a Seven-Cloud Realm expert, but his battle strength could be compared to Marquis Zizhong, who had reached the Eight-Cloud Realm and had a Dao weapon. Although the long spear Qinghua used was just a first-grade magic weapon, his body was stronger than Marquis Zizhong, so Qinghua would be evenly matched with that Marquis. My body strength improved greatly after I reached level 4 of the bone fusion technique. I was able to gain ground just using my strength and swordsmanship, but there are more skills that I still haven't displayed. Jian Wushuang thought. Once he used the power of his sword soul, his strength would reach a new level, let alone his Azura secret skill, realm techniques, and the heart-killing sword. I don't need to fear battling with an Eight-Cloud Realm Divine General, even if it's a real fight. Jian Wushuang thought. Wushuang, can I talk with you alone? Qinghua spoke. Jian Wushuang nodded even though he did not know what Qinghua wanted to discuss. Sure. Please. Qinghua and Jian Wushuang walked toward the tent. After entering the tent, they both sat by a long narrow table. Qinghua waved his hand and took out some wine and fruits. Jian Wushuang poured himself a drink, then sniffed it, and was about to drink. My little friend, if my guess is right, you don't belong to our monster continent, right? Qinghua asked casually. Jian Wushuang froze and looked over at the Divine General in astonishment. Qinghua guessed his origins so easily? Hey. Qinghua smiled faintly. You have a powerful body, but you had not practiced a body reshaping technique before you came to our tribe, which is impossible for any human warrior from our continent. You're not a demonic beast, but you can't tell me about your circumstances. So I guess that you must have come from outside of our continent. As a divine general, Qinghua had never been anywhere outside of the monster continent, but he had heard that there were other plane worlds out there. Chapter 5:11 12 Levels of Bone Fusion. Chapter 5:11 12 Levels of Bone Fusion. Only human experts from plane worlds outside of the monster continent would not have come into contact with a body reshaping technique until now, Qinghua said. Jian Wushuang was speechless at first, but he directly admitted. Yes, I did come from somewhere outside of the monster continent. Just as I thought. Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said, Wushuang, my friend, don't worry. Human warriors on the monster continent only hate demonic beasts. We won't refuse human experts from other plane worlds. They can even serve as divine generals and divine emperors in the Monster Exterminating League. All human experts are welcome in the Monster Exterminating League. Oh? Jian Wushuang was surprised and asked. Are there experts from other plane worlds who are divine generals and divine emperors in the Monster Exterminating League? Yes, Qinghua said. Those experts aim for the League's holy place. If they want to obtain benefits from the holy place, they have to make corresponding contributions to the League, which includes killing demonic beasts. That's why they serve as divine generals or divine emperors. Oh? Jian Wushuang secretly nodded. Wushuang, Aren't you also aiming for the holy place? Qinghua asked in doubts. I came here by accident. But now I'm quite interested in the League's holy place, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. The holy place is open to all human experts. But you have to become a divine general of the League first. Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said, Even though you're only in the Saint realm, you're stronger than me and definitely qualified to become a divine general. May I ask what the requirements are? Jian Wushuang asked. It's very simple. As long as you are strong enough to pass the assessment, it won't be a problem for you. Qinghua laughed. I'll be staying in the tribe for a month. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait and go with me when I leave. How about it? Thank you, Mr. Qinghua, Jian Wushuang said. He had only just arrived on the monster continent recently, and had very little knowledge regarding anything here. It would be better if he could obtain some information from Qinghua. By the way, Qinghua said, I saw how easily you cultivated the 4th level of the bone fusion technique. I guess it won't be difficult for you to cultivate the 5th or 6th level. I brought them back with me this time. Do you want to read them? Qinghua took out 2 jade slips. They had the 5th and 6th level of the bone fusion technique recorded on them. Seeing the jade slips, a happy expression appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. After having contact with the bone fusion technique, Jian Wushuang was extremely eager to continue practicing it. It had an immeasurable effect on his physical strength. With just the initial 4 levels, his strength had already soared to a level several times higher, and his strong body made him qualified to cultivate higher levels of the bone fusion technique. He definitely yearned for the 5th and 6th levels of the bone fusion technique. Thank you so much, Mr. Qinghua, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. Since we're both human beings, there is no need to be so polite, Qinghua said and smiled. By the way, don't call me Mr. Qinghua. You're even stronger than me, so just call me Qinghua. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. He had discovered that Qinghua and Wu Yuan, as well as all the clansmen in the Wu Yin tribe, hated the demonic beasts, but they were very friendly and enthusiastic to other human beings and treated them like brothers. Qinghua, do you know who created the bone fusion technique and how many levels there are? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know who created it. No one seems to know. I only know that it has been spread throughout the monster continent since long ago. More than 90% of the human warriors on the continent cultivate it to improve their physical strength. As for its levels, as far as I know, the bone fusion technique is divided into 3 volumes and each volume contains 4 levels, so there are 12 levels altogether. Qinghua said. 12 levels? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The initial 4 levels of the bone fusion technique had already benefited him greatly, but there were a total of 12 levels. How strong of a body would he attain after cultivating all 12 levels? However, it's impossible to cultivate all 12 levels. Or at least, no human on the monster continent has ever succeeded. Even the strongest person has only cultivated the 11th level and is regarded as the top human warrior. Only a few human warriors have cultivated the 10th level in the history of monster continent, Qinghua said. Jian Wushuang was not surprised to hear it. The more powerful the technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The bone fusion technique was definitely an incredible one, and had high requirements on the body's foundation. It was naturally difficult to cultivate all 12 levels. I have another technique which should also be useful to you, Qinghua said while taking out another jade slip. This is... Jian Wushuang was puzzled. This is a technique dedicated to concealing one's aura, Qinghua explained. Aura concealing technique. Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly as he quickly understood. I obtained this technique by chance. It can completely conceal a warrior's spiritual power aura. No one will know your strength unless he's much stronger than you, Qinghua said. After all, you're only at the Saint realm. It'll be too noticeable if you participate in the divine general assessment like this. With this technique, no one will know your realm. Oh? Jian Wushuang slightly nodded. Divine generals in the Monster Exterminating League were usually Cloud Realm experts. It would indeed be noticeable if he became a divine general as a Saint Realm expert. Thank you so much. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude again. You have a month to prepare. After that we'll set off, Qinghua said and then laughed. Jian Wushuang nodded, then he shared several drinks with Qinghua while asking him questions about the monster continent. He stayed there until dusk. Chapter 512 Heavenwing City. Chapter 512 Heavenwing City. That night, the bright moonlight spread like water, slightly illuminating the ground. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the ground with his bare upper body. He slightly closed his eyes and felt the strange energy flowing through his body. His dark and strong muscles were also slowly wriggling. Suddenly, a burst of sound emanated from his body as his skin immediately became covered with sweat, and a wild aura suddenly radiated from him. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. Bone fusion technique, the 6th level, I've succeeded! At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. He had easily succeeded in cultivating the 4th level of the bone fusion technique, and his cultivation for the 5th and 6th level was not difficult either. His physical strength soared every time he cultivated a new level. After cultivating the 6th level, his physical strength had been enhanced to a new level once again. My current physical strength has at least doubled compared to when I battled with Qinghua, Jian Wushuang thought. It was already very amazing. He had been able to fight a 7-Cloud Realm expert by virtue of his physical strength. Since he had improved his physical strength 2 more levels now, his power would be even more incredible. This is only the 6th level. What if I cultivated all 12 levels of the bone fusion technique? Jian Wushuang wondered. He was full of curiosity towards the creator of the bone fusion technique. How amazing was this expert who created such an amazing body reshaping technique? No matter who he was definitely a supreme expert, he thought. The higher levels of the technique were only available to those who joined the Monster Exterminating League. Therefore, whether the holy place existed or not, Jian Wushuang still had to become a divine general in the league so he would have access to the higher levels of the bone fusion technique. A month, Jian Wushuang murmured. A month was not a short amount of time for him. He would not waste it. He stayed in the Wu Yan tribe to meditate quietly on the slaughter occult from the restriction in the 6-story pagoda. Meanwhile, he used the world scroll to meditate on the world origin. His original body and doppelganger were working on comprehending the 2 different origins simultaneously, yet independently. In this way, he would yield twice the results. The aura concealing technique, aura restraint, was indeed delicate. It took him several days to comprehend it and learn to completely restrain his Saint Realm aura. Now that he had concealed his aura, other experts could not see through his strength, unless they were supreme experts, like the 3 ancestors, who were far beyond him. However, those kind of experts were too rare. A month passed in the blink of an eye. He had improved his comprehension of the slaughter origin during this period, but he was still a step away from condensing the 8th origin mark. On the other side, he had made great progress in comprehending the world origin and had condensed the 6th origin mark. He was quite satisfied with his performance. The only thing that he was unsatisfied with was his level of cultivation. Even though he had been at the Saint Realm, Venerable Master, for a long time, he still could not feel any signs of a breakthrough. It might be a long time before he entered the Cloud Realm. In the early morning, a large number of clansmen gathered on the drill ground of the Wu Yan tribe. They came to see Qinghua and Jian Wushuang off. Father! Qinghua stood next to Qinghua, reluctant to see him leave. Big brother Wushuang, kill a lot of demonic beasts, Wu said to Jian Wushuang. Uncle Qinghua, remember to kill even more demonic beasts. It would be best if you could kill all those damn demonic beasts. Brother Wushuang, take care of yourself and Uncle Qinghua. While being accompanied by the clansmen, Jian Wushuang and Qinghua arrived at the entrance gate of the tribe. He was touched by their warmth and enthusiasm. Wushuang, let's go, Qinghua said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, then they left the tribe. Several days later, they arrived before a giant city. A city? Jian Wushuang looked at it. On the journey, he had passed by large and small tribes, but he had yet to see any cities on the monster continent. This city was much larger than any city he knew of in the Divine Land. This is Heavenwing City, one of the 8 cities of the human population on Monster Continent. Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang and explained. The human population has 8 cities like this one. The tribes come here to exchange goods, and each city has a saint castle. If you want to be a divine general, you must go there for the assessment. Oh? Jian Wushuang slightly nodded. The Monster Exterminating League has set a rule. Flying is forbidden in the holy place and the 8 cities, as is fighting. We have to queue up to enter the city, Qinghua said. They went to the front gate where a large number of human warriors from various tribes were queued up. Jian Wushuang and Qinghua also stood in the long queue. Flying is forbidden as well as fighting? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. No one dares to violate the rules set by the League. Of course, if you have the opportunity to become a divine emperor in the future, you don't have to follow these rules. Experts like divine emperors have certain privileges, said Qinghua. Divine emperor? Jian Wushuang was intrigued by these words. He had heard about the divine emperors from Qinghua before. In the Monster Exterminating League, where all high-level human warriors of the monster continent gathered, divine generals were the most common, and were generally 7-Cloud Realm experts. There were numerous 7-Cloud Realm experts on the monster continent. Therefore, there were countless divine generals in the Monster Exterminating League. Above the divine generals were divine emperors. According to Qinghua's description, divine emperors had entered the Tao. If they were in the Divine Land, they would be as strong as the 9 sovereigns, or maybe even stronger. However, there were 108 divine emperors in the Monster Exterminating League. In addition, there were many other experts who were qualified to be divine emperors in the League. Compared with the Monster Exterminating League, the Divine Land, where Jian Wushuang had just come from, was indeed much weaker. Chapter 513 Saint Castle. Chapter 513 Saint Castle. Inside Heavenwing City. Jian Wushuang walked with Qinghua on the wide street while looking around at the huge buildings. They were ancient and splendid, as delicate as sculptures. The streets were crowded with people. What a busy city, Jian Wushuang said. Even though humans only occupy less than 10% of the territory on the monster continent, it's still very vast, and the number of tribes and warriors is quite astonishing. All the tribes come to the 8 cities to exchange goods. As one of those cities, Heavenwing City is naturally lively, Qinghua said. Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. Before long, he noticed an ancient purple castle, which was about 100 meters tall, at the end of the street. It was so humongous that it was extremely eye-catching among buildings in Heavenwing City. That's Saint Castle, also known as Monster Exterminating Castle. If you want to be a divine general, you have to accept the assessment there, Qinghua said. Let's go, Jian Wushuang said. He headed towards Saint Castle with Qinghua and they quickly arrived at the entrance. After climbing the stairs, they stepped into the hall. So quiet, Jian Wushuang whispered. The hall was very empty. The dozens of people in this empty hall made it more sparse. It was completely the opposite of the busy streets. People here are either divine generals or applicants trying to become a divine general. Of course, it wouldn't be crowded here, Qinghua said. Jian Wushuang nodded and noticed the application counter. A blue-haired beauty sat behind the counter, in front of a shelf that was filled with bottles of wine. Shadow, give me a bottle of lion liver wine, Qinghua came to the counter and said directly. She raised her head and then gave him a bottle of wine, then she said, 10,000 raw gems. We're old friends. Why do you still charge me so much? Qinghua muttered but still took out the raw gems. Qinghua, who is he? The blue-haired beauty looked toward Jian Wushuang and asked. He's a little brother from my tribe. He came here to participate in the Divine General Assessment, Qinghua said. Shadow, please help him register. The Divine General Assessment? The blue-haired beauty nodded and asked, "What's your name? Which tribe are you from?" "Jian Wushuang from the Wuyan tribe," Jian Wushuang answered. The blue-haired beauty recorded his name on a list and said, "You're lucky. There is a divine general assessment about to take place right now. Wait a moment, I'll make the arrangement for you immediately." "Thank you," Jian Wushuang said. "You're fortunate. The divine general assessment is held every 10 days. You came at the right time," Qinghua said and laughed. The blue-haired beauty immediately left to make the arrangements. A moment later, she returned with a white-haired elder. The white-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang without saying anything, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. Jian Wushuang had seen this strange light before. He knew that it was the monster discriminator's special method. "Wushuang, all the applicants for divine general assessment are tested. It's to prevent monster spies from sneaking into the team." "Don't worry," Qinghua explained. "I understand," Jian Wushuang said and nodded. The strange light in the white-haired elder's eyes lasted for a while. As Jian Wushuang had no reaction at all, it gradually dissipated. "Come with me," said the white-haired elder, then he went straight to the inner layer of the castle. "Go. I'll wait for you outside," Qinghua said. Jian Wushuang followed the white-haired elder without hesitation. It didn't take long for him to arrive at an open space in the inner layer, where lots of people were waiting. These men and women were all warriors, and they all possessed a powerful aura. When Jian Wushuang arrived, they only cast a casual glance at him, and then looked away. "They all came here to accept the assessment," Jian Wushuang muttered. There were over 30 warriors. Among them, several warriors had an extremely strong aura. In particular, a red-haired young man that was standing on the edge of the open space attracted his attention. This young man carried a saber on his back and stood there with his devilish eyes slightly closed. The arrogant expression on his face showed that he was not paying attention to anyone present. "He should be at the 8-Cloud Realm?" Jian Wushuang thought in surprise. A 7-Cloud Realm human warrior with a strong body was enough to be a divine general. An 8-Cloud Realm warrior would be regarded as excellent among the divine generals. Therefore, it was common for the 7-Cloud Realm warriors to participate in the assessment, but it was rare for 8-Cloud Realm warriors. Just then, a purple-robed middle-aged man, flanked by a couple of people, walked toward them. He held a list in his hand which recorded these applicants' information. After standing in front of them, he looked around. "Listen well. The assessment is very simple. Walk along this tunnel until you reach the huge gladiator arena in the innermost part of the castle. Once you step into it, your opponent will naturally appear in front of you. What you need to do is to use your full strength against him. Whether you pass the assessment or not depends on your performance in the gladiator arena. That is to say, the better you perform in the gladiator arena, the more likely you are to become a divine general." The purple-robed man stopped and watched their reactions. His words caused a stir among the applicants, but they quickly quieted down and accepted it calmly. "By the way, Emperor Feng Xiao, one of the 108 divine emperors in the Monster Exterminating League, happens to be in the castle. He'll be watching your battles at the gladiator arena. It's a good opportunity for you," the purple-robed man said. "Emperor Feng Xiao? The famous Emperor Feng Xiao from the Monster Exterminating League? He's in the castle and will watch our assessment. Oh, if Emperor Feng Xiao appreciates my performance and chooses me as a disciple, then I would be very lucky." Everyone became excited. Even the arrogant red-haired young man on the edge of the open space changed his expression. Chapter 514 The Assessment. Chapter 514 The Assessment. "I heard from my father that Emperor Feng Xiao has a high rank among the 108 divine emperors. He's at the peak and he's even stronger than my father. It's definitely a great opportunity. I might become the disciple of such a powerful divine emperor." Thinking of this, the red-haired young man clenched his fists tightly as a flash of burning desire appeared in his eyes. Among all the experts, only Jian Wushuang remained calm. Since he had just arrived on the monster continent, he had never heard of Emperor Feng Xiao. However, since the latter was one of the 108 divine emperors, he must have entered the Tao and would definitely overpower Jian Wushuang. Anyway, I'll call your names one by one according to the application order, the purple-robed man said as he took out the list. The first one, Heatsang. Heatsang immediately stepped forward and entered the tunnel on the side, then headed directly towards the gladiator arena. The rest waited quietly in the open space. After a while, they heard loud roaring sounds from the gladiator arena. The extremely fierce sounds indicated that Heatsang was in a tough battle. It didn't take long for Heatsang to return along the tunnel and reappear in front of them. He was wounded and his furrowed eyebrows revealed an obvious trace of sorrow. He was apparently worried about whether he would pass the assessment. The result would not be announced until everyone finished the assessment, so he had to wait quietly. Next, the purple-robed middle-aged man called the second expert's name. The expert stepped into the gladiator arena one after another after traveling to the end of the tunnel. It wasn't long until the name of the red-haired young man who stood on the edge of the open space was called. Jin Ling. The middle-aged man called out. The red-haired young man walked to the gladiator arena. He created a larger disturbance in the gladiator arena, and also stayed in there longer. After a quarter of an hour or so, he returned to the open space. With the arrogant expression still on his face, he looked around at the crowd with a hint of disdain. He must be extremely confident of his strength, Jian Wushuang muttered. Several more experts entered gladiator arena before Jian Wushuang's name was finally called. The last one, Jian Wushuang, the purple-robed middle-aged man said. Jian Wushuang immediately walked towards the gladiator arena at the end of the tunnel. A moment later, he finally arrived at the gladiator arena. The huge gladiator arena was encircled by a restriction, with rows of stands around it, but no one seemed to be watching. I wonder who my opponent is, Jian Wushuang thought. Suddenly, 3 giant beasts slowly walked out from 3 tunnels near the edge of the gladiator arena. They're demonic beasts? Jian Wushuang observed the 3 giant beasts in surprise. They were all 3-meter-tall demonic apes with 4 arms. No. They have no vitality. Are they puppet fighters? Demonic beast puppet fighters? Jian Wushuang was stunned. In the Divine Land, he had seen a lot of puppet fighters, but they were human-like. He had never seen demonic beast puppet fighters before. My opponents are these 3 demonic beast puppet fighters? Jian Wushuang thought with a serious expression on his face. The 3 demonic beast puppet fighters encircled Jian Wushuang in a triangle shape and then directly began to attack him. How? They roared simultaneously and then trod the ground heavily, causing the ground to tremble violently. Fortunately, the ground was paved with extremely hard stone slates, which were not easily cracked. Hoo! 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 3 strong wind-breaking sounds came from each side. The 12 fists of the 3 puppet fighters were tightly clenched and punched Jian Wushuang like landslides and tsunami. Jian Wushuang felt like he was surrounded by fists in all directions. He immediately moved, leaving behind a residual shadow as he bounced towards the puppet fighters in a flexible manner. He then punched one of the puppet fighters with his tightly clenched right fist. He used the full extent of his physical strength, striking the puppet fighter with a fierce blow that seemed almost like a meteorite. Bang! The puppet fighter was immediately knocked back, slamming into the stone wall at the edge of the gladiator arena and causing a violent impact. Get out! Jian Wushuang then punched the other 2 puppet fighters and knocked them backwards without effort as well. In a blink of an eye, he had defeated the 3 demonic beast puppet fighters. They're not very strong, Jian Wushuang thought. He could tell that the 3 puppet fighters were equal to superior lords with a stronger body. They were comparable to Wu Yuan, the leader of the Wu Yen tribe. It should not be difficult for any 7-Cloud Realm human warrior to defeat them. The assessment shouldn't be so simple, he thought. As he expected, after the 3 defeated puppet fighters left the gladiator arena, a brand new puppet fighter immediately stood in front of him. It was over 2 meters high, but it was shorter than the demonic 8 puppet fighters and much stronger. It had a lion head, greenish-black scales that covered its body, and a 3-meter-long tail, which was also covered with scales. Is this the original look of the demonic beast? Jian Wushuang looked at it with a curious expression. He had only seen spirit beasts in the divine land, which were totally different from the demonic beasts in the monster continent. The demonic beast carried some human characteristics to a certain extent. The demonic lion puppet fighter also began to attack. It was much stronger than the 3 puppet fighter, and its speed was quite astonishing. Jian Wushuang only caught a flash of a greenish-black spectral image. The next moment, he heard a harsh explosion in front of him as the puppet fighter split the air, slashing towards him with its sharp claws while opening its big mouth. Howl! A roar, accompanied by a strong sound wave, stormed toward Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5:15 Emperor Fengxiao. Chapter 5:15 Emperor Fengxiao. A sound wave attack? Jian Wushuang sneered. It was not the first time he had encountered a sound wave attack. He had already made preparations against this type of technique, not to mention that he was physically stronger than he used to be by far. The sound wave attack of the demonic lion puppet fighter had little effect on him. He clenched his right fist and launched a punch. His violent physical power exploded like a volcano waking up after being dormant for a long time. Bang! He had an absolute advantage in brute force, so the demonic lion puppet fighter was forced to retreat. However, its long greenish-black tail appeared near Jian Wushuang's side, catching him off guard. The tail swept directly toward his head like a sharp saber. What a move! A bit of surprise flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He waved his arm casually, and parried the tail. Chi! 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 The metallic sound of several collisions reverberated through the area again and again. The puppet fighter's tail was knocked away, only leaving behind some white marks on his arm. Well? A sigh of surprise came from outside of the gladiator arena. In one row of stands at the top of the gladiator arena, sat a handsome long-haired man in a green robe. Until just now, he had been completely indifferent while watching the other applicants fight with the demonic beast puppet fighters. But just now, when he saw how Jian Wushuang struck the puppet fighter's tail away, he was a little surprised. What a strong body! He has only cultivated up to the 6th level of the bone fusion technique, but his body is stronger than those who have cultivated the 7th or even the 8th level. The long-haired man nodded and glanced at the red-robed woman standing next to him and asked, Who is he? Your Highness, he's Jian Wushuang from the Wuyan tribe. The red-robed woman replied respectfully. After all, this man was Emperor Fengxiao, who possessed great power within the Monster Exterminating League and stood at the peak among the humans on the monster continent. Emperor Fengxiao ranked 2nd among the 108 divine emperors. Among the human population, he was estimated to only be weaker than the 33 superior temple masters from the Monster Exterminating League. Jian Wushuang? Emperor Fengxiao nodded slightly, remembering the name. Jian Wushuang can defeat the demonic lion puppet fighter easily by virtue of his strong body. It's quite likely that he'll also pass the 3rd round, Emperor Fengxiao said. If he can pass the 3rd round, he'll be a 2nd-grade divine general. So far, only Jin Ling has passed the 3rd round among these applicants, the red-robed woman said carefully. Jin Ling? He's different. Emperor Fengxiao shook his head. I know Jin Ling. He always stays with his father, and his father has helped him a lot with his cultivation and even improved his physical strength using lots of treasures. It's normal for him to pass the 3rd round. Jian Wushuang comes from an ordinary tribe. Since he can make it this far without any background, he is much stronger than Jin Ling. After he becomes a divine general and cultivates for a period of time in the holy place, he'll make greater progress. Maybe our side will have another divine emperor several years from now. Divine emperor? The woman glanced at Jian Wushuang in surprise. She had not expected that Emperor Fengxiao would give Jian Wushuang such a high evaluation. Just look! Emperor Fengxiao stopped talking and continued to watch. As Emperor Fengxiao expected, Jian Wuxuang did not exert himself to defeat the demonic lion puppet fighter in the second round. He easily defeated it without drawing his sword. The puppet fighter of the third round appeared immediately. It was comparable to an 8-Cloud Realm expert, and even stronger than Marquis Zizhong, who Jian Wuxuang had fought in the Divine Land. Nevertheless, Jian Wuxuang was also stronger than he used to be after cultivating the bone fusion technique, and improving his physical strength to a great extent. In front of this puppet fighter, Jian Wuxuang finally drew his sword and used his spiritual power to defeat it. The demonic beast puppet fighter of the fourth round showed up. It looked exactly the same as the demonic apes in the first round. It even had 4 arms, but it was much stronger. Few second-grade divine generals can compete with the demonic ape puppet fighter in the fourth round. I wonder how long he can hold out. Emperor Fengxiao watched the fight attentively. Jian Wuxuang began to attack the demonic ape puppet fighter. Whoosh! The triple kill sword carried a decisive and unwavering intent as he attacked with the second move of the heart-killing sword technique. A sword shadow burst out, like sharp bolt of lightning, roaring as it stabbed forward. The puppet fighter waved its 4 arms violently and clenched a fist, releasing a punch towards Jian Wuxuang's triple kill sword. Bang! The triple kill sword was deflected to the side as the puppet fighter directly strode forward and violently punched at Jian Wuxuang with its other 3 arms. Jian Wuxuang retreated in a hurry and swung his sword to parry the incoming attacks. However, he still suffered a blow on his chest from the puppet fighter's fist. Jian Wuxuang groaned painfully and tried to calm down his turbulent aura. How powerful! It's even stronger than me! A hint of excitement flashed in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. It seems that I will have to use some of my trump cards. Bang! 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 The puppet fighter trod forward heavily and then pounced on him. He immediately retreated while simultaneously waving his hand. Hum! A giant tumbling blood river rushed out, accompanied by surging waves of invisible sword essence that spread out around Jian Wuxuang. He had superimposed road to the underworld and the hundredfold realm. As for the blood-fire domain in the blood-fire ring, it was too weak to be of use to Jian Wuxuang now. Due to the oppression of the domain, the puppet fighter's speed and strength were greatly restrained. Jian Wuxuang stopped retreating and raised his triple kill sword, which gave off a dazzling light at this moment. Chapter 516 Second Grade Divine General. Chapter 516 Second Grade Divine General. He brandished his sword. A poignant sword stroke emerged. Beautiful and enchanting. It was the third move of heart-killing sword technique, enchant. The sword light even enthralled Emperor Fengxiao and the red-robed woman who were outside the gladiator arena. That move! A hint of surprise flashed in Emperor Fengxiao's eyes. It was a poignant sword move, intoxicating, powerful, and occult. Seeing this, Emperor Fengxiao was stunned, feeling like he had been struck by an electric shock. He was good at sword principle and believed that few in the monster continent could be his rivals. But the sword move Jian Wuxuang unleashed just now had touched him. Yes, it touched him. Emperor Fengxiao closed his eyes and replayed the move in his mind. A sword move which he hadn't understood for years suddenly became clear. All of a sudden. That's it! I have been walking on the wrong path. Emperor Fengxiao murmured, then opened his surprised eyes. He mastered such a unique sword skill. Emperor Fengxiao looked at Jian Wuxuang. He didn't know that heart-killing sword technique was created by Sword Ancestor, which was also Sword Ancestor's best sword skill. Though he was strong in sword principle, he was much weaker compared with Sword Ancestor. Therefore, it was normal that Sword Ancestor's best sword skill would touch him. I should thank him. Emperor Fengxiao took an earnest look at Jian Wuxuang. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang had defeated the demonic ape puppet fighter with realm suppression and the third move of heart-killing sword technique. The fourth level, passed. He should be able to pass it. The red-robed woman opened her eyes wide with a shocked face. She didn't study sword principle and had no idea how special the move was. What shocked her was that Jian Wuxuang had passed the fourth level. It should be known that those who passed the 4th level were at the peak even among second-grade divine generals. Top second-grade divine generals were ranked only second to the divine emperor. In the gladiator arena, the demonic beast puppet fighter of the 5th level appeared. When Jian Wushuang fought with the demonic beast puppet fighter, he found that it was stronger by at least 2 levels than the demonic 8 puppet fighter, whether in speed or in power. The demonic beast puppet fighter of the 5th level is much stronger. I may not be able to defeat it even using Sword Soul and trying my best, Jian Wushuang thought. To pass the 4th level is enough. There is no need to pass more. Having decided, he retreated to the perimeter of the gladiator arena, looked up at the stands out of the restriction, back to where he entered and walked out of the gladiator arena. He didn't plan to use all his trump cards here. But the strength he had shown was shocking enough. Red Butterfly. In the stand, Emperor Feng Xiao took a glance at the red-robed woman behind him. Divine Emperor, the red-robed woman said respectfully. Take this to him. Emperor Feng Xiao gave the red-robed woman a jade slip. Taking it, the red-robed woman was confused. But after she recognized what it was, she was in great shock. Divine Emperor, this is... The red-robed woman's voice was trembling. She knew the value of the jade slip. It was a jade slip that lots of divine generals were eager to own. And it was also important for Emperor Feng Xiao himself. How could Emperor Feng Xiao give this as a present to Jian Wushuang? Just do as you are told, Emperor Feng Xiao said. Yes. Danjiu took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Then she left. In the stand sat Emperor Feng Xiao with the corners of his mouth curled up. After mastering that sword movement, my strength has improved to a new level. The jade slip was nothing compared with what I received because of him. Emperor Feng Xiao murmured, The jade slip is useful to Jian Wushuang. It can be my gift to thank him. The journey has not been made in vain. Emperor Feng Xiao stood up and stretched. After a quick move, he had disappeared from the stand. In the open space, all the experts participating in the assessment gathered and waited. When Jian Wushuang appeared in the open space, those experts looked towards him. Why did he take such a long time? Their eyes were full of curiosity. They had all fought with the demonic beast puppet fighters in the gladiator arena. Some took a while and some were brief. But Jian Wushuang took the longest time, even longer than Jin Ling's. A moment later, the red-robed woman arrived at the open space. Now, I will announce the results. The red-robed woman took out a list and started to read. The first one, Heat-Sang Pass, 1st grade Divine General. The second one, Luo-Yi Pass, 1st grade Divine General. The third one, 1st grade Divine General. The fourth one, Fail. The red-robed woman read everyone's name. More than 30 experts participated in the test. Almost all of them had reached 7 Cloud Realm, so most of them would pass it. Only 1 or 2 failed. Jin Ling, pass, 2nd grade Divine General, the red-robed woman said. All people present looked towards the red-haired man, Jin Ling, but didn't feel surprised. Because it was only he that reached 8 Cloud Realm, and he should be a 2nd grade Divine General. Jin Ling himself also thought he deserved it. The next one, continued the red-robed woman. Finally, the red-robed woman read the last one's name, Jian Wushuang. The last one, Jian Wushuang, pass, 2nd grade Divine General. The red-robed woman looked at Jian Wushuang after reading. All experts present looked towards Jian Wushuang, including Jin Ling. It was normal that Jin Ling became a 2nd grade Divine General, because he was at 8 Cloud Realm. But Jian Wushuang. Chapter 517 A Gift from Emperor Feng Xiao. Chapter 517 A Gift from Emperor Feng Xiao. There is another 2nd grade Divine General apart from me? Jin Ling glanced at Jian Wushuang. He said with a sneer, This must be because he just met the requirements by squeaking through the 3rd level. He was proud as a peacock. Although Jian Wushuang was appointed a 2nd grade Divine General like him, Jin Ling still thought Jian Wushuang was weaker than him. After all, There were differences in strength, though both were second-grade divine generals. But at the moment, the red-robed woman looked at Jian Wushuang and continued, Jian Wushuang, you performed well in the gladiator arena. Emperor Feng Xiao praised you and decided to give you a present. After this announcement, she threw the jade slip from Emperor Feng Xiao to Jian Wushuang. Catching the jade slip and holding it, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Emperor Feng Xiao gave me a gift? Looking at the golden jade slip in his hand, he didn't find anything special except for its aura and the number 10 on it. The open space was in an uproar. Many experts present threw admiring glances at Jian Wushuang. Did Emperor Feng Xiao praise Jian Wushuang and give him a gift? Usually, divine emperors of the Monster Exterminating League never praise an ordinary warrior. To receive a present is a rare honor. It means that Emperor Feng Xiao thinks highly of him. If he keeps improving, it's highly possible that he can study under Emperor Feng Xiao. People in the open space were freely discussing. No one noticed that at the perimeter of the open space, the red-haired young man, Jin Ling, was staring at the jade slip in Jian Wushuang's hand in shock. That's a pledge of the Earth Core Palace, a golden one. How could this be? Such a precious treasure is hard to obtain even if it were my father. How could Emperor Feng Xiao give it to him? Others didn't know the jade slip's value, but Jin Ling did. That was why he was shocked. The jade slip is so valuable. But it seems that this young man is not aware of this. After looking at Jian Wushuang, Jin Ling narrowed his eyes and felt envious. Bastard! If he were not here, Emperor Feng Xiao might give it to me. It's his fault. Hatred arose in Jin Ling but was carefully concealed. No one even noticed it. All right, those who failed can leave now. Those who passed, come to me and take your ID tokens, said the red-robed woman. Those who passed, including Jian Wushuang, went forward. A divine general token had a special aura. Those around could perceive it after the token was refined. Thus they would know the identity of the token's master. Jian Wushuang received a second-grade divine general token from the red-robed woman and made himself its master. All of you can leave now, the red-robed woman said and waved her hand. They all went to the hall of the Saint Castle. In the hall, Qinghua was waiting for him at the counter, holding a pot of wine and talking with the blue-haired beauty. Qinghua. Jian Wushuang went to him. Fellow Wushuang, how did you go? Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. Did you pass it? Yes. I'm a second-grade divine general now, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. A second-grade divine general? Usually only an 8-cloud realm expert would qualify, marveled Qinghua. Then he laughed and said, I knew you could pass the assessment. To be a divine general means that you have been admitted into the holy place. Wushuang, do you want to go to the holy place? The holy place? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. It was not the first time he heard about the holy place. The holy place of Monster Exterminating League was a cultivation sanctuary for humans on the monster continent. It contained many opportunities. Many divine generals, even divine emperors of Monster Exterminating League, cultivated in the holy place, which was also open to them. Of course, but not now. Having been in the monster continent for so long, it's my first time visiting the city. I want to have a look first, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, I'll go with you. Qinghua laughed. Then they walked outside of the Saint Castle. Both of them didn't notice that a red-haired man in a corner was gazing at Jian Wushuang carefully. After observing Jian Wushuang leaving the Saint Castle, Jin Ling pondered, then followed them. Heavenwing City was bustling with many shops. A moment later, Jian Wushuang and Qinghua arrived at a big black pavilion. It's Heavenwing Pavilion, the biggest market in Heavenwing City for buying and selling. The purchasing price is 90% of the selling price. Selling to them might incur a little loss, but it is convenient, Qinghua said. Let's enter and have a look. Jian Wushuang stepped into the Heavenwing Pavilion. Heavenwing Pavilion was 3 stories and there were many treasures in each story. Entering the hall of the first floor, Jian Wushuang saw many treasures, but they were all common. Jian Wushuang was uninterested in them, but many warriors of the tribes were perusing the treasures. "Two lords, most of the treasures in the first floor are common grade. It's better for you to go to the third floor if you want to buy something." An attendant walked to them and said. Jian Wushuang and Qing Hua looked at each other. Both of them had refined divine general tokens, and that special aura was easy to be perceived. Therefore, others could recognize them immediately. They didn't delay in the first floor anymore and walked up the stairs to the hall of the third floor of Heaven Wing Pavilion. The number of treasures on the third floor was less than on the first floor, but more valuable. Chapter 518 Blood Kylan Leather Armor. Chapter 518 Blood Kylan Leather Armor. Jian Wushuang wandered around the third floor. Many treasures were present, but Jian Wushuang realized that nearly half of them were used to strengthen the body. Jian Wushuang even saw Purple Heaven Thunderbolt and Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt, two valuable body-enhancing thunderbolts. Many of these treasures were new and unknown to Jian Wushuang. Luckily, there was a brief introduction for each item on the shelf. Suddenly, he was attracted by one. Blood Kylan Leather Armor? Jian Wushuang was reading the description on the shelf. Blood Kylan Leather Armor, refined from hides of Blood Kylan Demonic Beast of rank 8 and Corundum, has an amazing defense which reduces impact forces. Its price is 8 million raw gems. Jian Wushuang was interested. He had seen defensive armors, but none of them were convenient to wear. Besides, this had an amazing defense. Hides of Blood Kylan Demonic Beast at rank 8 and Corundum? Qing Hua was shocked when he read that. Rank 8 was equal to 8th Cloud Realm. Rank 8 monsters were peak monsters and only rank 9 monsters or monster kings rarer. Blood Kylan Demonic Beast was a terrifying species among rank 8 monsters. They were good at defense. Their hard hides were so tough that only divine emperors could destroy them. And Corundum was the hardest, or Qing Hua knew. An armor made of hides of Blood Kylan Demonic Beast of rank 8 and Corundum. How could it not be strong in defense? My strong body plus the Blood Kylan leather armor would surely improve my defense capability by a lot. Jian Wushuang squinted and thought. The Blood Kylan leather armor was useful to him in strengthening his life-saving skill. 8 million raw gems, Jian Wushuang murmured. Just like in the Divine Land, people on the monster continent traded with raw gems. But an ordinary first-grade divine general on the monster continent could only have 2 million raw gems, far less than what a marquis in the Divine Land had. In the Divine Land, there were only a few marquis experts. Each one was a top expert with a huge territory. Surely they had more gems. Even the weakest marquis in the Divine Land had more than 10 million raw gems. Jian Wushuang killed Marquis Nanyu and took his interspatial ring. So he was able to afford this. Fellow Wushuang, are you interested in the Blood Kylan leather armor? Qing Hua looked towards him. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Keep its name in mind and pay for it at the counter downstairs, Qing Hua said. They looked around some more, then went downstairs after not finding anything else they wanted. At the counter of the hall on the first floor of Heaven Wing Pavilion. I want Blood Kylan leather armor, Jian Wushuang said. Wait a moment. A purple-haired elder behind the counter nodded. Soon he brought a blood-colored but thin armor to Jian Wushuang. Blood Kylan leather armor, 8 million raw gems, the purple-haired elder said. I don't have that many raw gems, may I pay for it with other treasures? Asked Jian Wushuang. Okay. The purple-haired elder nodded. Heaven Wing Pavilion purchases all treasures at 90% of their selling price. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Not caring too much, he was going to take out some to buy the Blood Kylan leather armor. Right at the moment. Wait! A voice echoed. Jian Wushuang turned and saw a red-haired man bearing a saber on his back walking towards him. It's him? Jian Wushuang recognized that it was Jin Ling, the other second-grade divine general from this assessment. Jin Ling stepped forward and said to the purple-haired elder at the counter, I'll take it. Then he took out an interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang's face fell. The purple-haired elder at the counter frowned and said, Lord, I'm sorry, but the blood Kylan leather armor has already been bought by this divine general. I know. I just want to buy it and give it to him, Jin Ling said with a smile and kindly looked at Jian Wushuang. Give it to me? Jian Wushuang felt awkward. They didn't know each other well. It was just that both of them had passed the test and become second-grade divine generals. Why did Jin Ling want to give the blood Kylan leather armor to him as a gift? 8 million raw gems, only a few of the second-grade divine generals on the monster continent could afford this. Jin Ling, why? Jian Wushuang asked. Just to make friends, Jin Ling said. Oh? Jian Wushuang didn't believe this. Was he really so generous as to give him a blood Kylan leather armor worth 8 million raw gems as a friendship gift? After paying, Jin Ling passed it to Jian Wushuang. Thanks. Jian Wushuang thanked him and took it. Qinghua, let's go, Jian Wushuang said. Then they walked out of the Heaven Wing Pavilion. Wait! Jin Ling shouted. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked back to Jin Ling. Jin Ling, anything else? Jin Ling's mouth curled up. Why did he give it to him if he had no request? There is one thing. Brother Wushuang, I know Emperor Feng Shao gave you a jade slip, Jin Ling said with a smile and called him brother. Yes? Jian Wushuang nodded. The thing is, the jade slip Emperor Feng Shao gave you is important to me. Therefore, I hope you can sell it to me. I promise to give you a good price, Jin Ling said earnestly. Buy the jade slip from me? Jian Wushuang looked at Jin Ling with an interesting smile. Chapter 519 Falling Out with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 519 Falling Out with Jian Wushuang. He really came for the jade slip. Jian Wushuang sneered secretly. He had guessed that this was what Jin Ling had come for secretly. It's an honor that Emperor Feng Shao gave the jade slip to me. How can I let him down by selling it? Jian Wushuang said. That's not true, Jin Ling said. To keep his kindness in mind is more important than the jade slip itself. After a pause, Jin Ling continued saying, Brother Wushuang, the jade slip is useless to you but useful to me. I hope you can do me a favor. He said this with sincerity. He thought that Jian Wushuang did not know the jade slip's value. Because he had learnt in the Saint Castle that Jian Wushuang had come from an ordinary tribe and that there was nothing special about his background. He had also never been to the holy place before. It was highly possible that he knew nothing about the jade slip. Therefore, it was possible for him to trick Jian Wushuang out of the jade slip as long as Jian Wushuang did not know its value. Jin Ling was right. Jian Wushuang really knew nothing about the jade slip. He didn't even have the chance to ask Qinghua. However, there was one thing that Jin Ling didn't expect. Jian Wushuang was not stupid. He was not an ignorant bumpkin who was naive and unaware of things. Step by step, he had experienced many crises and troubles. How could he be foolish like Jin Ling? He must be kidding himself and expecting to get the jade slip from Jian Wushuang with just a few words. Jian Wushuang threw an interspatial ring at Jin Ling and said coldly, The treasures in the interspatial ring are worth 8 million raw gems. This should cover the cost of the blood Kylan leather armor. Stop trying to get the jade slip. Brother Wushuang. Jin Ling was anxious. Qinghua, let's go. Jian Wushuang did not spare a second glance for Jin Ling and walked off with Qinghua outside the Heaven Wing Pavilion. Gazing at Jian Wushuang's back, Jin Ling's hopeful, nervous, and anxious eyes became cold with rising hatred and killing intent. Finally, as Jian Wushuang stepped out of the gate, Jin Ling's hatred exploded. Stop! Swish! Jin Ling rushed out like a flowing light. Right after Jian Wushuang and Qinghua stepped out of the Heaven Wing Pavilion and moved onto the street, they heard a sharp crackling sound from behind, then a distorted figure passed by and stopped in front of them. Seeing Jin Ling, who stood in front of him with a distorted face, Jian Wushuang frowned. Is he so easy to irritate? Jian Wushuang sneered and said, Jin Ling, what do you want? What do I want? Jin Ling stared at Jian Wushuang like a poisonous snake. Jian Wushuang, you better sell it to me. Otherwise. Otherwise? What? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold immediately. He had politely called him Brother Wushuang in the Heaven Wing Pavilion. But now, his face had changed so quickly. What? You want to force us? Qinghua sneered at Jin Ling too. Though he didn't know what Emperor Fengxiao had given to Jian Wushuang, he knew what Jin Ling had done. Jin Ling didn't answer him, but his eyes were full of killing intent. Do you want to fight? Don't forget you are in Heaven Wing City, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Ha, look, someone wants to fight here, Qinghua shouted. Hearing his words, many people on the street gathered around them. So did the guards of Heaven Wing City who arrived at the first time. 3 divine generals? The guards were also under the command of the Monster Exterminating League, and most of them were divine generals. Therefore they perceived the aura of their divine general tokens. Sirs, you should know the rules of Heaven Wing City. If you fight here, the leading guard frowned, gazing at the trio. Don't look at us, it's him. Qinghua pointed at Jin Ling and said coldly, We just walked out of the Heaven Wing Pavilion. This man wanted a treasure belonging to my friend and is forcing my friend to sell it to him. We refused, so he blocked our way. Oh? The guards looked towards Jin Ling. People around were all watching Jin Ling and whispering. Such bad behavior. Hee, the Heaven Wing City is one of the 8 cities. No one is allowed to act like that. What treasure is this? Even causing a divine general to act like that? Jin Ling, while being stared at, became sullen and his eyes were cold as ice. Looking at Jian Wushuang, he said, Jian Wushuang, there is one thing you should know. My name is Jin Ling. My father is Emperor Golden Snake. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang did nothing, but Qinghua suddenly narrowed his eyes. A noise arose from the crowd. Apparently they all knew Emperor Golden Snake. The faces of those guards also changed. Jian Wushuang, you should know what I mean. Jin Ling sneered. The people around looked queer. Threats. An unscrupulous but real threat. Many looked at Jian Wushuang with pity in their eyes. Emperor Golden Snake was one of the 108 divine emperors. How could any human without a special background dare to irritate him? Compromise with him. Sell it to him. Maybe you will suffer a loss, but it's better than offending Emperor Golden Snake. He is unlucky to have troubled Emperor Golden Snake's son. I heard that Emperor Golden Snake always defends his son. People around were discussing and many advised Jian Wushuang to compromise by selling the jade slip to Jin Ling. Fellow Wushuang. Qinghua frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang, but he didn't say any more. Jian Wushuang stood in the center of the crowd with hands behind his back. Jin Ling haughtily stared at Jian Wushuang. All of them were waiting for Jian Wushuang's answer. Suddenly Jian Wushuang raised his head and asked with confusion. I'm sorry, who is Emperor Golden Snake? I don't know him. Chapter 520 Earth Core Palace Token. Chapter 520 Earth Core Palace Token. Shock. The people on the street were stupefied and stared at Jian Wushuang. They had tried to predict Jian Wushuang's reaction and could understand both his decision and arguments, because these 2 reactions were basic human instincts. However, they didn't expect that Jian Wushuang would say things like that. Who was Emperor Golden Snake? Never heard of him? Emperor Golden Snake, one of the 108 divine emperors, was very famous in the human race. It was unbelievable that Jian Wushuang had never heard of him. His reaction completely offended Emperor Golden Snake. But in fact, Jian Wushuang had indeed not heard of Emperor Golden Snake. He wasn't from the monster continent and had arrived here only a few days ago. It was normal that he did not know of Emperor Golden Snake. Great. Jin Ling was apoplectic with fury. He grinned at Jian Wushuang, stared at him, and said, Jian Wushuang, I will remember you. The world is small and I will definitely meet you one day. He turned away and then left with a snort. After witnessing this, the bystanders stared at Jian Wushuang for a while and then left. Goodness, he said he had never heard of Emperor Golden Snake. This divine general really has guts. Yes, he does. However, he has really upset Emperor Golden Snake. I heard that Emperor Golden Snake is vengeful. I'm afraid this divine general is already in trouble. People sighed. Even the sergeants in the guard army looked at Jian Wushuang with pity. After that, they all left. Well, you are really in trouble now. Xinghua frowned and then looked at Jian Wushuang. My friend, you just arrived in the monster continent, so you haven't heard of the Emperor Golden Snake yet. But I know he is monstrous even among the 108 divine emperors. He is called Emperor Golden Snake because he is as malevolent as a viper. Besides, he is known as the one who always takes revenge for offenses. All the people in the Monster Exterminating League know that whoever offends Emperor Golden Snake would definitely suffer a lot. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled but didn't really care. Xinghua was shocked. He explained it so seriously, but Jian Wushuang didn't seem to care about it. However, he didn't know that Jian Wushuang wasn't worried about Emperor Golden Snake at all. He has been cultivating till now and had already upset numerous people. Thousands of people even wanted to kill him, but he was still alive and well. Like in Divine Land, he became the enemy of the world and his opponents were all at the three ancestors level. He was able to handle them, not to mention Emperor Golden Snake who had just reached the Cloud Realm. My current strength might not be able to confront a divine emperor. However, it is also not easy for him to kill me if I try my best to defend. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. He was confident with his current strength. Okay, forget about Emperor Golden Snake. Let's talk about Emperor Feng Xiao. Xinghua looked at him again. Jin Ling just mentioned that you received a jade slip as a gift from the Emperor Feng Xiao. What happened to it? I don't really know, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. While I was performing the assessment of divine generals, Emperor Feng Xiao was nearby. When I finished, someone gave me a jade slip and said it was a gift from the Emperor Feng Xiao who thought I did a good job in the assessment. Oh, really? Xinghua was surprised and said, I would like to have a look at that jade slip. Without hesitating, Jian Wushuang showed him the golden jade slip. This is... Xinghua was shocked when he saw it. Xinghua, do you know this jade slip? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. This is the Earth Core Palace token. Besides, it is a golden one, which means that whoever has it can enter the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace. The number in this token represents the number of days that the holder can stay in the palace. Xinghua stared at the number which showed 10. 10 days, I can stay in the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace for 10 days. Pissed. Xinghua could not help feeling very envious or even a bit jealous. He looked at Jian Wushuang and said, My friend, now I know why Jin Ling has been trying so hard to get this jade slip. Is this jade slip very precious? Jian Wushuang asked. Precious? More than that, Xinghua answered. My friend, I should say this token can easily make numerous divine generals in the Monster Exterminating League go crazy. Not to mention 10 days, even 1 day, many divine generals would fight to the death for it. This jade slip is very precious not only for the divine generals, but also for divine emperors. Like Jin Ling's father, who is called Emperor Golden Snake, although he is one of 108 divine emperors, it would take him about 10 years to get 1 jade slip. It takes about 10 years for Emperor Golden Snake to get 1 jade slip. Jian Wushuang was shocked and asked, Does it mean that this jade slip is also very important for the Emperor Feng Xiao? Of course. Xinghua nodded and said, Although the Emperor Feng Xiao is a superior emperor and his strength is much stronger than the Emperor Golden Snake's, it's still not that easy for him to get 1 jade slip. To my great surprise, he gave it to you. It is like a meat pie falling from the sky. Jian Wushuang looked solemn. He was also confused why Emperor Feng Xiao gave such a precious thing to him. However, Jian Wushuang didn't know that his sword skill had helped Emperor Feng Xiao comprehend a sword movement which had bothered him for a long time. So compared to the jade slip, this sword movement was much more important. In Emperor Feng Xiao's mind, even if he could get another 3 or 4 jade slips, he might still be unable to comprehend the sword movement. That was why the Emperor Fengxiao gave the jade slip to Jian Wushuang as a gift, since he was happy to understand the sword movement. Qinghua, just now you mentioned that the jade slip was related to the Earth Core Palace, so what is that? Jian Wushuang asked. Earth Core Palace is the biggest opportunity in the holy place. No point for you to ask more details because we are going to the holy place now, and later you can figure it out for yourself. You will realize the value of this jade slip. Qinghua answered. Great, then let's go to the holy place. Jian Wushuang smiled with high expectations. Chapter 521 Holy Place and Earth Core Palace. Chapter 521 Holy Place and Earth Core Palace. The Holy Place, the camp of humanity in the monster continent, was located in a vast plain. It was the real center of the Monster Exterminating League, and numerous experts were assembled here. Also, in the holy place, there were lots of cultivation resources which were not only helpful for divine generals but also for divine emperors. Among the humans in the monster continent, only those above divine general are qualified to enter the holy place. As for the ordinary ones in the cloud realm, they don't have the qualification. While wandering in the holy place, Qinghua explained this to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked around and noticed almost everyone nearby were divine generals. Even the guards who were in charge of guarding the holy place were all experts at the divine general level. In front of the holy place, there was a towering mountain. On the mountain, there were thousands of palaces and pavilions. There are numerous advanced experts of the Monster Exterminating League living in these palaces. Whoever is able to have a palace in the holy place, even at the foot of the mountain, is already a top divine general. Not to mention those who live on the mountainside, it is said that they are divine emperors. Qinghua said. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. My friend Wushuang, look at that. Qinghua pointed ahead. Jian Wushuang's sight followed Qinghua's finger. Soon he saw a huge pagoda which was made by black sand rising into view. With his unique eyesight, Jian Wushuang was able to observe that the pagoda was formed by sand. It was very weird that the black sand was still slowly flowing. But the pagoda was totally stable. That is the Monster Exterminating Pagoda, the treasure vault of the Monster Exterminating League. Qinghua pointed to the ancient black sand pagoda and said, Inside it, you can find cultivation methods, manuals, body reshaping techniques, elixirs, magic weapons, and so on. It has everything you could wish for. Like the last few levels of the bone fusion technique, you also can get it from the Monster Exterminating Pagoda, but of course you need to earn it. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. There was no such thing as a free lunch. It was a rule that you had to earn whatever you wanted. Qinghua, what about the Earth Core Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Before, Qinghua mentioned that the Earth Core Palace was the biggest opportunity in the holy place, so he was very curious and expectant about it. Don't worry, we are almost there, Qinghua said. Soon, Qinghua took Jian Wushuang to the center of the holy place. It was an open space and there was a huge altar on it. In the center of the altar, there was a channel which connected underground. Beside this, many guards were standing guard. At the bottom of the altar is the Earth Core Palace, Qinghua said, and then he walked towards the channel with Jian Wushuang. However, as soon as Jian Wushuang stepped on the altar, he noticed the peculiarity of the void. The origin energy here seems to be more powerful than at any other place. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. Have you already noticed? Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said, It's just outside the Earth Core Palace. When you are inside it, you will realize the value of the Earth Core Palace. With a hint of expectation, Jian Wushuang arrived at the front of the channel to the Earth Core Palace. The guards outside the channel looked at Jian Wushuang and Qinghua, and then they let them enter. Following the channel, Jian Wushuang and Qinghua arrived at the first level of the Earth Core Palace. It was a huge underground palace. Inside, there were many secret chambers where numerous divine generals were cultivating and meditating. When Jian Wushuang got to the first level, he immediately noticed the origin energy becoming much more powerful. Just now, when he was outside the Earth Core Palace and near the altar, he had already noticed that the origin energy was a little bit stronger. But now, when they were on the first level, the origin energy was at least twice as strong as outside. It was certainly better to cultivate and meditate here since it was full of origin energy. Is this the magic of the Earth Core Palace? Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. At this moment, Qinghua finally started to explain. The Earth Core Palace is the biggest opportunity and treasure of the holy place. Its origin energy is much stronger than outside because the supreme relic of humanity is at the bottom of the Earth Core Palace. Relic? Jian Wushuang was intrigued. The supreme relic of humanity in the monster continent? I also don't know what the relic is, but I know that the main reason that our human group, who has been threatened by the demonic beasts, are able to occupy this area is because of this relic. If we did not have it, we would already be wiped out by the demonic beasts, Qinghua said. Jian Wushuang was shocked. If it was as Qinghua said, then this relic was very important for humanity in the monster continent. Absolutely, it was the root of humanity and a treasure which could decide humanity's survival or extinction. The Earth Core Palace has this magic because of the relic, Qinghua said. There are 5 levels in the Earth Core Palace. The lower the level is, the stronger the origin energy is. We are just on the first level, but the origin energy is already 2 times stronger than outside. If you get into the second level, the origin energy will be 10 times stronger. And so on, the origin energy on the third, fourth level will be even stronger. Knowing this, Jian Wushuang stared open-eyed. The origin energy on the second level was 10 times stronger than the outside? Remember, the stronger the origin energy was, the easier one could meditate on the origin. 10 times stronger, what did this mean? Besides, it was only the second level. No wonder the Earth Core Palace is said to be the biggest opportunity in the holy place. It is much easier and faster to cultivate and meditate on origin here than outside, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, that's true, Qinghua nodded. But not everyone is able to cultivate here. A divine general of the Monster Exterminating League is able to get into and cultivate on the first level. However, talking about the second level, it requires certain qualification. What qualification? Jian Wushuang asked. Kill demonic beasts and obtain demonic beast monster cores, Qinghua solemnly said. Chapter 522 The Fourth Level. Chapter 522 The Fourth Level. Humans and demonic beasts are sworn enemies. The reason why we have the Monster Exterminating League is so that we can contend against them. Whoever wants to cultivate on the second level of the Earth Core Palace needs to make contributions. Killing demonic beasts and obtaining monster cores are an essential contribution. Any person who wants to stay on the second level of the Earth Core Palace for 1 day needs to obtain 1 monster core of a rank 6 demonic beast, Qinghua answered. Jian Wushuang's pupil slightly shrank. He could understand the requirements for entering Earth Core Palace based on killing the demonic beasts and obtaining monster cores. However, requiring a monster core of a rank 6 demonic beast to enter and stay on the second level for only 1 day sounded a bit too exaggerated. A rank 6 demonic beast was on par with a 6 Cloud Realm expert, superior lord. This meant that for a divine general in the Monster Exterminating League to stay on the second level for 1 day, he needed to kill 1 demonic beast which possessed a 6 Cloud Realms battle strength. Actually, the Earth Core Palace is not the only place that requires monster cores. Several places in the holy place, including the Monster Exterminating Pagoda, also have the same requirement. There are hundreds of treasure in the Monster Exterminating Pagoda that we can't buy with raw gems but only with monster cores from demonic beasts, Qinghua continued. Although the requirement to enter into the second level of the Earth Core Palace is a bit too strict, divine generals in the Monster Exterminating League would still like to cultivate there for a while. As for the third level, its origin energy is much more powerful, so it requires more. Usually, only divine emperors are able to cultivate on the third level, but they also can't stay there for a long time. As for the fourth level, it requires even more than the previous levels. There are 108 divine emperors in the Monster Exterminating League. Every few years, these divine emperors usually cultivate at the 4th level for a couple days. If any of them wants to stay there for 10 days, it will take them a few years or even about 10 years to kill enough demonic beasts. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang felt a bit overwhelmed. Even divine emperors can only cultivate on the 4th level for a couple of days every few years. Then what about the golden jade slip in his hand? My friend Wushuang, the token that the Emperor Feng Xiao gave to you is permission to enter the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace. It allows you to stay there for 10 days, 10 days. Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang with an envious sigh. What I can say is you are too lucky. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. Although he knew that the jade slip was very precious, he didn't know how valuable it was. But now, he finally understood. Emperor Feng Xiao indeed gave me a good gift, Jian Wushuang thought with delight. Soon Qinghua and Jian Wushuang arrived at the entry to the 2nd level. My friend Wushuang, I will be waiting for you here. 10 days are not that long, you need to take full advantage of it, Qinghua said. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile and then entered into the entryway. The guards who were guarding there stopped him at the beginning, but when Jian Wushuang showed the jade slip to them, the guards looked surprised and allowed him to enter. Obviously, they were all surprised that Jian Wushuang had this jade slip. Followed the path, Jian Wushuang continuously advanced to the bottom of the Earth Core Palace, and soon he arrived at the 4th level. As soon as he stepped onto the 4th level, he immediately sensed a powerful origin energy around him. Jian Wushuang had been cultivating till now, but he hadn't sensed such powerful origin energy. So powerful! The origin energy here is at least 100 times stronger than outside, maybe even more than that. Jian Wushuang was deeply shocked. It was a real cultivation sanctuary which was full of powerful origin energy. The 4th level was not as big as the 1st level, but there were still numerous secret chambers. Jian Wushuang randomly picked one and entered. Hunkering down in the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started to meditate. It was much faster and easier for him to comprehend origin inside the chamber than outside. He had been meditating on 999 slaughter techniques of the 1st level restriction of 6-story pagoda, but until now he could only comprehend about 600, and there were still another 300 slaughter techniques that he couldn't understand. But now, while he was meditating, he soon found out that he was able to overcome the difficulties which had bothered him before. It seemed he could work them out easily and simply. This feeling is really amazing! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, they sparkled with surprise and joy. In only a couple minutes, he already comprehended 10 techniques of the 1st level restriction. It would take him a few days or at least 10 days to achieve this if he was outside. I only have 10 days, but it is really a precious chance, so I can't waste a second. He took a deep breath and moved his mind. Soon the slaughtered doppelganger popped up beside him. The original body and the slaughtered doppelganger were both inside the secret chamber to help him meditate. As time flew by, Jian Wushuang sped up comprehending world origin and slaughter origin. In a flash, 10 days passed. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang's original body and his slaughtered doppelganger were still sitting with legs crossed. At this moment, there was a new origin mark slowly condensing on his original body's arm. With the addition of the previous origin marks, there were already 8 world origin marks on it. Right, 8 marks. Lately, Jian Wushuang just had condensed the 6th world origin mark in the Wuyan tribe. However, when he got to the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace, he only spent 10 days condensing the 7th and 8th world origin mark. Moreover, this was only the improvement of the world origin. It was really incredible. On the other side, Jian Wushuang's slaughtered doppelganger was also sitting and 8 slaughter origin marks showed on his arm. The slaughter origin condensed the 8th origin mark as well. World origin, slaughter origin, both got 8 marks. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone with delight. Origin mark represented the comprehension of the origin. Since he still didn't break through the cloud realm, the brows of his origin mark metamorphosized the cloud and the power was still limited. But for Jian Wushuang, the usage of these 2 origins would be improved dramatically. His overall strength already had experienced a huge improvement. In the Saint Realm, condensing the 8th origin mark is already incredible. Not sure if I will still have the chance to get the 9th mark? Jian Wuxuang thought. Chapter 523 3 Methods. Chapter 523 3 Methods. The 9th origin mark was a legend not only in the Divine Land, but also in the Monster Continent, and even in the whole ancient world. In the ancient world, there were lots of 7 cloud realms and 8 cloud realms, but it was very rare to find a 9 cloud realm. Like the 72 Marquis in the Divine Land, including the 9 sovereigns, the highest level that they could comprehend was the 8 cloud realm of origin. So far, there was not even one 9 cloud realm expert among the humans in the Monster Continent. Although divine emperors already reached the requirement of the 9 cloud realm and their strength was much stronger than the 8 cloud realm divine generals, they still couldn't enter the realm. Even the temple masters, the peak expert above the cloud realm, could only break through the 8 cloud realm. It seemed the 9 cloud realm was practically extinct in the ancient world. But now, Jian Wuxuang already condensed the 8th origin mark of the world origin and slaughter origin. If he tried hard to get the 9th origin mark and break through the cloud realm, then he would be a 9 cloud realm. 9 cloud realm, flying to the 9th heaven. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. He had been in the Saint Realm for a long time. Based on his realm, he was already beyond the Saint Realm. As an ordinary Saint Realm expert, he should have broken through the cloud realm after condensing 3 origin marks. But because Jian Wuxuang cultivated the heavenly creation skill, it made him completely different from an ordinary warrior. That's why although he already had 8 origin marks, he was still in the Saint Realm. All the movements of the heavenly creation skill were unbelievable and different. As an ordinary warrior, it was a step into the cloud realm after breaking through the Saint Realm. But for Jian Wuxuang, who was above the Venerable Master, it was flying to the 9th heaven. Flying to the 9th heaven had a significant meaning. Perhaps, I need to condense the 9th origin mark before I can break through. Jian Wuxuang thought quietly. But that was only what he thought. He didn't really know the details. As he had stepped on the path of inverse cultivation, the future was already full of unknowns. Unfortunately, I can only stay here for 10 days. If I had more time, maybe I could condense the 9th origin mark. Jian Wuxuang thought with regret. 10 days passed, so he had to leave the 4th level. When he arrived at the 1st level, he could sense the difference of the origin energy. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. Compared to the 4th level, the 1st level is much weaker. Qinghua had been waiting for him on the 1st level. When he saw Jian Wuxuang, "My friend Wuxuang, how is the 4th level? Any achievements?" Qinghua asked. "A lot, but sadly I only had 10 days. Jian Wuxuang answered. 10 days already means a lot, you should be satisfied with it. For me, I could not dream of entering the 4th level. Even if you let me stay on the 3rd level for a couple days, I would already be laughing aloud as if my dreams had come true." Qinghua answered with a bit envy. "Ha ha!" Jian Wuxuang couldn't help laughing. Indeed, he should be satisfied. After all, it was the 4th level, which was not easy even for divine emperors to access. He should thank Emperor Fengxiao for giving him a chance to enter it. "Oh, Qinghua, before you mentioned that the requirement of going to the 2nd level of the Earth Core Palace or exchanging the treasure in the monster exterminating pagoda was monster cores of demonic beasts. However, where are the monster cores from, or where can we kill demonic beasts?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "Roughly, there are 3 methods to get monster elixirs." Qinghua looked at Jian Wuxuang and explained to him carefully. "First, you can do simple tasks for the Monster Exterminating League, such as being a guard of the 8 cities in the holy place or sending messages to others. All these tasks give you monster cores as a payment. They are easy and not dangerous, but you won't get much. As for the second method, you can join the military." Pausing a couple seconds, Qinghua continued the conversation. "There are 4 military camps in the Monster Exterminating League. These 4 separately guard the north, south, east, and west sides of human territory. Apart from the human territory, The rest is occupied by demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts often attack our Huaman territory, so the mission of these 4 military camps are to defend and even wipe out the demonic beasts. The scale of the attacks from the demonic beasts are both big and small. Usually there are some small attacks, but sometimes we face brutal ones. Every time, we humans try our best to fight against them. Many experts have died in this war, but of course they also have greater opportunity to obtain monster cores. So, the second method is full of danger but also easier to get monster cores. While talking to this point, Qinghua paused and looked at Jian Wushuang, and then he continued. Before, I stayed in a military camp for a while and I only could get enough monster elixirs to exchange the bone fusion technique of the 5th and 6th level, but that's because my strength was weak. However, my friend Wushuang, you are a 2nd-grade divine general. If you could stay in a military camp like me for a few days, you would absolutely get more monster elixirs than me. So what about the 3rd method? Jian Wushuang asked. The 3rd way is to slaughter the demonic beasts in a territory which is already occupied by them. Qinghua answered. But the territory is vast and there are thousands of demonic beasts in it. The ordinary divine generals will surely be killed if they get into the monster territory. Only those divine emperors and few divine generals whose strengths are on par with the divine emperors are brave enough to do that. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the monster continent, 90% of the territory were occupied by demonic beasts. Humanity was limited to only 10%. That meant the monster group was really strong, so the ones who went to the territory was like entering the tiger's cave. That would be super dangerous. If a person whose battle strength was not as strong as the divine emperors went to the demonic beast territory alone, he would definitely be killed. I've decided to go to the military camp, Jian Wushuang said. Qinghua smiled slightly. It seemed he already knew it. If you want to join the military camp, you need to apply first, and then the League will arrange for you. Follow me, Qinghua said. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Qinghua left the Earth Core Palace. Qinghua had stayed in a military camp for a while, so he knew how to apply for it. Soon, they both applied to join a military camp. 2 days later, the Monster Exterminating League offered a place for them. Jian Wushuang, the 2nd-grade divine general, will be in the 7th Army of the East Camp and be a leader of a 100-soldier squad. Qinghua, the 1st-grade divine general, will be in the 7th Army of the East Camp and be a leader of a 10-soldier squad. Chapter 524 East Camp. Chapter 524 East Camp. In the monster continent, there were the north, south, east, and west borders in the human group's territory. Each border had 1 military camp, with the camps respectively named the north, south, east, and west camps. These 4 camps were like huge stones that shielded the human group from harm. For a long time, numerous demonic beasts had tried to invade the human territory but had been defeated by warriors and experts from the 4 camps. The East Camp was one of the 4 camps. There were thousands of experts in the East Camp. Here, a 6-cloud realm, superior lord, was only an ordinary warrior. A divine general could be a leader of a 10-soldier squad, while only a 2nd-grade divine general was qualified to be in charge of a 100-soldier squad. 10 100-soldier squads formed one army, which was led by an advanced 2nd-grade divine general. Beyond that, there were the generals, divine emperors, and the temple masters who were at the top of the hierarchy. It was said that there were more than 3 temple masters and about 10 generals in the East Camp. Jian Wushuang and Qinghua were both assigned to be in the East Camp and in the same army. As Jian Wushuang was a 2nd-grade divine general, he was designated the leader of a 100-soldier squad. Qinghua was a 1st-grade divine general, so he led a 10-soldier squad. Qinghua's position was 1 level lower than Jian Wushuang's. At the present moment, both of them were in one of the camps. Fang Han Commander, I hope I can count on you. A red-haired man with a saber strapped to his back sat on a long narrow table holding a wine bowl. Opposite the red-haired man, a plump middle-aged man smiled and said, Jinling brother, you're too humble. I don't think anyone in the East Camp would dare to provoke you. After all, your father is the Emperor Golden Snake and is one of the generals in our camp. Don't worry about that. From now on, as long as I get some good news in the 7th Army, I will share with you. Thanks, Fang Han Commander. I would like to propose a toast to you, the red-haired man said with a smile. If Jian Wushuang had been present, he would have immediately recognized Jin Ling, with whom he had previously had conflicts within the Heaven Wing City. After Jin Ling became a divine general, he had applied from the Monster Exterminating League to join the military camp. Since his father was in the East Camp, he had been assigned to the same camp, became a leader of one 100-soldier squad in the 7th Army. The plump middle-aged man, Fang Han, was the commander of the 7th Army. Technically, he was Jin Ling's boss. However, since the Emperor Golden Snake was Jin Ling's father, Fang Han was very humble to him. In the camp, Jin Ling and Fang Han were enjoying their conversation while drinking. At this moment, a sergeant walked into the camp and said respectfully, "Commander, the leaders of a 100-soldier squad and a 10-soldier squad are here." "Who are they?" Fang Han asked. "The leader of the 10-soldier squad is called Xinhua. He stayed in the East Camp before, but was not in our army. As for the leader of the 100-soldier squad, his name is Jian Wushuang. He was only recently designated a 2nd-grade divine general," the sergeant answered. "Oh?" Fang Han raised his eyebrows. "Jian Wushuang?" Jin Ling's expression changed abruptly. His face filled with hatred as he mumbled to himself. "It's him! What's the matter, Jin Ling brother, do you know him?" Fang Han looked at Jin Ling. "He's been in my thoughts. It's such a coincidence that he has been assigned to the East Camp and also to the same army as me." Jin Ling's expression was glacial as he gave a forced smile. The smile was as sharp as a blade. "Jin Ling brother, it seems you have an axe to grind with Jian Wushuang?" Fang Han smiled slightly as he looked at the sergeant. "You can leave, but tell Jian Wushuang that I am busy now. Asked him to wait for me outside." "Yes." The sergeant departed to convey his order. Fang Han and Jin Ling were left alone in the camp again. "Fang Han Commander, about Jian Wushuang. I might need your help," Jin Ling said. "Jin Ling brother, there's just us here. Please speak plainly." Fang Han squinted at Jin Ling. I would love him to die," Jin Ling answered with a cold voice. "Oh?" Fang Han raised his eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The sergeants in the human territory are already in danger. Any careless mistake will result in their deaths. It will be easy to get rid of Jian Wushuang. How about this, since he is in my army, I'll assign some dangerous and deadly tasks for him to handle. What do you think?" "No." Jin Ling shook his head. "Dangerous tasks are always accompanied by good rewards. It'd be nice if he is killed while carrying out the task. But if he isn't, he will benefit from the rewards. So, what is your plan?" Fang Han frowned and looked at him. Jian Wushuang is here to kill the demonic beasts and get the monster cores, but I am not going to let it happen." "Fang Han Commander, don't we need someone to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains?" Jin Ling asked. "The Sky Solitude Mountains?" Fang Han narrowed his eyes. He knew what Jin Ling meant, so he smiled and said, "The Sky Solitude Mountains is behind the East Camp. The demonic beasts will need to get past the defense of the East Camp before they can reach the Sky Solitude Mountains. Usually, only monster spies are able to get there. Even if the monster spies get there, the Sky Solitude Mountains is vast. Besides, there is only a 100-soldier squad standing guard there, so it is hard to detect any spies. It's also a desolate landscape, so it'd be hard to get any monster cores there. Okay, then let's follow this plan. I would love Jian Wushuang to get not even one monster core while he is in the East Camp." "Sure," Jin Ling sneered. "Fang Han Commander, thanks for following the plan. I'm leaving now," Jin Ling said. "No problem. Your enemy is my enemy. I know how to make him suffer." Fang Han smiled. Jin Ling nodded and then left the camp. Outside the camp, Jian Wushuang and Xinhua stood in silence as they waited. "Fang Han Commander should be talking to someone, so let's wait for a while here," Xinhua said. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded patiently. Soon they saw a figure emerge from the camp. When they saw who that person was, their expressions both changed. Chapter 525 Guarding the Sky Solitude Mountains. Chapter 525 Guarding the Sky Solitude Mountains. Jin Ling! Jian Wushuang and Qing Hua stared at Jin Ling, who had just shown up in front of them. I didn't expect that we would see him here. It seems that he is in the 7th Army as well, and since he is a second-grade divine general, he should also be a leader of a 100-soldier squad, Qing Hua said quietly. It's really an undesired encounter. Jian Wushuang frowned. Previously, Jin Ling and he had had several conflicts in the Heaven Wing City. Now, they were meeting again in the East Camp. Jin Ling glanced at Jian Wushuang and Qing Hua and snorted, then he left. Soon, another person emerged from the camp. That person was Fang Han. Fang Han, Commander, Qing Hua called. Commander, Jian Wushuang repeated. Are you Jian Wushuang? Fang Han looked at him and nodded slightly. From now on, you are the leader of a 100-soldier squad. Since I am your commander, you should obey my orders, do you understand? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Good. I have a task here, so I will let the 10th 100-soldier squad handle it. Fang Han said. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. To guard the Sky Solitude Mountains, Fang Han said. I will dictate the order soon. Today, you can take up the post of the 100-soldier squad and then go to the Sky Solitude Mountains. Without waiting for Jian Wushuang's reaction, Fang Han returned to the camp. Jian Wushuang was not bothered about Fang Han's behavior. However, he noticed that Qing Hua had a strange expression on his face when he looked at him. Qing Hua, what's wrong? Jian Wushuang asked. Wushuang friend, we are so unlucky this time. We only just got here and are assigned to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains, Qing Hua answered. What's wrong with guarding the Sky Solitude Mountains? Jian Wushuang asked. It's your first time in the East Camp, so you're unaware. Qing Hua continued as they walked. The Sky Solitude Mountains is behind the East Camp. It is not at the front line, so there are few chances to fight with demonic beasts. They're unlikely to attack the mountains. The East Camp is at the front. The demonic beasts would need to overcome the defense of the East Camp before they can reach the Sky Solitude Mountains. But that's almost impossible. If it does come to that, it would mean that the entire East Camp has already been destroyed. Oh? Jian Wushuang looked slightly surprised. So, why guard the Sky Solitude Mountains? To handle the monster spies, Qing Hua answered. The East Camp is huge and the East is vast. The demonic beasts sometimes attack the human group there. Typically, the human warriors from the East Camp can stop them, but a few monster spies can remain undetected. Most of the monster spies would be found and killed, but a few of them can still escape and blend in with the human group. That's why there are a few 100-soldier squads guarding the area around the Sky Solitude Mountains. Their responsibility is to wipe out all the monster spies. However, these monster spies are everywhere, so it's not easy to defend against them. As the East Camp needs to focus on the attacks from demonic beasts, not many people can be spared to guard these places. Inevitably, some monster spies can escape from the East Camp and get into the Huaman territory. Only a few of them would be found and killed by us. Oh? Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Like the Sky Solitude Mountains, it is extremely vast and it stretches for millions of miles, but we are the only 100-soldier squad guarding that area. So what do you think about our chances of meeting the monster spies who pass by the Sky Solitude Mountains? Qing Hua smiled bitterly. It stretches for millions of miles? Jian Wushuang laughed. It was impossible for one 100-soldier squad to guard thousands of miles of territory without letting a single monster spy sneak out. Does it mean we can't see any demonic beasts or even monster spies when we are in the Sky Solitude Mountains? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, that's why I just said we were so unlucky. The Sky Solitude Mountains is a desolate landscape. It is barely possible to get monster cores there. Qinghua answered with a bitter smile. But the good news is there is a rule in the East Camp. All 100 soldier squads take turns to guard the Sky Solitude Mountain. So we will do it for 1 month. Next month, a new squad will take up guard there. That sounds acceptable. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang's reason for joining the military camp was to kill the demonic beasts and get monster cores. Obviously, he would not want to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains where the chances of seeing a demonic beast were remote. If he had to stay in the Sky Solitude Mountains all the time, he would prefer to be a guard in the Holy Place or in the 8 cities. It would be more comfortable and easier. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Qinghua arrived at the camp of the 10th 100 Soldier Squad. As soon as they knew their leader had arrived, the 100 Soldier Squad immediately gathered at the open space. The quality of the East Camp's 100 soldier squads had always been very good. Even ordinary sergeants at the lowest level were at 6 Cloud Realm and were superior lords in the Divine Land. And the leaders of 10 soldier squads were designated first-grade Divine Generals. My name is Jian Wushuang and from now on I'm your leader. Jian Wushuang introduced himself simply. The sergeants adopted an air of humility towards Jian Wushuang as he was a second-grade Divine General. A 100 soldier squad was made up of 10 soldier squads. Each 100 soldier squad also had a monster discriminator. The monster discriminator was the only one who could recognize the monster spies. In less than half a day, Jian Wushuang had familiarized himself with the squad leaders in his command. That night, they went to the Sky Solitude Mountains. When they arrived at the Sky Solitude Mountains, Jian Wushuang met the leader who was standing guard there. It seems strange that the commander has assigned you to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains now, because we have been here for less than 10 days, the leader said. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised, but he didn't really care. Anyway, only 1 month, I could stay here for 1 month. Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. With their caliber, 1 month was not that long. Jian Wushuang and his sergeants were all patient and began the task in the Sky Solitude Mountains. Chapter 526 Give an inch but take a mile. Chapter 526 Give an inch but take a mile. The Sky Solitude Mountains stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was almost as huge as the 8 million mile long flaming battlefield where Jian Wushuang had been to before. A 100 soldier squad guarding such a vast territory played a negligible role. For the next few days, Jian Wushuang and his squad did not spot any demonic beasts or monster spies during their patrols. Jian Wushuang couldn't do anything about his situation. As he didn't expect to get any monster cores in the Sky Solitude Mountains, he started to improve his strength. I have already reached the bottleneck of comprehending the world origin and the slaughter origin, so it might be impossible to break through them and condense the 9th origin mark in a short duration of time. However, I could still try to improve my sword principle. Jian Wushuang considered his options. From then on, in addition to patrolling the Sky Solitude Mountains, Jian Wushuang also spent time cultivating his swordsmanship and sword skills. Like the heart-killing sword technique and the multifold realm, there was still plenty of room for him to improve. It was quiet in the Sky Solitude Mountains and the experts in Jian Wushuang's squad were also a bit idle. Compared to the 100 soldier squads in the East Camp who were constantly fighting demonic beasts, there was a huge difference. In a flash, 1 month had passed. It is already 1 month, finally we can leave this desolate place. Qinghua and Jian Wushuang were excited. This month had been very boring for Qinghua and the sergeants in the 100 soldier squad. They had been guarding the mountains for a month and finally the month had passed. If everything goes well, there should be another 100 soldier squad coming to take our place soon, Jian Wushuang said. Qinghua stood and waited in silence. Half a day passed, and yet there was still no sight of a new 100 soldier squad. Finally, an ordinary sergeant appeared and passed a message to them. The commander said that they had a fight with the demonic beasts a few days ago. Many squads suffered losses, so now we have a lack of manpower. This month, we can arrange for a new squad to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains. The 10th 100 soldier squad will continue to stand guard here. Without waiting for their reactions, the sergeant turned and left. How could that be? The sergeants from the 10th squad were furious. Not going to replace us? How is that possible? Qinghua frowned and looked angry. This is the East Camp's rule. Every month, a new 100 soldier squad is supposed to stand guard here. Why are they not making the change this time? Manpower shortage? That's nonsense. It would be good for those squads suffering manpower shortages to stay in this desolate place. They wouldn't even need to fight with any demonic beasts. Qinghua growled. I am pretty sure that Fang Han is doing this intentionally to make us suffer. It's also very likely that Jin Ling is involved in this. Otherwise, why did the commander ask us to stay in the Sky Solitude Mountains when we had just arrived at the East Camp? Besides, the previous squad had been here for less than 10 days. Jin Ling? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said, That's very possible. After a month in the East Camp, he had learned that Emperor Golden Snake, one of the East Camp's generals, was Jin Ling's father. As a general, he had lots of power. Jin Ling was Emperor Golden Snake's only child, and so was held in esteem by the commanders in the East Camp. Of course, everyone would support him. Brother Wushuang, what's your plan? Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang. During the months spent on the mountains, he had built a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. Before, he had called him friend Wushuang, but now, he called him brother Wushuang. Let's wait for one more month, Jian Wushuang answered in a low voice. We still can't be sure that Fang Han is making us suffer, so let's tolerate this for one more month. If they still don't follow the rule next month. Jian Wushuang's eyes were flinty. He did not want to cause trouble but was unafraid of doing so. Fang Han was the commander, and also his boss. Jian Wushuang could accept it if Fang Han merely wanted to challenge him. However, if the commander was intentionally making things difficult for him, he would not suffer in silence. Fine, then let's wait one more month. Qinghua nodded solemnly. Jian Wushuang and Qinghua spent lots of time pacifying the sergeants. Finally, the 10th 100 soldier squad resigned themselves to stay in the Sky Solitude Mountains for one more month. In a flash, another month had passed. It was time for the squad rotation. However, no one showed up. At sunset, all the sergeants in the 10th 100 soldier squad were in a dark mood. It's been 2 months and there's still no squad coming to replace us. Not even a messenger showed up. What's wrong with this picture? I would be bored to death if things keep going like this. I would rather be a guard in the 8 cities, or in the holy place, or even be a messenger than stay in this desolate place. It's already 2 months. It's deserted here. I heard that our leader has upset someone in the East Camp. That's why the commander assigned him to stay in the Sky Solitude Mountains. It's obvious that the commander wants him to suffer. Really? Who did he upset? I heard that he is the son of a general in the East Camp. What a bunch of bastards, using their power to exact revenge. All the sergeants were angry. Jian Wushuang had his hands crossed behind his back as he stood on a hill watching the sunset. At least they sent a messenger last month. This month, not even one appeared. Jian Wushuang's face was clouded over. Brother Wushuang. Qinghua approached him and said, It's already the 2nd month, the sergeants are all frustrated. Several squad leaders and I are trying to pacify them, but it's not really working. I can understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, Qinghua, please tell the sergeants to stay here for one more night. Tomorrow I will talk to Fang Han. Are you going there by yourself? Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Don't worry, I will be fine, Jian Wushuang said and smiled coldly. All right, then I will leave. Qinghua left to console the sergeants. Jian Wushuang stood on the hill and murmured, Fang Han and Jin Ling. I have tolerated you for a month. I made concessions, but you took advantage. You really think I am a coward? Chapter 527 Sheer Shadow. Chapter 527 Sheer Shadow. It was night. There was a nameless hill in the Sky Solitude Mountains. Under the dim moonlight, Jian Wushuang stood on that hill with a long sword. He was clad in a black robe and his eyes were closed. There was complete silence. A fresh breeze started and blew past Jian Wushuang, causing him to finally open his eyes. As his eyes opened, wow! A sword shadow flitted in the dark sky. This sword shadow was soundless but unique. Extinction! Right, that was the extinction conception. One sword attack would cause the extinction. The sword shadow glided across the void, leaving a long sword river that dissipated slowly. When it was over, the silence persisted, but there was a smile on Jian Wushuang's face. The fourth move of heart-killing sword technique, finally I made it. Jian Wushuang was filled with joy. Sheer Shadow, the fourth move of heart-killing sword technique, was a terrifying killing move. Its power was above enchant, which was the third move. Jian Wushuang had been cultivating this move, especially during these 2 months in the Sky Solitude Mountains. He was unable to improve his comprehension of the origin, so he had focused on the sword principle. Finally, he had figured out this sword movement. My strongest offensive power can be improved to the next level since I've understood this move. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Just then, a whooshing sound was heard. Abruptly, the sound of wind whooshing could be heard issuing not far from the horizon. Although the sound was faint, Jian Wushuang was still able to hear it. Anyone here? Jian Wushuang frowned and immediately walked forward. Under the dark cover of night, he could see 10 people, including 7 men and 3 women, rushing forward. All of them looked deadly serious. Soon, we will be able to leave the Sky Solitude Mountains and arrive at the human group's territory. An elder with white hair and rosy cheeks led these people. He said in a low voice, As soon as we leave the Sky Solitude Mountains, we will immediately be separated. We'll obey the order to mix with the human group. After that, we will try our best to get close to the advanced experts in the human group, so that we can send as many messages as possible to our ethnic group, understand? The other 9 people nodded solemnly. These people were spies. The monster group had sent them here at great cost. The spies had to blend in with the human group to obtain important information or to assassinate some geniuses in the human group. It had not been easy for them to survive the encounters with the East Camp barriers. Once they made it past the Sky Solitude Mountains, they could get into the Huaman territory. Then, they wouldn't be easily recognized in the human group. The 10 monster spies were rushing forward. Suddenly, a figure popped up in front of them and blocked their way. The white-haired elder with rosy cheeks frowned and stopped immediately. He squinted at Jian Wushuang, who had blocked their way, and said, You're a human expert and even a divine general. Jian Wushuang stared at the 10 people, his guard up. The Sky Solitude Mountains was behind the East Camp. It was a desolate landscape where even retirement sergeants in the East Camp were unlikely to pass. It was strange to see a 10-person squad with such high caliber here. 2 experts are the 7-Cloud Realm and the rest are all the 6-Cloud Realm, but these 2 experts don't have any aura of the Divine General's token. Jian Wushuang's face clouded over. If they didn't have the aura of the Divine General's token, then they were not Divine Generals. The squad was obviously from the East Camp. However, in the East Camp, only a few sergeants were in the 7-Cloud Realm level but were not Divine Generals. It was very suspicious that such a squad was walking in the Sky Solitude Mountains in the dark. Who are you? As Jian Wushuang spoke, he discreetly crushed a messaging slip and sent a message to Qinghua. He asked Qinghua to bring a monster discriminator immediately. Only the monster discriminator would be able to judge if they were monster spies or not. My Lord Divine General, the elder answered. We are sergeants in the 3rd Squad of the East Camp. We have a special mission and we are passing here. The monster group had been fighting with the human group for years, so they were familiar with the military system of the human group in the East Camp. Special mission? What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. I can't tell you, the elder answered humbly. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He smiled and continued. What a coincidence! I also have some friends in the 3rd Squad. I heard the Tianning commander in your squad has a bad temper. It's really unlucky for you guys to work for him. Without thinking, the elder laughed and said, Even though our commander has a bad temper, he is nice to us. The smile on Jian Wushuang's face vanished when he heard the elder's answer. At the same time, a triple kill sword appeared in his hand. He gave the elder a cold look and said, I'm sorry, but I don't know anyone in the third squad and I just made up the Tianning commander. The elder's expression changed dramatically and the expressions of the 9 people behind him grew flinty. They all knew that their true identities had been exposed. Monster spies! Jian Wushuang's cold voice resounded through the area. Kill him! The elder howled and then rushed towards Jian Wushuang to kill him. An aura of the 7-cloud realm erupted. Without hesitation, the 9 monster spies behind the elder also charged towards Jian Wushuang. Since he had uncovered their identities, they had to kill him. A flurry of attacks began. Jian Wushuang raised his head and smiled. Ridiculous! As soon as he made that utterance, Jian Wushuang transformed his figure and retreated. It happened so fast that the monster spies did not see the transformation. Hua! Soundlessly, Jian Wushuang's figure appeared beside the elder. So fast? The elder was shocked, but Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword was already slashing at him. It was only one slash, but Jian Wushuang put all his power behind it. Chapter 528 The Harvest. Chapter 528 The Harvest. After Jian Wushuang had comprehended the 6th level of bone fusion technique, his incredible physical power and spiritual power were elevated. He had also obtained the 8 origin marks supplement, so the power of this attack was enormous now. This sword attack was as heavy as a mountain as it slashed towards the elder. The elder's hands were as red as the raging fire as he launched a punch and tried to stop Jian Wushuang's attack. However, when the 2 attacks collided head-on, the elder's body smashed onto the ground like a meteorite. Bang! There was a pit in the ground several foot deep. So powerful? The other 9 monster spies stared at Jian Wushuang in terror. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of killing intent, and a vast blood river swept quickly through him. The blood river soon covered the void. Hundreds of immaterial sword essence waves were superimposed in the blood river. Because Jian Wushuang had already comprehended the 1,000-fold realm, the power of the sword essence was extremely strong. 1,000-fold realm's power was much stronger than 100-fold realms. The monster spies around him were trapped in the blood river. As Jian Wushuang controlled the realm to oppress them, the monster spies sensed a huge force that dramatically limited their movement. Soon, Jian Wushuang's power exploded. Shua! Shua! 2 flashes of sword light erupted. 2 monster spies in the 6-cloud realm level stared blankly as a tiny sword scar appeared on each of their throats, from which blood was pouring out slowly. Once again, Jian Wushuang transformed and easily approached another 3 monster spies. They didn't have a chance to react and were killed immediately. Run! Run! Run quickly! The rest of the monster spies were panicking and ran away without any hesitation. However, as they were so close to Jian Wushuang and still trapped in his realm, it was impossible for them to escape. In only a couple minutes, Jian Wushuang killed the 10-person squad including the elder. The squad of 8 6-cloud realms and 2 7-cloud realms did not stand a chance against Jian Wushuang. Based on my strength in the realm, I can easily kill the experts in the divine general level. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Because of their strong physical power, 7-cloud realm divine generals in the monster continent were all close to the 8-cloud realm experts in the divine land. Jian Wushuang had been in the monster continent for only a short time but had seen a huge improvement in his skills. Now, he could easily kill 7-cloud realm divine generals and demonic beasts. In fact, based on his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill 2nd-grade divine generals in the 8-cloud realm. Not long after Jian Wushuang had killed all the spies, Qinghua arrived at the scene with the 100-soldier squad and the monster discriminator. Brother Wushuang, how are you? Qinghua approached Jian Wushuang. I'm fine. Jian Wushuang said as he shook his head. Go check if they are monster spies. Yes. The monster discriminator quickly responded and then started to check. Even though the elder and his team were dead, the monster discriminator would still be able to judge if they were demonic beasts. Soon he got the result. Captain, these 10 people are all monster spies, the monster discriminator reported. Oh? Jian Wushuang slightly smiled, but he was not surprised. In contrast, the sergeants in the 100-soldier squad were shocked when they realized that these people were monster spies. So many monster spies, 10 spies in total. The weakest one is the 6th cloud realm and 2 are in the divine general level. So how many monster cores can be exchanged? One sergeant cried. A monster spy was more valuable than an ordinary demonic beast. If ordinary demonic beasts were killed, only their monster cores could be taken away. However, it was a different story when it came to killing the monster spies. It cost a lot to have monster spies. Monster spies had to be transformed to have the appearance of human beings and then sent to the human territory. Their value would far exceed that of ordinary demonic beasts. Therefore, killing the monster spies would give more benefits than killing the ordinary demonic beasts. At the same level, you could get a rank 6 monster core if you killed a rank 6 demonic beast. But if you killed a rank 6 monster spy, then you could exchange his body for a rank 7 monster core in the East Camp. Jian Wushuang had killed 8 rank 6 monster spies and 2 rank 7 monster spies, so he would be able to get 8 rank 7 monster cores and 2 rank 8 monster cores from the East Camp. It was definitely a harvest for him. The Sky Solitude Mountains is a barren and vast landscape. Usually, we can't meet any monster spies, not to mention a 10 monster spy squad. Brother Wushuang, I have to say you are so lucky, Qinghua said. Haha. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing. He waved his hands and said, Tidy up these bodies. I will take them to the East Camp to exchange for the monster cores. I also need to talk to Fang Han. After that I will share them with you guys. Okay. Wu Yuan nodded. In the early morning on the following day, Jian Wushuang took the monster spies to the East Camp. In the East Camp, Jian Wushuang first exchanged the monster spies for monster cores in the camp of the 7th Army. The sergeants there were shocked by Jian Wushuang's haul. Typically, it was very hard to catch one monster spy. However, Jian Wushuang had defeated 10. He really had good luck. After obtaining the monster cores, Jian Wushuang went to Fang Han's camp. He needed an explanation from Fang Han. This was for himself and also for his 100-soldier squad. Chapter 529 An Explanation. Chapter 529 An Explanation. Jian Wushuang arrived at Fang Han's camp. Please report to the commander that the leader of the 10th 100-soldier squad, Jian Wushuang, wants to see him. Jian Wushuang spoke to a guard outside the camp. Wait a minute. The guard answered and left to convey the message. Soon, the guard returned from the camp and said, Commander said he is busy now. He needs you to wait here. Jian Wushuang squinted in consternation, but he was patient and decided to wait. However, Fang Han had still not shown up after an hour. It's already been an hour. Jian Wushuang raised his head. He had a steely look in his eyes. Fang Han, I've shown you respect, but you don't care. In this case, don't blame me later. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and suddenly stepped out. Fang Han, Commander! Jian Wushuang spoke with his great spiritual power. His words exploded over the camp like a thunderclap. It caused a great disruption in the campsite of the First Army, where all the sergeants raised their heads in shock. They were confused as to who was shouting so loudly at Fang Han, Commander. Inside the camp, Fang Han, a plump middle-aged man, was drinking wine. He didn't look as busy as he had claimed. Jian Wushuang, since you upset Jin Ling, you can't expect to have a nice time here. Fang Han smiled coldly. He did plan to meet Jian Wushuang after a while, but... Fang Han, Commander! A cold yell reverberated through the camp. It felt like thunder with a sound wave attack. Thwack! The flagon in Fang Han's hand shattered and its contents splashed on the floor. Fang Han's face clouded over. Damn! With a great yell, Fang Han stood up and walked outside. Jian Wuxuang stood outside the camp, long sword in hand and face devoid of expression. Sergeants from the First Army surrounded him, all staring at him in shock. Jian Wuxuang! A furious yell issued from the camp. Soon Fang Han showed up. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at Jian Wuxuang and said in a cold voice, Jian Wuxuang, I told you that I'm busy and asked you to wait for me here. How dare you shout at me? Your wild behavior is not allowed here. Wild? Jian Wuxuang frowned, then laughed and said, Fang Han Commander, I think you need to understand the situation now. I'm not here to meet you today. I'm here to demand an explanation. Explanation? All the sergeants were stunned. A leader of a 100-soldier squad had come to demand an explanation from a commander. He is going to. Jian Wuxuang, what do you want? Fang Han's expression was glacial. There is a rule in the East Camp that all 100-soldier squads take turns every month to guard the rear of the East Camp. But when I got here, you immediately asked me to go to the Sky Solitude Mountains. My squad has been there for 2 months, but no squad has relieved us, and there hasn't even been a messenger to explain why. Fang Han Commander, don't you need to give me an explanation? Jian Wuxuang looked at Fang Han coldly and yelled. 3 breaths. Within 3 breaths you have to give me a good explanation, otherwise don't complain that I am not nice to you. Having heard Jian Wuxuang's words, the sergeants understood the situation. Finally, they knew Jian Wuxuang's purpose in needing Fang Han. Jian Wuxuang, didn't I already send a messenger to tell you that the First Army has been fighting with the demonic beasts? We are suffering from a lack of manpower, so I need you guys to keep guard there. Is there a problem? Fang Han answered in a low voice. Manpower shortages? Jian Wuxuang laughed and said, It is not a bad excuse to fool little kids, but not me. 2 breaths have passed, you still have 1 more. Jian Wuxuang stared at Fang Han. I am the commander of the First Army. Even if I don't have a reason, I can still order you to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains, and you have to do it. You have to obey me. Fang Han snorted. Without responding, Jian Wuxuang raised his head. His eyes were filled with fury. 3 breaths already. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Jian Wuxuang's body and then immediately swept away. The sergeants near him could sense this aura and were stunned. They didn't know what Jian Wuxuang's plan was. But this soon became clear with Jian Wuxuang's next actions. He transformed, leaving behind a residual shadow. At the same time, the powerful aura became a huge hurricane and barreled towards Fang Han. Action! He took actions? A leader of a 100-soldier squad attacked a commander? How dare he! He is crazy! The sergeants around were flabbergasted by the sight. Even Fang Han was taken aback, but soon, he gave an angry laugh. How dare you! Fang Han snorted. He did not show any trace of fear. The commanders of the First Army in the East Camp were all top 2nd-grade divine generals or 8 Cloud Realm peaks, with strength acknowledged by all. Among the human group in the monster continent, only the divine emperors and a few advanced 2nd-grade divine general who were in defiance of the natural order were able to defeat him, but Jian Wuxuang. Deep down, Fang Han looked down on him. He was aware that Jian Wuxuang had just become a divine general. It was also his first time joining the military camp. That meant he hadn't had any chances to fight demonic beasts previously. A young man who has never met a demonic beast dares to attack me. You are killing yourself. Fang Han's face clouded over as a giant axe appeared in his hand. The void in front of Fang Han split, exposing Jian Wuxuang's figure. Jian Wuxuang held a triple-kill sword and was filled with killing intent. Silence fell around him. The commander of the East Camp usually has the top 2nd-grade divine general's battle strength. If I want to challenge him, I have to use some skills. Jian Wuxuang squinted and stared at Fang Han. He made up his mind. Once he started the action, he would not hold back. He would definitely defeat the opponent, and wouldn't give him a chance to fight back. Less than 10 meters away from Fang Han, Jian Wuxuang finally struck. Chapter 530 Absolute Advantage. Chapter 530 Absolute Advantage. As Jian Wuxuang waved his hand, a vast blood river surged forward, superimposed by the thousandfold realm, and spread out while surrounding and suppressing Fang Han. Then, Jian Wuxuang drew his sword and infused it with his powerful physical strength before he silently swung it out. A silent sword shadow flickered with a dazzling light and a level of force which seemed like it could decimate anything in the world. The sword shadow flitted through the open area between them, leaving behind a sword river that persisted for a short period of time. It was the fourth move of the heart-killing sword technique, Sheer Shadow. How dazzling! The sergeants around couldn't help closing their eyes. They had to. The sword move Jian Wuxuang used was too bright and dazzling, causing their eyes to feel a burning sting. This sword stroke. Fang Han, who had been underestimating this attack, suddenly became nervous when he saw Jian Wuxuang's sword sweeping toward him. A faint sense of crisis arose in his heart. He dared not be careless anymore. He tightly gripped his giant axe and held it high while it simultaneously burst with raging flames. As Fang Han roared, he hacked out as if he was trying to split the world in half. The giant axe sliced through the air with a great power that astonished everyone in the area. Jian Wuxuang's silent but extremely bright sword shadow also slashed its way toward it. Bang! The two terrible forces collided like falling stars. A shattering sound reverberated out as the space where the collision happened began to compress. It seemed as if the surrounding area was going to crumble. That boy! Fang Han, who had looked down upon Jian Wuxuang before, was deeply shocked now. How can his attack be so powerful? Fang Han stared at the area in front of him as the two forces were still going head-to-head in a fierce confrontation. Nevertheless, it was obvious to him that he was getting tired because the power of his axe shadow had been gradually weakening. In contrast, Jian Wuxuang's sword was still bright and dazzling, and it was even growing in strength. Apparently, Jian Wuxuang had a huge advantage in this confrontation. How is it possible? He hasn't even fought any demonic beast. How can a young man become so powerful without experiencing all sorts of challenges and danger? Fang Han roared in his heart, but his face was full of shock. Experts usually refine their skills and improve their strength through challenges and dangerous situations. He heard that Jian Wuxuang had come from a small tribe and had only just become a divine general recently. That meant that he had not encountered many challenges. He should not have been this strong, however. Fang Han did not know that Jian Wuxuang had not been born on the monster continent. It was true that he had never fought with any demonic beasts and had no battle experience on the monster continent. Nevertheless, he had grown up while surviving through cruel battles and slaughter in the Divine Land. When accepting the Divine General Assessment, Jian Wuxuang had not used his sword's soul power. With only his physical strength, 7 origin marks, and the third move of the heart-killing sword technique, he had managed to pass the 4th round, which was possible only for the strongest of second-grade divine generals. That was to say, Jian Wuxuang had been comparable with Fang Han even without the use of his sword soul. In addition, after meditating for 10 days inside the Earth Core Palace and condensing the 8th origin mark, Jian Wuxuang had greatly improved his current level of strength. During the 2 months he spent in the Sky Solitude Mountains, his comprehension of sword principle had been enhanced greatly. Not only had he mastered the thousandfold realm, which increased the power of his domain, he had also comprehended Sheer Shadow, the 4th move of the heart-killing sword technique, which caused his strength skyrocket. He was definitely much stronger now than he had been when he participated in the Divine General Assessment. While using his sword soul, he was confident that he could battle with an ordinary Divine Emperor. Fang Han, who was merely a peak second-grade Divine General, imposed no sense of threat on Jian Wuxuang. Humph! Jian Wuxuang snorted. The bright sword shadow that had forced Fang Han to step backwards began to shine even brighter. I can't hold on any longer. Fang Han cried out in shock. Swoosh! The sword shadow slashed through the air towards Fang Han, with its violent power numbing Fang Han's hands. Whoosh! Fang Han's giant axe had been directly knocked away. Jian Wuxuang strode toward Fang Han and then stretched out his hand at lightning speed. Kneel! Along with the yell, he directly used his incredible physical strength to push Fang Han's head down. Fang Han was immediately forced to the ground, then Jian Wuxuang strode one step forward and stamped on him heavily. A huge round hole, about a meter deep, appeared on the ground, with stones tumbling towards the bottom of the hole. Boom! Fang Han spurted a mouthful of blood and his face turned dreadfully pale. Jian Wuxuang bent down to pick up Fang Han as if lifting a chick. Get lost! He threw Fang Han towards a nearby camp, which immediately broke into pieces. Everything became calm once again. Although so many things took place, everything after Jian Wuxuang attacked happened in the blink of an eye. While the sergeants were still dazed and confused, the battle had already been settled. Seeing Fang Han lying there, covered in blood and struggling to get up, the sergeants were astonished. They were absolutely stunned. Stupefied. It was so incredible. When Jian Wuxuang first appeared, they had thought that he, as a squad leader, was crazy for daring to challenge a commander. But now, the actual result was beyond everyone's expectations. Right then. What are you doing here? They suddenly heard an imposing voice. All the sergeants, including Jian Wuxuang, turned to look at him. It was a thin black-clothed elder who released a powerful Dao aura, revealing his identity as a divine emperor. General. Everyone bowed to him. In the East Camp, all experts at the divine emperor level were generals. General, please help me. Fang Han immediately cried out in grief. The black-clothed elder glanced at Fang Han with a serious look and asked, What happened? General, it was Jian Wuxuang. He's a squad leader under my command. He almost killed me just now. He is trying to rebel. Fang Han shouted while pointing at Jian Wuxuang. Chapter 531 A Cornered Beast Will Always Bite. Chapter 531 A Cornered Beast Will Always Bite. Rebel? Jian Wuxuang sneered. You certainly know how to twist things. Rebel? The black-clothed elder also looked at Jian Wuxuang. General, I arrived at the East Camp 2 months ago and was appointed as the leader of the 10th Squad. I was immediately sent to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains and have stayed there since then. Jian Wuxuang reported. The East Camp's rule is that all squads will guard the Sky Solitude Mountains in turns. Every month a new squad will take over. Last month, Fang Han sent a message that other squads were understaffed because they had fought with demonic beasts and we had to keep guarding there. However, this month he didn't even give us any notice. That's why I came here to ask for an explanation. Asking for an explanation? That's how you ask? Fang Han stared at Jian Wuxuang coldly. Shut up, the black-clothed elder snapped. He looked at Fang Han and said, It's no wonder that he came here to challenge you. They can rarely meet any demonic beasts in the Sky Solitude Mountains, so they have little chance of obtaining monster cores, but they can't just leave. That's why East Camp set the rule of 1-month shifts for every squad. But you not only forced them to guard it for 2 months. Had Jian Wuxuang not come here to challenge you, you would have left them there to continue guarding the area, wouldn't you? Well, Fang Han's expression changed slightly, but he dared not refute him. Don't think that I don't understand what's going on in your head. As a commander, who is this unfair to your subordinates? Why would he respect you? Not to mention that he's stronger than you. The black-clothed elder said coldly. Well, this is the end of the matter. Arrange another squad to go to the Sky Solitude Mountains immediately. As for your injuries, take them as the punishment for violating the rules in East Camp. After saying that, the black-clothed elder immediately left. How can this be? Fang Han stood there with eyes full of astonishment. The general scolded him without making any mention of Jian Wuxuang's fault. Jian Wuxuang had fought with his superior but was not punished at all. The elder obviously favored Jian Wuxuang. The other sergeants in the surrounding area had also realized it. Jian Wushuang was also quite surprised. Though confused, Jian Wushuang did not spend much time thinking about it. He took a quick glance at Fang Han and considered his next step. Under the gaze of the other sergeants, Jian Wushuang, while still holding his sword, stepped in front of Fang Han. "What are you going to do?" Fang Han stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked down at Fang Han, who was lying on the ground, and said, indifferently, "Commander Fang Han, it seems that you lost out this time." Fang Han's expression changed slightly. Jian Wushuang bent down and whispered in Fang Han's ear, "Fang Han, I know that you were told to do this to spite me. He has a special identity, so you did not dare to displease him. That's normal. However, before you made things difficult for me, you should have weighted your own strength. I respected you as a commander, so I didn't disgrace you in front of others. But you shouldn't go too far. A corned beast will bite. Especially if that beast is stronger than you." Fang Han half lay on the ground with a gloomy expression on his face. He felt ashamed and resentful when he heard Jian Wushuang's words. However, he dared not refute them. This world was ruled by the strong. Jian Wushuang was obviously stronger than he was, so he was unable to refute what Jian Wushuang said. While gritting his teeth, Fang Han said in a low voice, "I'll immediately arrange for another squad to take over guarding the Sky Solitude Mountains." "Humph, it's good you know what you should do." Jian Wushuang stood up and directly returned to the Sky Solitude Mountains. He did not know that the thin black-clothed elder was standing above them at the edge of the campsite, watching as he left. Another man stood next to him. This handsome man with long hair was none other than Emperor Feng Shao. "You asked me to go down there while you stayed up here. Feng Shao, what's your relationship with that boy?" the black-clothed elder asked. He was actually asked by Emperor Feng Shao to come here and help Jian Wushuang. "I've only seen him once previously, but he has great potential. When he had just arrived here from his tribe, he was already equal to a peak second-grade divine general and had an extremely strong body. What's even more important, though, is his extraordinary comprehension in sword principle," Emperor Feng Shao explained casually. "After being enlightened by his swordsmanship, I easily and quickly mastered a new sword move." "What?" The black-clothed elder was shocked. Emperor Feng Shao had an extremely deep comprehension in regards to sword principle. In truth, very few people on the monster continent could compare with him in sword principle. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was capable of enlightening Emperor Feng Shao? From the looks of it, he has greatly improved since his participation in the Divine General Assessment. I'll naturally favor a young man who has such great potential. What's more, it's Fang Han's fault," Emperor Feng Shao said. The black-clothed elder raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. "Well, no need to continue talking about them. Let's go meet Temple Master Pure Moon. The wedding of the two monster kings is by no means a good thing for us humans," Emperor Feng Shao said seriously. "All right." The black-clothed elder nodded solemnly. They immediately left to meet Temple Master Pure Moon, who was the head of the East Camp. In the campsite of the 7th Army, Fang Han was busy dealing with his wounds in a hasty manner before he returned to his tent. He immediately ordered, "Command the 3rd Squad to take over the Sky Solitude Mountains. Tell Jin Ling, the leader of the 9th Squad, to come see me quickly." "Yes, sir." A sergeant immediately left to deliver his order. Before long, Jin Ling followed a sergeant and came to meet Fang Han. "Commander Fang Han, I heard that Jian Wushuang came to see you today." Jin Ling had been on a mission outside before this, so he did not know what happened. He only heard that Jian Wushuang came to meet Fang Han. He thought that Fang Han must have sent Jian Wushuang away, so he was quite pleased. "Jian Wushuang, you didn't make me happy, so you won't be happy in the future," Jin Ling thought with pride. However, he frowned the moment he saw Fang Han in the tent. "Commander Fang Han, what happened?" He noticed that Fang Han was dreadfully pale. Obviously, Fang Han was injured, and seriously injured at that. It's all thanks to you," Fang Han replied coldly. His attitude toward Jin Ling had completely changed. Chapter 532 Demonic Beasts Attack. Chapter 532 Demonic Beasts Attack. Jin Ling. Fan Han looked at Jin Ling and said in a cold voice, I won't get involved in the matters between you and Jian Wushuang from now on. If you want to mess with him, do it by yourself. I won't help you. Jin Ling's expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, I understand. You can leave. Fan Han waved his hand. Jin Ling walked out the tent with a gloomy look on his face. As soon as he got outside the tent, his face immediately distorted. How dare Fan Han give me the cold shoulder? A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. What's going on? Fan Han previously promised me that he would deal with Jian Wushuang. Why did he suddenly change his mind? He immediately went to ask the sergeants of the 7th Army, but he was shocked by their answers. Jian Wushuang battled Fan Han. And he even defeated him? Fan Han was wounded by Jian Wushuang? Jin Ling finally understood. After figuring everything out, he felt even more resentment towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang participated in the Divine General Assessment with me, but he is already capable of defeating the East Camp's commander. How did he make such a progress so quickly? The 4th story of the Earth Core Palace. Yes, he must have used Emperor Fengxiao's Jade Slip and gone to the 4th story of the Earth Core Palace to cultivate for 10 days. Otherwise, he could not have improved so quickly. Bastard, that Jade Slip should have been mine. Jian Wushuang, damn you! Jin Ling roared in his heart. I can't depend on Fan Han anymore, so I will have to think of other ways to deal with Jian Wushuang. It was a sweltering summer day and the heat from the sun was actually baking the ground. At the forefront of East Camp stood the vast plains occupied by the demonic beasts. Boom! Countless demonic beasts were gathering at an alarming rate. In a short time, thousands of demonic beasts had gathered. These demonic beasts had strange appearances, with 2 types of demonic beasts taking up the majority. The first type had a human-shaped body with the head of a leopard. The second type had black scales all over their bodies and crawled on the ground with 8 arms like a spider. These 2 types of demonic beasts came from 2 of the larger groups of monsters. In the center of the demonic beasts, there was a short young man. He looked like a human being, but his eyes were scarlet. Naturally, he was a transformed demonic beast. Boys, today is the wedding of our monster kings, so we're family now. Master Gu Qing has said that today is our carnival day. We are free to slaughter as we like. The short man growled. Hearing the word slaughter, the demonic beasts immediately roared excitedly. It was in the demonic beast's very nature to enjoy slaughter. Ha, boys, what are you waiting for? Go, let's go to the Huaman territory, the short man exclaimed. Roar! Howl! Moo! The echoes of their loud roars filled the surrounding areas as the thousands of demonic beasts rushed forward. Countless demonic beasts, which were releasing an extremely violent aura, had formed a huge torrent as they rushed toward the humans' territory. In an instant, the whole area began to shake. Before long, the huge torrent of demonic beasts had appeared just outside of the territory guarded by the East Camp. An army of the East Camp was guarding this area, but when the commander saw the countless demonic beasts, he was both stunned and horrified because he had never seen so many demonic beasts gathered in one place before. Activate the formation, quickly! Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm! Demonic beast attack! Demonic beast attack! The commander immediately took corresponding measures. Ha, boys, let's go do some killing! The short man in the center of the demonic beast torrent laughed loudly as the demonic beasts began to attack the formation ferociously. The terrible demonic beast torrent frightened every sergeant that was guarding this territory. My God, so many demonic beasts! No! It's the monster army! The monster army is coming! The alarm, sound the alarm! The monster army of over 10,000 demonic beasts is coming! Retreat! Keep retreating, the formation can't hold for long. Messages for help were transmitted to the high officials of the East Camp, immediately causing the whole East Camp to be in shock. Sky Solitude Mountains. Jian Wushuang had just returned from the East Camp, Brother Wushuang, what was the result? Qinghua and several sergeants came to greet him. Rest assured. Another squad will be coming to take over soon, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Really? That's so great! Qinghua and the other sergeants of the 10th Squad were overjoyed. They did not want to stay in the Sky Solitude Mountains for another second. Qinghua, I exchanged the achievements for killing those monster spies for some monster cores. Divide them with our brothers. Jian Wushuang took out an interspatial ring. Wushuang, what do you mean? Qinghua looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Because of me, they had to stay here in vain for 2 months. They deserve to get the monster cores, Jian Wushuang said and laughed. Well, that's true. Qinghua nodded heavily. He then began to distribute the monster cores to the other sergeants. Hearing that, the sergeants were surprised and pleased. With this, Jian Wushuang had completely earned their respect. They had known that they were sent to guard this area because of Jian Wushuang. They had complained about it in their hearts, but now the complaints had disappeared. Shortly after the distribution of the monster cores, the squad which was to take over arrived. Brother Wushuang, we come to guard the Sky Solitude Mountains. The leader of the 3rd Squad had witnessed how Jian Wushuang defeated Fang Han easily, so he was very polite to Jian Wushuang. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Haha, we'll just stay here for a month. We're much luckier than you. Brother Wushuang, you're so cool. You directly forced Fang Han to change his mind, the squad leader said and laughed. In my opinion, since you're obviously stronger than Fang Han, you should be the command of the 7th Army. Jian Wushuang responded with a faint smile. He naturally sensed the compliment in the squad leader's words. Just then, Buzz. They suddenly sensed a strange wave at the same time. Chapter 533 Endless Demonic Beasts. Chapter 533 Endless Demonic Beasts. Emergency! Emergency! The monster army is coming. Everyone from the East Camp is being ordered to go to Sky Fire Plains right now. Everyone, go to Sky Fire Plains this instant. Both Jian Wushuang and the leader of the 3rd Squad received the emergency alarm at the same time. They were both shocked. The East Camp, which was responsible for guarding the eastern border of the humans' territory, often collided with the demonic beasts. Under normal circumstances, they could easily cope with the demonic beasts' onslaught. But at this moment, everyone in the East Camp was being summoned to the battlefield. It was not difficult to imagine how urgent the alarm was. Monster Army! These 2 words carried a lot of meaning. I thought that we would get to relax in the Sky Solitude Mountains for a month. It seems like that won't be possible now, said the squad leader, as he smiled slightly. He then turned towards the sergeants behind him and shouted, Brothers, it's time to earn some monster cores. The sergeants had realized there was an emergency, so his words excited them. Especially the sergeants under the command of Jian Wushuang, who had spent the last 2 months, leisurely, in Sky Solitude Mountains. They instantly became excited when they heard that they would finally have a chance to earn some monster cores. Everyone in the 10th Squad, Jian Wushuang shouted loudly. Go, kill the demonic beasts! The 3rd Squad, follow me, the leader of the 3rd Squad also said. The 2 squads, which were supposed to be in the middle of transferring the duty of guarding the Sky Solitude Mountains, headed toward the Sky Fire Plains together. The Sky Fire Plains seemed boundless. They were on the eastern border of the human territory on the monster continent. On the other side was the vast territory occupied by the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts often attacked the humans, and the battlefield was usually the Sky Fire Plains. However, currently, numerous demonic beasts were releasing earth-shaking roars from the Sky Fire Plains as they rushed toward the East Camp's defense structure. When Jian Wushuang and his subordinates arrived at the Sky Fire Plains, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Too many, way too many demonic beasts! Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming. Countless demonic beasts were pouring in from all directions. Fortunately, the East Camp had set up a huge formation in the Sky Fire Plains, which was powerful enough to cover the entire plain. Behind this formation, numerous sergeants were waiting for commands. The 10th and 3rd squads went to gather with other squads of the 7th Army. Van Han, the commander of the 7th Army, stood in front, but his face was still pale and his aura was weak. Damn it! Why did the monster army have to come now? Van Han thought with a gloomy face. He had been seriously wounded by Jian Wishuang today. Even now, he had only barely recovered his strength. For him, it was definitely the worst time to fight against the monster army. What happened? Why are so many demonic beasts attacking us so suddenly? It's rare to see an assault by so many demonic beasts in the entire human history. I heard that 2 monster kings are getting married today and they ordered the monsters to attack the humans. The sergeants of East Camp were busy discussing with each other. Countless demonic beasts were fiercely assaulting the huge formation, eager to tear up the formation and kill all human warriors inside it. Nevertheless, the formation was extraordinary and remained solid even though it was being violently attacked by so many demonic beasts. Of course, the most solid part was the core of the formation. The formation was too vast and was being attacked by so many demonic beasts from all directions. It was only natural that this fierce assault caused some small breaches to appear in the more vulnerable parts. Even though the breaches could be quickly repaired by the formation, it still took some time. Report! A breach appears in the zone number 17 of the formation. Send the 4th Army to guard zone number 17 and kill all the demonic beasts that were able to enter the formation. Yes. Report! A large breach appeared in zone number 8. Hundreds of demonic beasts have entered the formation. Send the 1st and 3rd Army to block the breach and kill all the demonic beasts that entered. Yes, sir. Report. Command. Commands were quickly transmitted. At the innermost battlefield of the Sky Fire Plains, the top experts of the East Camp had gathered. Even 2 temple masters who rarely appeared were there, along with numerous generals were also waiting. These top experts were standing there with solemn expressions on their faces. They were confident that they could resist a direct attack from the demonic beasts because there were 2 temple masters, several generals, and the assistants of the formation. But the key to victory was those breaches that were being caused by the demonic beast's assault. After all, the Sky Fire Plains were too vast, which made it difficult for the formation to cover the whole plain while still remaining firm. With it being attacked by the demonic beasts from all directions, the formation could not remain completely unbroken in every corner. The emergence of some small breaches was inevitable. As small as the breaches were, the demonic beasts would be able to enter the humans' territory through them, which would bring about a massacre. Therefore, all of the breaches had to be guarded. Report. A breach appeared in zone number 9 of the formation. Send the 7th Army to guard the breach in zone number 9. After receiving the command, the sergeants of the 7th Army, who had been preparing to fight, became excited. Follow me. As the commander, Van Han, though seriously wounded, led the whole army and headed for zone number 9. Zone number 9 was quite far away from the front battlefield. Even though the sergeants marched at full speed, it still took them a while to arrive. During this period, over 1,000 demonic beasts had swarmed into the formation through the breach. Chapter 534 The Breaches. Chapter 534 The Breaches. Thousands of demonic beasts had entered the formation and were releasing violent auras, both strong and weak. The strong ones were rank 7 or rank 8 monsters, while the weak ones included demonic beasts that were still in the Saint realm. A stream of demonic beasts were swarming into the formation through the breach. Fortunately, the breach was not large, and it took the demonic beasts a while to rush through it. Otherwise, many more demonic beasts would have passed through the breach. Kill all these demonic beasts! Van Han shouted coldly. Whoosh! 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 There were 10 100 soldier squads in the 7th Army, and even the weakest sergeants were at the 6th Cloud Realm, while the squad leaders were first-grade divine generals. The battle strength of the 7th Army was naturally quite impressive. Humans! The demonic beasts inside the formation sensed the arrival of the 7th Army sergeants. Violent aura rose from them and darkened the whole sky. "Kill these humans!" a demonic beast roared in human language. "Howl!" With deafening roars, the demonic beast furiously rushed towards the sergeants. "Kill them! Kill! 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 Kill them and take their monster cores!" The sergeants looked at the demonic beast excitedly. It wasn't long before both sides collided, causing a fierce and crazy fight to break out. Swoosh! A faint sword shadow suddenly flashed through the area, so quickly that it was impossible to follow its trail. The sword shadow easily penetrated a rank 7 monster, then flashed toward a rank 6 monster behind it, and penetrated it before it could respond. Someone killed a rank 7 and rank 6 monster with one sword move. Naturally, it was Jian Wushuang. "Every one of these beasts represents a monster core." Jian Wushuang stared at them coldly. He showed no mercy to the demonic beasts, using his killing moves without hesitation. Swoosh! 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 Bright sword lights constantly lit up the area as Jian Wushuang ran through the battlefield and killed demonic beasts left and right with his sword. The demonic beasts, no matter strong or weak, meant nothing to Jian Wushuang now because he could easily kill a rank 7 monster. Even a rank 8 monster could only manage to parry 1 or 2 of his attacks. In fact, he was slaughtering the demonic beasts like lambs. In the short span of a single moment, he had killed over 20 demonic beasts. Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from his side. "Oh? Fang Han?" Jian Wushuang turned and realized it was Fang Han, the commander of the 7th Army. "What's up?" Jian Wushuang asked coldly. "Jian Wushuang, I had some conflicts with you before, but that's between you and me. Right now, fighting the demonic beasts is our top priority. I hope you can put what happened before aside and follow my command," Fang Han said seriously. "Oh?" Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fang Han. He could see the sincerity in Fang Han's eyes, so he nodded and said, "You're the commander. As long as your command is fair, I'll naturally obey it." "That's good." Fang Han nodded and said, "I know you have an amazing and powerful realm technique. The 7th Army has the upper hand in fighting the demonic beasts for now, but we aren't strong enough to crush them completely. Your realm technique should have a great effect on the battle. Please use it." "Okay." Jian Wushuang didn't refuse. Even if Fang Han had not commanded it, he had already planned to use it. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, a vast rumbling blood river immediately surged forward. It was accompanied by an invisible wave of sword essence, covering the whole battlefield in an instant. "Realms, suppress!" Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice as the vast blood river realm directly suppressed the demonic beasts. Every demonic beast was subjected to a tremendous oppression. The higher-ranked demonic beasts could resist to some extent, but they were still greatly restrained. The weaker ones at the Saint Realm or Cloud Realm were forced to kneel down. They could not even raise their heads. "This is—" The sergeants of the 7th Army were stunned and then looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. "What are you waiting for? Go kill them!" Jian Wushuang shouted. These sergeants finally came to themselves. They rushed forward to kill the demonic beasts while filled with joy and excitement. "Ha ha, brothers, let's go kill them! Kill them! Kill all these demonic beasts! Guard the breach and stop the other demonic beasts from entering! Kill the demonic beasts and claim their monster cores!" Shouts of the 7th Army sergeants sounded throughout the whole battlefield. They already had the upper hand in the fight against the demonic beasts. With the assistance of Jian Wushuang's realm, they had an absolute advantage over them now. The demonic beasts became easy targets for the sergeants who were only thinking about how to get more monster cores. The demonic beasts were struggling, but it was in vain. In a moment, the 1,000 demonic beasts which had swarmed inside the formation were killed and the breach had also been completely blocked. Though the breach had not recovered completely, it was so small that it was hard for a demonic beast to break through it. A single 100-soldier squad was sufficient to block the breach. 8th Squad, guard the breach. Everyone else, follow me and to support the other battlefields, Fang Han said loudly. The other 9 squads, led by Fang Han, marched toward the other battlefields. Help, help! A large breach appeared in zone number 14. Thousands of demonic beasts have entered and we're being overwhelmed. A message for help suddenly came and the voice was anxious. Zone number 14 belongs to the 6th Army. It's not far away from us. Fang Han narrowed his eyes slightly after receiving the message. Go to zone number 14 immediately. Chapter 535 Rescue. Chapter 535 Rescue. In zone number 14, a large breach, through which 2 demonic beasts were able to enter simultaneously, appeared in the formation and an endless demonic beasts were swarming into the formation. Thousands of demonic beasts had already entered. The sergeants of the 6th Army, who were guarding this breach, were struggling to stop the demonic beasts. However, they had suffered heavy losses and only 1/3 of the army remained to continue fighting. When the sergeants of the 7th Army arrived, they were shocked to see the terrible swarm of demonic beasts in front of them. So many demonic beasts! Fan Han observed with a serious expression before turning to face Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, we're counting on you. Leave it to me. Jian Wushuang replied seriously and then stepped forward. A vast blood river spread out at an alarming rate and covered the entire battlefield in an instant. The powerful realm oppressed the weaker demonic beasts, forcing them to fall directly to the ground. Even the stronger demonic beasts were still greatly restrained. Kill them! Fang Han commanded in a low voice. The sergeants of the 7th Army immediately pounced on the demonic beasts fiercely. Haha, brothers, our reinforcements are coming. Let's kill those damn demonic beasts! The commander of the 6th Army shouted. They immediately cooperated to fight against the demonic beasts. Jian Wushuang controlled the realm and rushed onto the battlefield at the same time. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light lit up and glided past the demonic beasts with ease. The sword light was so bright and fast that even the rank 7 monsters could not parry it. Only a rank 8 monster could block 1 or 2 sword moves. However, few demonic beasts were of rank 8. Ruthless slaughter. Jian Wushuang slaughtered the demonic beasts mercilessly throughout the battlefield, leaving their bodies lying all over. The battlefield became a hell for the demonic beasts. In the face of crisis, Jian Wushuang did not hide his strength. He tried his best to kill as many demonic beasts as possible. After all, the human territory was directly behind them. If these demonic beasts really broke through and entered the human territory, the consequence would be unimaginable. Die! A gleam of killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes as his sword light glided past a rank 8 monster's throat, making it directly fall to the ground, dead. Amazing! Who's that squad leader? He's so strong! Oh my god! He killed a rank 8 monster with only 3 sword moves! Seeing how Jian Wushuang slaughtered the demonic beasts, even the human sergeants were stunned. Jian Wushuang was definitely much stronger than the commanders who were top 2nd-grade divine generals. The commander of the 6th Army and Fang Han, the commander of the 7th Army, who were both top 2nd-grade divine generals, were definitely unable to kill the demonic beasts as easily as Jian Wushuang did. Haha, he's the leader of the 10th squad, Jian Wushuang. He's our squad leader. Look, this is our leader. The realm is also formed by him. Everyone in the 10th squad was proud of him. These sergeants marveled at his strength and felt pleased. With such an extraordinary expert in their camp, who possessed such a powerful realm technique, they had no fear of the demonic beasts. The morale of these human sergeants increased immediately. Only one man became gloomy. Jin Ling. Jin Ling was also a member of the 7th Army that came to the battlefield with Jian Wushuang. He had killed lots of demonic beasts and obtained quite a number of monster cores. However, it seemed to be nothing compared with what Jian Wushuang did. This guy. Jin Ling stared at Jian Wushuang coldly, his eyes filled with resentment. When the fighting broke out in Zone No. 14. The battle at the front of the Sky Fireplanes was dozens of times more intense. At least 100,000 demonic beasts, led by many rank 8 monsters and even some rank 9 monsters, crazily assaulted the humans. All the human generals had taken action and tried their best to resist. At the rear of the monster army, the small human-like young man stood on the head of a tall demonic beast, constantly giving out orders. "Ha-ha, boys, let's go kill them! The more the better." The young man's eyes were scarlet, and his face was full of excitement. A demonic beast, with a human body and a leopard head, walked towards the young man. "Sir," the leopard-head demonic beast said in human language, "we created a large breach in zone number 14 of the human camp, and thousands of our clansmen rushed into the formation. More clansmen would have been able to rush into the breach if only we had not been blocked by their reinforcements." "Oh?" The young man changed his expression slightly, then immediately asked, "How large is the breach?" "Wide enough for 2 clansmen to enter at the same time," the leopard-head demonic beast replied. "Ha ha!" The young man immediately laughed. "It's enough for thousands of demonic beasts to swarm into in only half an hour." "Mo-woo," the young man spoke. "Sir," an ugly demonic beast, whose body was covered in dark purple scales, immediately walked to him. "Lead your clansmen to zone number 14 of human camp. Defeat them so that more demonic beasts can enter the human territory." "Yes, sir," that demonic beast replied and then immediately rushed away. Many demonic beasts left with him, including over 20 rank 8 monsters and over 100 rank 7 monsters, as well as thousands of demonic beasts that were under rank 7. They immediately rushed towards zone number 14 of human camp. At this time, the battle in zone number 14 had gradually stabilized. Assisted by Jian Wuxuang's realm and inspired by his bravery and slaughter, the sergeants of the 6th Army and the 7th Army were able to display their full strength. The human camp gradually took the upper hand. "Now I need to find a way to block that large breach," Jian Wuxuang thought. Chapter 536 Outrage. Chapter 536 Outrage. The breach which allowed 2 demonic beasts to enter simultaneously was currently their biggest source of trouble. While they were busy fighting with the demonic beasts, quite a lot of demonic beasts had swarmed through the breach. Fortunately, not too many demonic beasts had gathered in the zone number 14. Otherwise, thousands of demonic beasts could have rushed into the formation in the blink of an eye. While Jian Wuxuang was in deep thought, suddenly, "Oh damn!" someone suddenly shouted in a panic, causing the human sergeants to immediately turn and look at the breach. They could see through the formation that a stream of countless demonic beasts had arrived and dozens of demonic beasts had broken into the battlefield through the breach in a second. Those demonic beasts were extremely powerful. Even the weakest ones were rank 7 monsters. There were even more than a dozen rank 8 monsters. They're demonic beast reinforcements. "Oh no! This is going to be big trouble!" The sergeants of the human camp became astonished at this scene. Once the demonic beasts broke through into the battlefield, the human sergeants near the breach immediately began to suffer. "No! We'll die!" The miserable shouts from human sergeants in the 2 squads guarding near the breach were heard. Both squads belonged to the 7th Army. One squad was led by Jean Ling and the other one was the 3rd squad, which was supposed to take over guarding Sky Solitude Mountains from Jian Wuxuang's squad. The 2 squads had planned to block the breach. Nevertheless, as the powerful demonic beasts began swarming into the formation, it was all they could do to save their own lives now. Dozens of sergeants had been killed by the demonic beasts that had charged through. But even the remaining sergeants were still in danger. Go to save them!" Fang Han roared. The other sergeants also understood why Fang Han was so anxious. The 2 squads were in the middle of a terrible situation. Once the powerful demonic beasts entered the battlefield, they started to attack the 2 squads. Countless demonic beasts followed them and had completely encircled the 2 squads. Without any reinforcements, the 2 squads would be killed in only a few breaths. 10th Squad, follow me! Jian Wushwang waved his hand and the sergeants behind him followed, charging towards the demonic beasts without hesitation. Jian Wushwang had a personal grudge against Jin Ling. However, in the face of this crisis, all human sergeants chose to fight against the demonic beasts together. Jian Wushwang would naturally ignore his personal grudge for the moment. Not to mention, Jin Ling was not the only one in danger. Die! Jian Wushwang held the triple kill sword in his hand, instantly releasing the sword essence and causing it to permeate the area. It was a silent sword move. A silent sword shadow flashed with a dazzling light and a realm which seemed like it could exterminate everything. The sword shadow glided through the area, leaving behind a sword river in its wake. It was the fourth move of the heart-killing sword technique, Sheer Shadow. The violent sword shadow directly hacked towards the 3 rank 8 monsters that were out in front. They also counterattacked. Bang! The 3 demonic beasts were knocked back by the violent clash, while Jian Wushwang also retreated several steps. The sergeants behind Jian Wushwang also pounced on the other demonic beasts. With the support of Jian Wushwang and his squad, the 3rd Squad, which had fallen into despair, found an opportunity and struggled out from the encirclement of the demonic beasts. However, Jin Ling and his squad were still in the middle of a crisis. Brother Wushwang, let's cooperate and save them, the leader of the 3rd Squad said. Okay. Jian Wushwang nodded. The 2 squads, with Jian Wushwang acting as the spearhead, attacked the demonic beasts violently, and finally tore out a path to life for Jin Ling and his sergeants. Rush out! Jin Ling growled and immediately seized the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. Jin Ling, cooperate with us, quickly! Let's stop these demonic beasts! Seeing Jin Ling leaving, the leader of the 3rd Squad shouted to him. Cooperate? Jin Ling's eyes were full of resentment. He glanced at Jian Wushwang behind him and looked at the swarming demonic beasts like wasps in front of him. His face became even more gloomy. Run! 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 Fast! Jin Ling growled in a shrill voice, and then fled directly to the rear without hesitation. His sergeants obeyed his command unconsciously and also fled frantically to the rear. All of the human sergeants were angry after seeing this. The sergeants of the 3rd and 10th Squads were especially outraged. Jin Ling, what are you doing? Fang Han also yelled. Everyone was outraged by Jin Ling's action. When he had been in crisis, Jian Wushwang had immediately led his squad to save him and cooperated with the 3rd Squad to cut a path from the demonic beast group so that he could escape. To rescue him, the 2 squads chose to fight with the numerous demonic beasts. Jin Ling should have cooperated with the other 2 squads so that the 3 squads could have a better opportunity to survive. On the contrary, Jin Ling chose to flee while ignoring the sergeants who had rescued him. How could he ignore those who had fallen into a dangerous situation in order to save his life? Selfish. Shameless. Ungrateful. Bastard! The leader of the 3rd Squad shouted angrily. This bastard! Son of B-dash! The sergeants of the 10th and 3rd Squad also could not help swearing. However, Jin Ling didn't pay any attention to them. He was scared to death because he had almost died in the encirclement of the demonic beasts. At this moment, he only wanted to run for his life. He did not give a damn about anything else. What's more, Jian Wushwang was also in danger now. Jian Wushwang, aren't you impressive? I can't wait to see whether you'll live or die. Jin Ling even took a kind of dark pleasure in it. Chapter 537 Outburst. Chapter 537 Outburst. Obviously, no one had expected Jin Ling's action. Even the sergeants in his squad, who had unconsciously obeyed his command to flee, realized what they were doing a moment later. Leader, how can we do this? They rescued us. How can we run away and abandon them? Leader! The sergeants stopped one by one. Some even turned back and ran towards Jian Wushwang and other sergeants, ready to fight against the demonic beasts with them. Run, run! Jin Ling ignored them and still fled desperately. This bastard! Jinghua swore. The sergeants of the 10th and 3rd Squad were also surprised and angry. Brother Wushuang, what should we do now? The leader of the 3rd Squad looked toward Jian Wushuang. Try to survive, Jian Wushuang answered calmly. Howl! 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 Numerous demonic beasts, led by Mo Wu, who was covered with dark purple scales, roared and rushed toward Jian Wushuang and the other sergeants. Most of the demonic beasts had just swarmed into the battlefield. In an instant, thousands of demonic beasts had managed to pass through the breach. Most importantly, these demonic beasts were extremely strong, including dozens of rank 8 monsters and hundreds of rank 7 monsters. This terrifying swarm of demonic beasts rushed toward Jian Wushuang and the other sergeants. Go rescue them! Fan Han called out in a shrill voice. He was the first one to rush toward Jian Wushuang. The whole 7th Army, as well as many sergeants of the 6th Army, also ran towards Jian Wushuang. Everyone wanted to rescue them, except Jin Ling, who was eager to run away. Jian Wushuang, die in peace, Jin Ling whispered with a gloomy look. He turned back to look at the battlefield as he fled. A swarm of demonic beasts had already flooded the area where Jian Wushuang and the others were. Right then. Buzz! A terrible sword essence, which was strong enough to shake the entire area, suddenly burst forth. In the center of the demonic beast encirclement, a golden figure began to grow at an alarming rate. A golden spectral image rose from behind Jian Wushuang and instantly grew to a full height of 60 meters. Sword Soul Phantom. The strongest Sword Soul Phantom. It was the first time that Jian Wushuang had used the Sword Soul Phantom since he arrived on the monster continent. The 60-meter-tall Sword Soul Phantom which released the supreme sword essence stood in the sky like a noble sword master. What's that? The sergeants, as well as the demonic beasts, raised their heads and watched the golden Sword Soul Phantom in confusion. Jian Wushuang, who stood under the Sword Soul Phantom, released his Sword Soul power. Get the hell out of my way! With a wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang swung the triple kill sword while releasing a vast and mighty power. The golden Sword Soul Phantom also swung the long sword at the same time. A huge bright sword light suddenly appeared and swept the surrounding area. Whoosh! The overwhelming sword light swept away the demonic beasts which were fiercely killing in the area around Jian Wushuang. Although these demonic beasts used powerful moves and other means to resist, the sword power was too earth-shaking. Chi! 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 The sword edge glided past the demonic beasts which were going to attack Jian Wushuang and the others, causing the demonic beasts to suddenly halt. They stopped in midair, unexpectedly. Space and time froze. All of a sudden, dozens of demonic beasts fell down without any sign of a struggle. The whole battlefield fell into a brief silence. Everyone on the battlefield, including the demonic beasts, who looked at this scene were stunned. Jian Wushuang killed dozens of demonic beasts with a single sword move. Included in this count was a rank 8 monster and 6 rank 7 monsters. His battle strength. What? How's this possible? The human sergeants in the surrounding area were flabbergasted by the sight of this. The demonic beasts which had been attacking frantically were also astonished. So powerful? Mo Wu also looked at Jian Wushuang and said, though he's not a divine emperor, he's definitely a heaven-defying second-grade divine general. In terms of battle strength, he isn't weaker than an ordinary human divine emperor. Damn it! How did such a strong expert appear among these humans? Jian Wushuang was currently the center of attention as he fought with a face full of killing intent and an extremely cold look in his eyes. Kill, he said coldly. As his killing intent soared, the supreme sword essence of the golden Sword Soul Phantom also skyrocketed. At this moment, he stepped forward and the long sword swept through the surrounding area once again. The 6 demonic beasts in front of him were his targets. The 6 rank 7 monsters tried to resist. Nevertheless, when the sword arrived, their auras were instantly extinguished while their eyes were still wide open. He instantly killed 6 rank 7 monsters with a single sword strike again. The demonic beasts which had been violently attacking moments ago could not help trembling because of his terrifying strength and overwhelming killing intent. They quickly halted while being completely astonished by Jian Wushuang. Mo Wu, the leader of the demonic beasts, glanced at Jian Wushuang in horror. He then snorted and said, "He's the only strong one. Leave him alone. Go kill the other humans." Howl! The demonic beasts roared in response, then immediately turned to attack the other sergeants. How can this be? Jin Ling had been watching from the rear as the situation unfolded. He thought that Jian Wushuang would definitely die, so he had never expected to see Jian Wushuang suddenly burst forth with an overwhelming power and force the demonic beasts to retreat. Bastard, how can you still be alive? Jin Ling's eyes glazed over with resentment. At this moment, howl! A demonic beast appeared in the front of Jin Ling. It was a rank 8 monster which had entered the formation much earlier, and it was preventing Jin Ling from escaping. What's worse, several demonic beasts also ran toward him after avoiding Jian Wushuang. Soon, several demonic beasts appeared behind Jin Ling and began to directly attack him. Oh no! Jin Ling's expression darkened. The converging attack of the strong demonic beasts forced him into a critical situation once again. Chapter 538 Jian Wushuang, you did not save my life. Chapter 538 Jian Wushuang, you did not save my life. On the battlefield, the fierce battle continued. Jian Wushuang held his heart-killing sword tightly and activated the Blood River Realm, while the 60-meter-tall golden sword Soul Phantom emanated a mighty aura. He slaughtered the demonic beasts with his sword alone. Wherever he went, the demonic beasts tried to dodge him, daring not to fight against him. Brother Wushuang, good job. Leader! Leader, I love you! Qinghua and the leader of the third squad, as well as the other sergeants, were ecstatic and excited. They had prepared to fight to the death after being abandoned by Jin Ling. Nobody had expected Jian Wushuang to suddenly burst out at this critical moment and alleviate their burden on his own. They were still being attacked by the demonic beasts, but it was not as intense as before. Therefore, it became easier for them to counterattack. Be careful, Jian Wushuang reminded them. He turned to look at the breach that was closest to them. Too many demonic beasts had made it into the formation. Most importantly, an endless swarm of demonic beasts was still surging into the formation through the breach. If the breach was not blocked, the number of demonic beasts would only continue to increase. We have to block the breach. Jian Wushuang focused his eyes on the breach. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to block the breach, Jian Wushuang said to Qinghua before rushing to the breach. He had just taken a few steps when he suddenly heard urgent and crazy shouts from nearby. Get out of my way! Damn it! Go die! Hearing that, Jian Wushuang turned to look. He narrowed his eyes at the scene that was taking place in front of him. Jin Ling, who had fled earlier, became the target of some demonic beasts. He was currently encircled by 4 demonic beasts, 2 that were rank 8 monsters with the other 2 being rank 7 monsters. He was in a terrible situation. Jin Ling also saw Jian Wushuang at this time. His eyes immediately lit up. Jian Wushuang, help me! Help me quickly! He shouted with anxiety. Though he was also a second-grade divine general, he had not experienced many dangerous situations because he was the son of Emperor Golden Snake. He had been extremely scared when he was encircled by the demonic beasts before. Even now, he was only surrounded by 4 demonic beasts, but he still had no confidence in defeating them and could not display his full strength. In fact, as long as he was careful, it would not be easy for the demonic beasts to kill him. Come save me! Jin Ling roared when he saw that Jian Wushuang had no intention to help him. Save you? Jian Wushuang cast a cold glance at Jin Ling and turned to head for the breach. Bastard! You're leaving me to die! Jin Ling's angry shouts were heard all over the battlefield. The other sergeants heard Jin Ling's angry roars, but they just cast a cold glance towards him. Even the sergeants under the command of Jin Ling remained indifferent. They clearly saw what happened earlier. Jian Wuxuang had selflessly saved Jin Ling's life, but what did he get in return? Did he really expect Jian Wuxuang to save him again? Did he think Jian Wuxuang was a fool? The farmer got bitten by the snake after saving it. I won't allow it to happen again, Jian Wuxuang murmured. Jin Ling was no different from a poisonous snake. Jian Wuxuang had no intent to save Jin Ling. The other sergeants that were nearby also gave him the cold shoulder. As the commander and someone who knew Jin Ling's identity, Fan Han hesitated for a moment. However, he was facing 2 rank 8 monsters at the moment, and he had not completely recovered from his wounds. Even if he wanted to save him, he could not. Bastard! Bastard! No, no! Jin Ling's shrill voice continuously echoed throughout the battlefield. He was struggling desperately while surrounded by 4 demonic beasts, but when 2 more rank 7 monsters joined to attack him, he was completely overcome with despair. That despair gradually turned into madness and resentment. Jian Wuxuang! Jian Wuxuang! It's all because of you! You left me to die! Just wait. If I die, you won't be able to live either! He roared hysterically as a demonic beast opened its mouth and directly bit off his left arm. Jin Ling knew he was doomed, so he took out a messaging slip with his right hand and broke it. His voice, filled with endless resentment, was passed on through the slip. Father, I'm going to die. It's Jian Wuxuang's fault. He left me to die. Get revenge for me. Kill him for me. The battlefield reverberated with his crazy voice that was full of endless resentment. The sergeants were astonished. They saw a rank 8 monster suddenly slash its sharp claw on Jin Ling's head, making it burst like a watermelon. Jin Ling died in an instant. Though he was dead, his words had been passed through the messaging slip. Jian Wuxuang, who was rushing toward the breach, heard his words clearly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not pay much attention to it. Boom! Jian Wuxuang arrived at the breach like a peerlessly sharp sword. With a wave of his sword, he instantly killed 2 demonic beasts that had just passed through the breach. For the remaining time, he stood at the breach. The demonic beasts outside were eager to rush into the battlefield, but only 2 demonic beasts could pass through the breach simultaneously, and he could kill 2 demonic beasts without effort. Therefore, Jian Wuxuang completely blocked the breach by himself. None of the demonic beasts were able to break through his defense and enter the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 Not far away, several flowing lights swiftly arrived. They were human sergeants coming to support them. Reinforcements are coming. The sergeants of the 7th Army and 6th Army were overjoyed. They immediately joined forces with the reinforcements and killed the demonic beasts that still remained on the battlefield. The situation immediately became stable. In Zone Number 14, the human camp had gained the absolute advantage. Chapter 539 The Tragic Result. Chapter 539 The Tragic Result. Every inch of the sky fire plains had become a battlefield. Countless demonic beasts were fighting frantically with sergeants of the East Camp, resulting in a battle that was both miserable and tragic. After over half a day, the short man, who was surrounded by many demonic beasts outside the front battlefield, finally ordered them to retreat. The demonic beasts immediately responded. They stopped attacking and turned around, retreating towards the demonic beast territory. This tragic war, which was considered a rare event, even in the entirety of the humans' recorded history, finally came to an end. The sergeants of the East Camp and the top experts all gathered at the front battlefield. They finally retreated. East Camp has suffered a serious loss. But we killed more demonic beasts. The generals were discussing everything that had happened. A fierce war had also broken out on the front battlefield, and these generals, as well as the 2 temple masters, had participated in the fight and killed a large number of demonic beasts. However, traces of exhaustion could be seen on their foreheads. Among the generals, there was a skinny middle-aged man whose eyes were as sharp as a snake. He wore a golden robe and had a rather forbidding and gloomy demeanor. He was Emperor Golden Snake, one of the 108 divine emperors of the Monster Exterminating League. These demonic beasts were indeed crazy. Emperor Golden Snake looked around. Countless demonic beasts had died on the battlefield, and their blood had soaked into the ground. Oh, Linger's message! Emperor Golden Snake suddenly recalled something and took out a messaging slip. He had received Jean Ling's message earlier. However, he had been fighting, so he did not check the message until now. He immediately heard a voice full of hysteria and endless resentment. Father, I'm going to die. It's Jian Wushuang's fault. He left me to die. Get revenge for me. Kill him for me. The voice echoed in Emperor Golden Snake's ears for a long time after the messaging slip burst. Emperor Golden Snake stood there for a while, his eyes empty and his head locked in a daze. Dead? Linger is dead? He murmured, but his face gradually became distorted and horrifying. Jian Wushuang! He gnashed his teeth in anger while saying those words. An overwhelming killing intent rose from him as he rushed toward Zone Number 14, where Jian Wushuang was. Some generals around noticed the scene. What happened to Golden Snake? What a strong killing intent! But nothing happened to him just now. Did someone important to him die? The generals were confused. Let me go check it out. This war has only just ended and East Camp suffered a heavy loss. I hope there are no more accidents, a black-clothed elder said. He then followed Emperor Golden Snake and left. He was the general who had shown up when Jian Wushuang fought Fang Han in the 7th Army campsite. At that time, Jian Wushuang, Fang Han, and the other sergeants had realized that he favored Jian Wushuang to some extent. Zone Number 14. The demonic beasts outside the formation were retreating. Most of the ones in the formation had been killed by the sergeants. Are they finally retreating? Seeing the demonic beasts leaving, Jian Wushuang sighed in relief. Under his feet, the demonic beasts' bodies had piled up, forming a mountain. These demonic beasts had tried to enter the battlefield through the breach, but they were killed by Jian Wushuang as soon as they stepped through the breach. He had killed hundreds of demonic beasts at the breach during this period of time. The sergeants began to clean up the battlefield. This battlefield was like a huge treasure. After all, during the fierce battle, the sergeants did not always have time to grab the monster cores before the demonic beasts' bodies fell to the ground. Also, some of the sergeants died, and their interspatial rings also fell to the ground with them. The ground of this battlefield was priceless in a sense. Brother Wushuang. Qinghua walked over to Jian Wushuang. His face was a little pale, so it was obvious that he had also been heavily wounded during the battle. How was your harvest? Jian Wushuang asked. Not bad. After we clean up the battlefield, the commander will distribute the monster cores according to everyone's position and contribution. We'll get more monster cores at that time, so it's quite a big harvest, Qinghua said. Qinghua should have felt happy for the harvest. However, he, as well as the other sergeants, could not feel happy. Too miserable. Qinghua shook his head and replied, Shui Ho Shi Shan Gong Sun Yang. They all died. Qinghua mentioned several names. They were sergeants in Jian Wushuang's squad, including some team leaders. They had been killed by demonic beasts during the battle. In the 10th squad, only about 40 of the 100 sergeants survived, but even they were seriously wounded. That was not the worst part, though. Some of the squads in the 7th Army had been completely wiped out. Only about 10% of the sergeants in the 6th Army had survived. It was utterly miserable. This is the war between humans and demonic beasts. No wonder that humans on Monster Continent hate the demonic beasts so much. Jian Wushuang thought. The war was started by the demonic beasts. The humans could only hide in the formation and resist them. Every time, a large number of sergeants would die in battle. However, they had no ability to counterattack. After all, they were too weak when compared to the demonic beasts. While Jian Wushuang was in deep thought, suddenly, boom! In the distance, a man with a mighty killing intent appeared, and he was rushing here at an alarming rate. The overwhelming killing intent swept through the area before he even arrived. This is... All of the sergeants in Zone Number 14 raised their heads to look at that man. Fang Han's eyes narrowed because he had recognized that man. Emperor Golden Snake. Chapter 540 Emperor Golden Snake. Chapter 540 Emperor Golden Snake. Emperor Golden Snake! Fang Han's words caused a stir on the battlefield. Everyone could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. Brother Wushuang. Qing Hu looked at Jian Wushuang with concern. They had clearly heard Jin Ling's message before he died, so they knew why Emperor Golden Snake was here. Is he coming? Contrary to these sergeants, Jian Wushuang remained calm. Whoosh! Emperor Golden Snake was as fast as lightning. He appeared in the air above the battlefield in a moment, overlooking them with his scarlet-colored eyes. Numerous bodies lay on the ground. Most were demonic beasts, but there were also many human bodies. Emperor Golden Snake quickly discovered Jin Ling's body, which was under a dead demonic beast. He vanished and reappeared beside Jin Ling. With a wave of his hand, he crushed the demonic beast's body into pieces. Then he bent down to lift Jin Ling's body slowly. Linger! Emperor Golden Snake's voice was cold, but his body was trembling slightly. The sergeants frowned as they looked on. In their opinion, Jin Ling deserved his death. However, they could understand Emperor Golden Snake's pain as a father. Emperor Golden Snake! Fang Han walked towards Emperor Golden Snake, trying to say something. Get out of my way! Emperor Golden Snake yelled. His mighty killing intent swept over the area in an instant. Fang Han, who had already been seriously injured, lost his balance and stepped backward as a mouthful of blood gushed from him. Boom! The killing intent spread around Emperor Golden Snake like a tide. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Golden Snake stored Jin Ling's body in his interspatial ring. He slowly stood up. His mighty and formidable killing intent soared again and was surged out like a landslide or a tsunami. The entire area became still and the air started to freeze. His eyes were full of overwhelming killing intent as he looked at the sergeants around him. Who is Jian Wushuang? Emperor Golden Snake asked, word by word, in a freezing cold tone. Being oppressed by his mighty killing intent, the sergeants could not help trembling. They looked at Jian Wushuang unconsciously. Emperor Golden Snake turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Is it you? Emperor Golden Snake stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang knew that he could not hide, and he did not want to either. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. I'm Jian Wushuang. May I ask what you want, Emperor Golden Snake? Jian Wushuang, with a triple kill sword sheathed on his back, stood straight like a vigorous pine and looked straight at Emperor Golden Snake without any fear. The sergeants were full of respect towards him as they watched this scene. In the face of a divine emperor who might kill him at any time, Jian Wushuang still remained calm. His boldness impressed the sergeants, as well as Fang Han. Linger died. Emperor Golden Snake stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang slightly nodded. He did not dodge Emperor Golden Snake's stare. He died. So why are you still alive? Emperor Golden Snake said coldly as a freezing killing intent flashed in his eyes. Go to accompany Linger. As soon as he finished his words, he started to attack. He turned his palm upside down, releasing a vast power. A huge palm, which was big enough to cover the sky, instantly solidified in the air. Its power was so vast that all the sergeants in the area were stunned. The palm quickly slapped toward Jian Wushuang at lightning speed. So arrogant! Jian Wushuang stood there coldly. The triple kill sword behind him had already been drawn out, and was stabbing towards the giant palm. Chi! The sharp sword shadow pierced the palm and began to twist violently. The palm was directly penetrated and dissipated in the air. Considering Jian Wushuang's strength, it was impossible for Emperor Golden Snake to kill him with a casual move. Nevertheless, when the palm was crushed, Emperor Golden Snake also disappeared. Who did you say was arrogant? A voice without any emotion suddenly sounded from behind Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Golden Snake stood behind him, less than 3 meters away. So fast! Jian Wuxuang's eyes narrowed. He sensed that a freezing light was chopping toward his head. It was a black scimitar. It was extremely fast, and it was already so close to him, so it was too late for Jian Wuxuang to turn around and resist it. Buzz! A mighty killing intent surged out from Jian Wuxuang, and a vast blood river immediately spread out over the area. The blood river, which superimposed with the 1,000-fold realm to form a realm, oppressed Emperor Golden Snake, making him halt for a moment. The black scimitar also became slightly slower. Jian Wuxuang seized the opportunity and dodged. Swoosh! The freezing black light was past Jian Wuxuang's ear, making a shrill boom as it glided through the air. South close! The sergeants could not help exclaiming as they saw this breathtaking scene. Not bad. Emperor Golden Snake was also surprised. Hum! Jian Wuxuang snorted. Behind him, the 60-meter-high golden sword Soul Phantom appeared once again. Along with it came the matchless Supreme Sword Essence. Jian Wuxuang's turbulent power burst forth, and the 8 origin marks on his arms also exploded, releasing power to their absolute limit. Then, he swung his long sword. The golden sword Soul Phantom behind him swung its long sword simultaneously. In an instant, the sky darkened. A bright and dazzling sword shadow emerged. This sword shadow silently glided through the space between them. However, it carried a terrible force with it that seemed as if it could exterminate everything. It was the 4th move of heart-killing sword technique, Sheer Shadow. Through Jian Wuxuang's all-out exertion, the power of the sword had reached an earth-shaking level. The bright but silent sword shadow immediately chopped toward Emperor Golden Snake. Chapter 541 Fighting with Emperor Golden Snake. Chapter 541 Fighting with Emperor Golden Snake. This stroke! How dazzling! The sergeants around the battlefield looked at the sword stroke in shock, but the sword shadow was so dazzling that they couldn't help closing their eyes. Emperor Golden Snake also narrowed his eyes. The power of Jian Wuxuang's sword stroke was far beyond that of a divine general. It was nearly comparable to that of a divine emperor. The only thing missing was a Tao. When the sword shadow glided past him, Emperor Golden Snake avoided it easily by simply shifting his body slightly. The immense power of the sword shadow glided right in front of Emperor Golden Snake and shot directly toward the ground below. Boom! Clang! With a loud boom, the sword shadow sliced a huge sword scar in the ground so wide and deep that no one could see the bottom of it. As the sword shadow chopped down, the numerous demonic beast corpses on the ground were all crushed into dust by the strong sword light. Hundreds of demonic beast corpses completely disappeared. How frightening! Was this really done by a divine general? He's too strong! The sergeants who were watching the battle were all very excited, and they looked at Jian Wuxuang with worship in their eyes. They had thought that Jian Wuxuang would definitely be defeated by Emperor Golden Snake. Therefore, they fell into a daze when they saw what was happening. Jian Wuxuang had faced off against Emperor Golden Snake in one-on-one combat. But it actually ended in a draw. Emperor Golden Snake, is this your full strength? Jian Wuxuang's cold voice echoed throughout the area, then a light flashed in the eyes of the golden sword Soul Phantom behind Jian Wuxuang. Swoosh! Jian Wuxuang took a step forward while simultaneously releasing a burst of Supreme Sword Essence, which materialized unexpectedly and shot through the air in the shape of tiny swords, rushing toward Emperor Golden Snake at an alarming speed. Funny! Emperor Golden Snake glanced at Jian Wuxuang and said in a low voice, "Can a bug like you understand a divine emperor's means?" A shining gray light glinted from the black scimitar in Emperor Golden Snake's hand as a terrible power gathered around it. All the sergeants held their breath as they watched. They knew that Emperor Golden Snake was going to use a killing blow. But even before Emperor Golden Snake could begin, "Stop!" A sudden cry was heard from a nearby area, after which a thin black-clothed elder appeared out of nowhere, standing between Jian Wushuang and Emperor Golden Snake. Boom! A majestic aura emanated from the black-clothed elder, indicating that he was also a divine emperor. It's him? Jian Wushuang changed his expression when he recognized the black-clothed elder. Previously, when Jian Wushuang fought with Fang Han in the camp, this black-clothed elder appeared to settle the conflict and seemed to be partial toward him. Golden Snake, what are you doing? The black-clothed elder turned to Emperor Golden Snake and asked. He had sensed the rising killing intent in Emperor Golden Snake even when he was on the front battlefield, so he followed Emperor Golden Snake in case something happened. He had witnessed Emperor Golden Snake's fight with Jian Wushuang. Xieying, are you going to stop me? Emperor Golden Snake stared at the black-clothed elder with scarlet eyes. The black-clothed elder was Emperor Xieying, one of the 108 divine emperors in the Monster Exterminating League. Upon feeling the immense killing intent radiating from Emperor Golden Snake, his complexion darkened slightly. What's wrong? Emperor Xieying frowned and asked. Golden Snake, you're a divine emperor. How can you fight with a divine general without a special reason? Have you forgotten your position? Reason? Hee, Linger died because of him. Is this reason sufficient? Linger? Emperor Xieying changed his expression slightly. He naturally knew that Linger was Jin Ling. At the same time, he also knew how much Emperor Golden Snake doted on Jin Ling. Emperor Golden Snake had lived for a long time, so all of his relatives were dead and his tribe was long gone. Jin Ling was his last remaining family member in the world, so it was not difficult to imagine the importance Jin Ling held in his heart. It was rumored that Emperor Golden Snake liked to shield the mistakes for him but in fact, he only did this for his son. Since Jin Ling was dead, it was natural for Golden Snake to go mad. Golden Snake, wasn't your son killed by the demonic beasts? What's the matter with Jian Wushuang? Emperor Xieying said in a low voice. I say it matters. Xieying, get out of my way. Emperor Golden Snake's eyes sparkled with an angry light. He would have been more polite to Emperor Xieying ordinarily, but right now he only wanted to avenge Jin Ling and was being stopped by Emperor Xieying, so he raged against him. Golden Snake! Emperor Xieying wanted to say something. Get out of the way! Emperor Golden Snake growled. If you don't get out of the way, I swear that I'll apply to the Temple Masters for a life-death duel with you after this. A life-death duel? Emperor Xieying was shocked and his expression darkened. Right at this moment. What happened? Why did you two decide to have a life-death duel? The crowd suddenly heard a gentle voice, and then felt a dense warmth surround them. The warmth immediately eased the tense situation as everyone felt a warm sensation in their hearts, which quieted them down. Under the watch of everyone, a tender figure slowly landed. She had a beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and an enchanting smile on her face, with a dense warmth emanating from her, as if she bathed in the sun like a goddess. Seeing her, Emperor Xieying immediately bowed and said, I pay my respects to your excellency. Although Emperor Golden Snake was in a rage, he respectfully saluted. Temple Master Pure Moon! Temple Master? The sergeants as well as Jian Wushuang were shocked for an instant, and immediately saluted towards her. A Temple Master was a supreme being in the Monster Exterminating League and a super expert above the Cloud Realm. The 33 Temple Masters of the Monster Exterminating League made up the highest battle strength of the human population on the Monster Continent. Temple Master Pure Moon was one of the 33 Temple Masters. She had been in the East Camp all year round, but today she even came to the battlefield and killed many demonic beasts. Chapter 542 To Save or Not to Save? Chapter 542 To Save or Not to Save? Please rise, Temple Master Pure Moon said in a soft voice. Everyone got up one after another, at which point they noticed many people arriving and quickly appearing at her side. Those people were the generals of East Camp. These 10 generals were all divine emperors who had participated in the fight with demonic beasts on the front battlefield. They came here after they sensed what was happening, and even Emperor Feng Xiao was among them. Golden Snake, aren't you quite irritable today? Emperor Feng Shao looked at Emperor Golden Snake with great interest. Emperor Golden Snake, I just heard that you wanted to have a life-death duel with Xieying. What happened? Why did you mention a life-death duel? Haha, Golden Snake, you always keep a low profile. Why are you being so domineering today? The generals were talking casually. Emperor Golden Snake was regarded as an average general among the 108 divine emperors. Many of the divine emperors present were stronger than him. As for Emperor Feng Shao, he was far stronger than Golden Snake. They did not need to consider Golden Snake's feeling when joking. Emperor Golden Snake's face darkened slightly. Nevertheless, with the presence of so many divine emperors and Temple Master Pure Moon, he dared not rage against them. Before Emperor Golden Snake could say anything, Emperor Xieying began to speak. Temple Master Pure Moon, and everyone else. Emperor Xieying narrated what he witnessed. When I was on the front battlefield, I noticed that Emperor Golden Snake seemed a little weird, so I followed him here. Then I found him fighting with this divine general named Jian Wushuang. In the end, Golden Snake is a divine emperor and he violated the rules of the East Camp by fighting with a divine general. In addition, this divine general had just fought with the demonic beasts and made great contributions to our league. So I tried to stop him. I never thought that he was unwilling to stop and insisted on killing Jian Wushuang. He even said that he would apply for a life-death duel with me if I still tried to stop him. Is it so? Temple Master Pure Moon, as well as the divine emperors, looked at Emperor Golden Snake in shock. Golden Snake, what's the matter? Temple Master Pure Moon's voice became cold. East Camp was established to defend against the demonic beasts. Its only enemy was the demonic beasts. In the East Camp, any personal conflicts must be put aside. The experts were allowed to fight with each other only after they left the East Camp, or if they got permission from the higher-level experts after applying for a life-death duel. Emperor Golden Snake had indeed violated the rules of East Camp by trying to kill a divine general without regards to the price. Temple Master Pure Moon, Jian Wushuang killed my only son. How can I spare his life? Emperor Golden Snake said in a trembling voice. Killed your son? Temple Master Pure Moon's beautiful face became serious. She asked. Do you mean that this divine general killed your son out of personal conflicts during the battle with the demonic beasts? Yes, Emperor Golden Snake replied. I got a message from Linger before he died. Out of personal conflicts, Jian Wushuang left him to die while fighting the demonic beasts. Temple Master Pure Moon, please uphold justice and allow me to kill this man and avenge Linger. Left him to die? Temple Master Pure Moon raised her eyebrows and turned to Jian Wushuang. Her mighty aura also started to suppress Jian Wushuang. Little boy, is that true? She asked. The divine emperors also turned to Jian Wushuang. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and then nodded slowly. Indeed, it's true. Temple Master Pure Moon, and everyone else, did you hear him? He admitted that he refused to help Linger and caused Linger's death. Emperor Golden Snake's voice was full of pain. Linger died because of him. Shouldn't I kill him to avenge Linger? The other divine emperors quietly nodded their agreement. In this case, it was natural for Emperor Golden Snake to avenge his son. At this moment, however, Jian Wushuang stepped forward and solemnly said when looking at Temple Master Pure Moon and others divine emperors. Temple Master Pure Moon and respected divine emperors, I want to ask you a question before you come to a conclusion. Temple Master Pure Moon and the divine emperors turned to look at Jian Wushuang again. My question is this: if you rescue a man, then he stabs you in the back after that and causes you to fall into a crisis, will you rescue him again? Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Of course I won't rescue such an ungrateful man. A hot-tempered divine emperor directly answered. That's it, Jian Wushuang said loudly. Your honors, I had already saved Jin Ling once before he died. I did my best to save him even at the price of falling into a crisis myself. After he made it out, he ignored the ones who saved him and only wanted to flee for his life, causing us to fall into despair and nearly die. If it wasn't for my trump cards, the sergeants of my squad and I would have been killed by the demonic beasts. The farmer saved a snake, but was bitten by it. I rescued such an ungrateful and selfish man once. Why should I rescue him a second time? Jian Wuxuang became more agitated as he said these words, and his eyes, which were full of anger, as he turned to face Emperor Golden Snake. Emperor Golden Snake, you said that I left him to die. Let me ask you this, would you save him if you were me? Jian Wuxuang shouted angrily. Golden Snake's expression darkened, but he did not reply. Temple Master Pure Moon, and your honors. Jian Wuxuang turned to Temple Master Pure Moon and said solemnly, I, Jian Wuxuang, am always open and straightforward. I'm fair to everyone and won't be affected by private feelings in business. I did my best to save Jin Ling once, so I don't feel guilty. I rescued him, but what I got in return was him leaving me in a desperate situation. I'm not a fool. I won't be cheated a second time. Even if Jin Ling stood in front of me and asked for my help now, I wouldn't save him again. If I were not restrained by the rules of East Camp, I would kill him myself. Jian Wuxuang's loud voice echoed throughout the area, and his words were as sharp as blades, making people secretly feel surprised as they quivered. Temple Master Pure Moon and the Divine Emperors became silent. They were thinking about Jian Wuxuang's words. If it were them, would they save Jin Ling again after that? The answer was definitely no. Chapter 543 A Life-Death Duel. Chapter 543 A Life-Death Duel. If it were me, do you expect me to rescue him again? He should feel lucky if I did not kill him directly. The hot-tempered Divine Emperor said. I wouldn't rescue him either. Only a fool would. In my opinion, I should directly kill him. Other Divine Emperors spoke out. Emperor Golden Snake became gloomy upon hearing their words. Jian Wuxuang. Temple Master Pure Moon spoke again, but her voice was not as cold as before. Can anyone testify that what you said is true? Of course. Jian Wuxuang nodded. The sergeants of the 7th Army and the 6th Army witnessed what happened. They can testify. Temple Master Pure Moon looked around. The sergeants looked at each other silently. Then, Fan Han, the commander of the 7th Army, spoke first. Respected Temple Master and Divine Emperors, I'm Fan Han, the commander of the 7th Army. I can testify that what Jian Wuxuang said is true. I can also testify. The commander of the 6th Army also said. We can testify. Qinghua and the other sergeants said. After the battle today, Jian Wuxuang's strength had completely impressed them. Many sergeants began to admire Jian Wuxuang. In addition, they saw clearly how Jian Wuxuang went to save Jin Ling but was abandoned by Jin Ling naturally. They chose to testify for Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Golden Snake, if you still don't believe it, you can ask the sergeants under the command of Jin Ling. They shouldn't lie to you, Jian Wuxuang said. As soon as Jian Wuxuang finished his words, a team leader who belonged to Jin Ling's squad said solemnly, Your Excellencies, what Sir Jian Wuxuang said is true. Our squad had been surrounded by the demonic beasts. Sir Jian Wuxuang risked his life to rescue us, but our squad leader, Jin Ling, ordered us to run away after we were rescued, leaving Sir Jian Wuxuang and his squad in a desperate situation. Speaking frankly, our leader, Jin Ling, really did act ungrateful. The sergeants from Jin Ling's squad stood up to testify for Jian Wuxuang. It made Emperor Golden Snake even more depressed. Golden Snake, did you hear that? Temple Master Pure Moon turned to Emperor Golden Snake and said, Your golden boy acted like that. How can you blame Jian Wuxuang for not rescuing him? Emperor Golden Snake gritted his teeth and his eyes became scarlet. He took a deep breath and suddenly raised his head. Temple Master Pure Moon, Linger made a mistake, but he was my son, the last of my blood in this world. For the past years, I've made great contributions to the Monster Exterminating League and the whole human population. Now, my only son is dead. If I can't kill Jian Wuxuang, I'll never accept it. What do you want? Temple Master Pure Moon lowered her voice. I'll apply for a life-death duel with Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Golden Snake snorted. Life-death duel? His words caused a stir among the crowd. Even the divine emperors present looked at Emperor Golden Snake in shock. The life-death duel of the League was strict as it was set up entirely for the purpose of solving the endless hatred between two sides. It didn't matter what the two sides' ranks were. That was to say, a divine emperor could even have a life-death duel with a newborn baby as long as he got permission from the temple masters. However, the larger the strength gap was between the two sides, the more difficult it was to get permission. Nevertheless, once he got permission, the other side had to fight whether they were willing to or not. They would fight until one side died. According to the League's rule, since I'm a divine emperor, if I want to have a life-death duel with a general second-grade divine general, I only need the permission of 5 temple masters. Just 5 temple masters. I've made so many great contributions in the League, I don't think that I can't get permission from 5 temple masters. Emperor Golden Snake said coldly. He looked at Jian Wushuang with resentment in his eyes as if he were a real snake. No, Golden Snake, you're wrong. Temple Master Pure Moon suddenly spoke up. Huh? Emperor Golden Snake looked towards her immediately. Normally, according to the League's rules, if Jian Wushuang is a general second-grade divine general, you need the permission of 5 temple masters. But he's different. Temple Master Pure Moon said. Different? What's the difference? Emperor Golden Snake asked. The situation with Jian Wushuang is not as simple as you thought. In other words, Jian Wushuang is not as strong as you believe. Temple Master Pure Moon spoke in a weird tone. What do you mean? Emperor Golden Snake asked in confusion. The other divine emperors were confused as well because they did not understand what Temple Master Pure Moon meant. Only Jian Wushuang and Xinghua, who stood next to him, knew the reason. An odd look appeared on his face and Jian Wushuang could not help stroking his nose. Golden Snake, to be honest, you'll need the permission of at least half of the temple masters if you want to have a life-death duel with Jian Wushuang. In other words, 17 of the 33 temple masters. The reason is simple. Temple Master Pure Moon paused and said slowly under the confused gaze of the crowd. Jian Wushuang is just a little guy who is still in the Saint Realm. The whole battlefield immediately became still. The sergeants, as well as the divine emperors, stood there in a daze. Temple Master Pure Moon, what did you say? A divine emperor next to her thought that he misheard her. I said, Jian Wushuang is only a Saint Realm expert. Temple Master Pure Moon said again. Now everyone had heard clearly. After they heard her clearly, an unprecedented outcry burst forth on the battlefield. The Saint Realm? Jian Wushuang is only a Saint Realm expert. As a second-grade divine general, he was so strong that he could even cause a draw with Emperor Golden Snake for a short period. Yet he's only a Saint Realm expert. Was she joking? Everyone was filled with an unprecedented shock, especially the sergeants, who had seen personally witnessed Jian Wushuang's incredible and admirable strength. But now, Temple Master Pure Moon was telling them that Jian Wushuang was only a Saint Realm expert. Can that be true? Saint Realm? How could it be? It's impossible. The sergeants shook their heads crazily. Chapter 544 So Incredible. Chapter 544 So Incredible. Saint Realm? Emperor Golden Snake stared at Jian Wushuang in shock. He had just fought with Jian Wushuang, and was quite shocked by Jian Wushuang's strength. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had comprehended a Dao, he would not have the confidence to defeat Jian Wushuang. But now, he was being told by Temple Master Pure Moon that Jian Wushuang was only a Saint Realm expert. A Saint Realm expert was able to battle with him for 2 rounds and come out with a draw. A Saint Realm expert could force him to go all out. That boy! Even Emperor Fengxiao felt shocked. When he was in Heaven Wing City and watched Jian Wushuang's performance during the Divine General Assessment, he was quite surprised by Jian Wushuang's strength. But he had never thought that Jian Wushuang was only a Saint Realm expert. Jian Wushuang, do you think that your aura concealing technique can deceive me? Temple Master Pure Moon looked down towards Jian Wushuang and spoke. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang forced a bitter smile and then quit hiding his aura. When his real spiritual power aura was released, the sergeants in the area immediately shouted out in astonishment. "Oh my God, he's really a Saint Realm expert! He is indeed!" Emperor Golden Snake stared at Jian Wushuang, his facial expression changing immediately. "Golden Snake, do you understand now?" Temple Master Pure Moon turned towards Emperor Golden Snake. "As a divine emperor, you're far beyond a Saint Realm expert. Therefore, the condition of having a life-death duel is tougher. You need the permission of at least 17 Temple Masters." Emperor Golden Snake turned pale. 17 Temple Masters. Altogether, there were 33 Temple Master in the Monster Exterminating League. At least some of them were cultivating in seclusion at all times and would not appear unless there was a massive demonic beast invasion that threatened the human population with the danger of extinction. Some Temple Masters were adventuring in the monster territory and rarely returned. They would not concern themselves with the life-death duel either. The remaining number of Temple Masters was above 17, but who would agree for him to have a life-death duel with a Saint Realm expert? It was obviously unfair. Jian Wushuang. Emperor Golden Snake gritted his teeth and turned to face Jian Wushuang. "Don't be proud. I'll find a way to get permission from 17 Temple Masters. I'll avenge Linger no matter what price I need to pay, even if it costs me my life." After saying that, Emperor Golden Snake bowed to Temple Master Pure Moon and immediately left with a wave of his sleeve. "All right, that's the end of it. You can leave now," Temple Master Pure Moon said before quickly disappearing. The Divine Emperors also dispersed. Before they left, though, they looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. A Saint Realm expert with such strength. Interesting. Jian Wushuang is so extraordinary. If he has a breakthrough and reaches the Cloud Realm, I'm afraid he'll be stronger than us. It seems that Golden Snake has to swallow the tough pill this time. It's definitely impossible to get the permission of 17 Temple Masters. After the Divine Emperors dispersed, Zone number 14 calmed down again. Fang Han came up to Jian Wushuang at this moment. "Jian Wushuang." Fang Han had a complicated expression as he glanced at Jian Wushuang, and immediately took out an interspatial ring. "These are the monster cores and treasures obtained by the sergeants while cleaning the battlefield. According to your position and your contributions in the battle, you get the largest portion, 10%. Jian Wushuang had indeed made the greatest contributions in the battle. He had used the realm technique and slaughtered numerous demonic beasts. In addition, he had blocked the breach alone. It could be said that Jian Wushuang was the reason why the sergeants could kill so many demonic beasts in Zone number 14. No one would complain if he took 10% of the monster cores and treasures. "Thank you." Jian Wushuang nodded. After cleaning the battlefield and disposing of the demonic beast bodies, the sergeants returned to the campsite. Jian Wushuang sat alone in a tent, counting the monster cores he had obtained from the battle. Monster cores were much easier to obtain during a brutal war, so the number of monster cores Jian Wushuang obtained in this battle was astonishing. It actually took him a moment, but he counted all of them. 13 rank 8 monster cores. 36 rank 7 monster cores. 141 rank 6 monster cores. And countless monster cores under rank 6. After seeing the monster cores in the interspatial ring, Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A large portion of the monster cores had been obtained by slaughtering the demonic beasts mercilessly, while the other portion had been distributed to him after cleaning the battlefield. Either way, the total value was quite extraordinary. "Sure enough, war is the easiest way to get monster cores," Jian Wushuang said and smiled. Monster cores were extremely useful in the Monster Exterminating League. They were the only way to exchange the treasures in the Earth Core Palace and the Monster Exterminating Pagoda. And the number of monster cores obtained by Jian Wushuang during the battle was enough to make even the Divine Emperors envious. "With these monster cores, I can get the next levels of the bone fusion technique." Jian Wushuang clenched his fists in excitement. That night, Jian Wushuang and Qing He walked side by side in the campsite. After the brutal war, The campsite had an intangible air of sadness. Numerous sergeants died in the battle. The Monster Exterminating League had already begun to supplement the remaining force. It was estimated that in a few days, the understaffed armies and squads in the East Camp would be fortified to a reasonable level. Look, that's Jian Wuxuang. Is it him? Gee, I heard today that even Emperor Golden Snake could not defeat him, and it's said that he's only a Saint Realm expert. It's so incredible for a Saint Realm expert to be so strong. The sergeants looked at Jian Wuxuang with awe and admiration. Many sergeants were talking about him in a low voice. Brother Wuxuang, you're really famous in the East Camp now. Many sergeants are talking about you, Qinghua said. Jian Wuxuang smiled but didn't really care. Brother Wuxuang, are you still worried about Emperor Golden Snake? Qinghua looked at Jian Wuxuang. No. Jian Wuxuang shook his head and replied. In fact, you don't need to worry about him. Even though he's a divine emperor, you're a second-grade divine general in the league. At the very least, he won't dare to do anything to you directly. As for the life-death duel, he'll need the permission of 17 Temple Masters. Think of the supreme position of the Temple Masters. Emperor Golden Snake can barely meet any one of them, let alone asking for their permission. It's definitely impossible, Qinghua said. Chapter 545 An Outsider. Chapter 545 An Outsider. 17 Temple Masters? Jian Wuxuang smiled. The Temple Masters had a supreme position in the Monster Exterminating League. It was not easy to meet any one of them, let alone to meet 17 Temple Masters. Even if Emperor Golden Snake used up all of his wealth, it was impossible for him to meet so many Temple Masters. Most importantly, the Temple Masters might not promise even if he could afford the price. Of course, he can't do anything publicly. But he may find a chance to kill you secretly, Qinghua said. If Emperor Golden Snake used some secret means, as long as he was not discovered by others, no one could blame him. I'll take whatever measures the situation calls for. I'm ready for him, regardless of whether his actions are open or secret, Jian Wuxuang replied calmly. He had a taste of Emperor Golden Snake's strength from the previous fight with him. Although he might have difficulty competing with Emperor Golden Snake in one-to-one combat, it would not be a problem for him to keep his life. Jian Wuxuang did not care too much about Emperor Golden Snake's threat. On the other side, Emperor Golden Snake was sitting at a long desk in one of East Camp's tents. General, all the information about Jian Wuxuang is here. A sergeant handed a packet of information to him. Emperor Golden Snake took the paper and immediately frowned. He asked, So little? The material was only a few pages long, so it didn't take long for Emperor Golden Snake to open it and read through it. What's this? There is only information on him for the last few months. Where is the rest of his information? Emperor Golden Snake asked. General, according to the information we found, Jian Wuxuang was saved by the Wu Yan tribe a few months ago. No one knew anything about him before that, the sergeant replied respectfully. Oh? Emperor Golden Snake was surprised and read the information again. HM? He just started to learn the bone fusion technique when he joined the Wu Yan tribe? Emperor Golden Snake was surprised. Since he had fought with Jian Wuxuang, he clearly understood Jian Wuxuang's physical strength. Obviously, Jian Wuxuang had cultivated to the 6th level of the bone fusion technique. He's such a powerful Saint Realm expert, but he only just learned the bone fusion technique a few months ago. In addition, he has cultivated to the 6th level of the bone fusion technique within such a short period. His past is also full of mystery. Even the Monster Exterminating Pagoda failed to find out his background before entering the Wu Yan tribe. Since he's so strong and has extraordinary means, why was he not famous at all? Emperor Golden Snake frowned thoughtfully. There are only 2 possible ways to explain all this. Emperor Golden Snake's eyes suddenly lit up. The first one, he's a monster spy. However, since he is a divine general, he must have been inspected by a monster discriminator, so that isn't possible. That only leaves the second option. He is an outsider. Outsiders referred to human experts who came from outside of the monster continent. There were several outsiders on the monster continent, and there were even 3 outsiders among the 108 divine emperors. When Jian Wushuang was in the Wuyan tribe, Qinghua, a first-grade divine general, had guessed Jian Wushuang's identity as an outsider. Golden Snake had a broader vision than Qinghua, so he naturally could figure it out as well. Haha, God blessed me. God blessed me. Jian Wushuang turns out to be an outsider. Emperor Golden Snake became extremely excited. He was worried about how to kill Jian Wushuang and avenge his son, but now he knew that Jian Wushuang was an outsider. People in the Monster Exterminating League would inevitably have some objection to outsiders. The League was more likely to help their own people when there were conflicts. After all, a mother would favor her own son no matter what her son did. If Jian Wushuang was not an outsider, the Temple Masters would probably refuse Emperor Golden Snake's application for a life-death duel. After all, Jian Wushuang had great potential. As a Saint Realm expert, he was already so powerful. Once he entered the Cloud Realm, he would become at least a superior emperor. It was even possible for him to become the 34th Temple Master of the Monster Exterminating League. The Monster Exterminating League would never allow a peerless genius like Jian Wushuang to be killed prematurely. But an outsider was different. What was the use of a potential outsider who was not controlled by the Monster Exterminating League? In contrast, although Emperor Golden Snake did not have as much potential, he was a divine emperor and could make greater contributions to the League. Since we know he's an outsider, it will be easier to kill him. Emperor Golden Snake sneered and left the tent. After traveling through the wormhole, Emperor Golden Snake quickly arrived at the holy place. Among the palaces that covered the mountain in the holy place, there was a scarlet one, and the owner of that palace was Temple Master Iceberg, one of the Temple Masters in the Monster Exterminating League. The palace was magnificent. A middle-aged man with a mustache was sitting there, barefoot and wearing a loose robe. "Respected elder," Emperor Golden Snake said with his head down. This man was also a Temple Master. When facing Temple Master Pure Moon, Emperor Golden Snake appeared to be humble and respectful, but he was filled with genuine respect and fear toward this man. "Golden Snake, did you come here for your son Jin Ling?" The middle-aged man named Temple Master Iceberg looked down at him. "Yes." Emperor Golden Snake nodded respectfully. "I can't help you avenge your son." Temple Master Iceberg shook his head. "Elder." Emperor Golden Snake's look changed slightly. "Golden Snake." Temple Master Iceberg spoke some more. "I've watched you grow up all the way to Divine Emperor, so I can be counted as a half-master to you. Because of that, I'll help you as long as I can. However, I also have to obey the rules of the League. The man who you want to kill is a second-grade Divine General. You can only kill him by initiating a life-death duel. But the most important issue is that he's only a Saint Realm expert. As a Saint Realm expert, he has the battle strength of a second-grade Divine General. Such a peerless genius has never appeared on the monster continent before. The old guys in the League will never allow you to kill him. What's more, they may send experts to protect him secretly so that he can grow up to become a powerful resource for the League. Elder, Jian Wushuang is an outsider," Emperor Golden Snake suddenly said. "What?" Temple Master Iceberg's look changed. Chapter 546 Approved? Chapter 546 Approved? An outsider, are you sure? I can't be completely sure, but I would say, at least 90% confident. Emperor Golden Snake replied solemnly. Temple Master Iceberg pondered for a while before shaking his head as usual. Even if he's an outsider, a life-death duel with him won't be easy for you. I know, and that's why I came to find you, my senior. Emperor Golden Snake turned his eyes toward Temple Master Iceberg. Folding his eyebrows, the latter became silent and did not offer a swift reply. Senior, I was lucky enough to obtain a jade slip during an opportunity once. Emperor Golden Snake inhaled a deep breath before he slowly explained. There was a message in that jade slip. It mentioned the ancient world token. What did you just say? Temple Master Iceberg, who had been sitting upright on his throne all along, suddenly stood up. A strange expression flickered faintly in his eyes. Emperor Golden Snake was not at all surprised by Temple Master Iceberg's sudden change of attitude. He was fully aware of the attraction which the ancient world token had for the latter. Senior, you didn't hear wrongly. The message in the jade slip indeed mentioned the ancient world token, Emperor Golden Snake affirmed. Quick, let me have a look at the jade slip, Temple Master Iceberg implored. With no hesitation, Emperor Golden Snake waved his hands and took out a jade slip which he passed to Temple Master Iceberg. After receiving the jade slip, Temple Master Iceberg transmitted his consciousness into it, and immediately received a message. Emperor Golden Snake simply stood where he was and waited in silence. There was, however, a confident smile on his face, which grew into an unconcealable large grin by the time Temple Master Iceberg came to his senses a short while later. Golden Snake. Temple Master Iceberg looked down once more. I'm keeping this jade slip. As for the life-death duel, I'll immediately send word to the other temple masters to do me a favor. They can't refuse when I'm asking in my personal capacity. Thank you so much, Senior. Emperor Golden Snake became overjoyed at once. All right then. You should head back and prepare. Temple Master Iceberg waved a hand. Yes, Emperor Golden Snake acknowledged before he turned and departed. Left alone in the palace, Temple Master Iceberg was ecstatic. Ancient world token! Time flew by in the blink of an eye. At present, it had already been 10 days since the massacre of the demonic beasts. Within these 10 days, the East Camp was completely stabilized, and most of the sergeants who were lost in the battle had been replaced. At this moment, 2 figures swept forth from a void near to the campsite of the 7th Army. One of them was Emperor Feng Shao, who had previously bestowed the token of the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace to Jian Wuxuang. The other was Emperor Xiang, who had used his hands to hold back Emperor Golden Snake. Sigh, I'd personally prevented Emperor Golden Snake from killing Jian Wuxuang in the past. Little did I expect that I would be in charge of announcing this matter now. Emperor Xiang heaved softly with an unpleasant look on his face. I never imagined that Golden Snake could actually find a way to make the 17 temple masters approve of the life-death duel. Emperor Feng Shao frowned as well. He certainly wouldn't have had the capability to do so on his own. My guess is that Temple Master Iceberg supported him and asked on his behalf, said Emperor Xiang. Temple Master Iceberg is one of the top 3 experts among the temple masters of my monster exterminating league. The other temple masters would usually agree to any request he makes. And most importantly, Jian Wuxuang is an outsider. That's right. If he wasn't an outsider, it wouldn't be possible even if Temple Master Iceberg intervened. Emperor Feng Shao sighed. All right, enough talk. We're here. Emperor Xiang looked down toward the campsite of the 7th Army. Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Xiang and Emperor Feng Shao were still standing abreast on the void when the former's voice could be heard below. Jian Wuxuang, who had been studiously meditating the 6-story pagoda restriction in a tent, immediately stepped out and appeared on the void upon hearing the voice. Emperor Feng Shao, Emperor Xiang. He respectfully bowed to the 2 men he saw. He was grateful for the help they had given him in the past. However, they looked back at him with rather complicated looks in their eyes. Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Xiang opened his mouth slightly but held back just as he was about to speak. After a long while, he sighed and said, Temple Master Pure Moon ordered me to send word that Emperor Golden Snake's proposal for a light death duel with you has been approved by 17 temple masters. What? It has been approved? Jian Wuxuang could not help feeling surprised. He had believed that it was practically impossible for Emperor Golden Snake to gain the approval of 17 temple masters, but alas. It seems that I've underestimated Emperor Golden Snake. One has to be quite capable to make 17 temple masters approve of the light death duel. Jian Wuxuang muttered. Emperor Xiang continued. According to the League's rules, the life-death duel must go through now that it has the approval of 17 Temple Masters. However, considering that you're only a Saint Realm expert, the disparity with Emperor Golden Snake's level is too huge, and so you'll be given a month to prepare. When a month's up, the showdown between you two shall take place in the Bloodshed Valley. A month? Jian Wuxuang nodded to himself. To give him a month to prepare showed that the Monster Exterminating League was not too unreasonable. Now that I've conveyed what I was ordered to, I shall leave. Emperor Xiang turned and departed as soon as he finished speaking. However, Emperor Fengxiao was not in the same hurry, and instead came up beside Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang. Emperor Fengxiao looked at the latter with a slight smile. Emperor Fengxiao. Jian Wuxuang humbly acknowledged. You amazed me during the Divine General Assessment in Heaven Wing City. But now you have amazed me even more. Emperor Fengxiao laughed. Already feeling the pressure of the life-death duel with Emperor Golden Snake that takes place in a month's time? Yes, a little. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head indicatively. A life-death duel was different from a typical fight. In a typical fight, he would be able to escape even if he could not defeat Emperor Golden Snake, and so he would not be the least bit worried about the latter. But in a life-death duel, someone had to die, and that would be him if he was weaker than his opponent. There's no way out. None of the Temple Masters sided with you after the League found out you're an outsider. Emperor Fengxiao said. Jian Wuxuang could not help laughing bitterly upon hearing this. He finally understood that his background affected the Temple Masters' feeling toward him, and thus explained why they gave their approval. You can't change the fact that the life-death duel has been set. It's too late even if you think of escaping now. Unless you flee to a territory occupied by demonic beasts and never return to human territory, that is. Emperor Golden Snake alone won't scare me away. Jian Wuxuang laughed easily. What a joke of a suggestion. While in the Divine Land, he had safely emerged from an encounter with an entire bunch of super experts and above from the Cloud Realm, who were equivalent in level to the Temple Masters of the Monster Exterminating League. Emperor Golden Snake was merely a normal emperor, and thus was not going to scare him away. Chapter 547 Attainments. Chapter 547 Attainments. Jian Wuxuang, let me remind you not to underestimate Emperor Golden Snake too much. Emperor Fengxiao suddenly quipped. Oh? Jian Wuxuang looked in surprise at him. He has always kept a low profile among the 108 divine emperors, such that everyone considers him to be the weakest among them. However, nobody knows how strong he really is. After all, he has never fought a life-death battle, whether against humans or demonic beasts. Emperor Fengxiao noted. I have had some dealings with him. Even though we've never fought, I always felt that his strength wasn't as simple as it looked. He might have exchanged blows with you before, but I can assure you that he wasn't using his full strength. Jian Wuxuang's gaze became slightly fixed upon hearing this. He never imagined that Emperor Fengxiao would give such a high estimation of Emperor Golden Snake. In any case, the outcome of the life-death duel in a month's time will depend on your skill. I have two things here that should assist you somewhat. Emperor Fengxiao took out a jade slip and a purple-golden fruit which gave off an enchanting fragrance. What are they? Jian Wuxuang looked doubtfully at the two items and was in no hurry to receive them. This jade slip contains some of my Dao attainments, and also many occults from the water-drop sword principle which I meditated upon. It'll be helpful as a reference for your Dao meditation. Emperor Fengxiao added. This is called a soul fruit. I obtained 2 of them by chance during my time wandering the monster territory, and have already consumed 1. A soul fruit is a very special natural treasure, and can be used to elevate one's soul. I'd only ever awakened 2 sword souls, but after consuming the soul fruit, I awakened a 3rd. As for your sword souls, they're very peculiar, or should I say, frightening, but there's still plenty of room to grow. The soul fruit will definitely be useful to you. These words jolted Jian Wuxuang's heart. Emperor Fengxiao's Dao attainments, occults from his meditation of the water-drop sword principle, and the soul fruit. These things were not just useful but extremely useful to him. But why was Emperor Fengxiao willing to give him such precious things? Previously, Emperor Fengxiao had also unconditionally given him the token of the 4th level of the Earth Core Palace, which was extraordinarily valuable and incomparably well regarded among the divine emperors. Jian Wuxuang had asked himself why the former took such great care of him even though they did not have a pre-existing relationship. Take them. Emperor Fengxiao held the jade slip and soul fruit in front of Jian Wuxuang and smiled. I was greatly inspired by your display of swordsmanship during the divine general assessment. If not for that, I might never have mastered the sword movement which I painstakingly studied, and I would never have made such a fast breakthrough regarding the bottleneck that was troubling me in my sword principle cultivation. You helped me a great deal. These are my gifts to you. Jian Wuxuang only now understood that the swordsmanship he displayed during the divine general assessment had inspired and thereby helped Emperor Fengxiao. That explained why the latter would be so caring toward him. Thank you so much. Jian Wuxuang expressed his gratitude before less courteously accepting the items. You have a month to prepare. Go and get ready. I wish that you'll get through safely. Emperor Fengxiao glanced at Jian Wuxuang and made his leave without saying any more. Jian Wuxuang made his way down to the campsite, where Qinghua came up to him as soon as he landed. Brother Wuxuang, what happened? Qinghua frowned. I'll be fighting a life-death duel with Emperor Golden Snake in a month's time, Jian Wuxuang replied. How's that possible? Qinghua was astounded. How did Emperor Golden Snake gain the approval of 17 Temple Masters for it? They only approved because Temple Master Golden Mountain personally intervened and the Monster Exterminating League found out I'm an outsider, Jian Wuxuang answered. Temple Master Golden Mountain? Qinghua showed a slight change in countenance. Qinghua, I'm going to leave East Camp. All right. You only have a month, so go and get prepared, Qinghua solemnly said. Nodding, Jian Wuxuang promptly went and applied to leave East Camp. The process was very simple and only took half a day. After handing over all of his responsibilities in the camp, he made a swift departure. A month may not be long, but it's also not too short. I must find a way to increase my strength during this time, Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself. The first thing he did was to find a private place where he could thoroughly study the jade slip that Emperor Fengxiao gave him. The place he chose was the Sky Solitude Mountains. The mountains were vast in range and had few passers-by. After finding a spot in one of them where he sat cross-legged, he took out the jade slip and began to look through its messages. The jade slip contained Emperor Fengxiao's Tao ideas and attainments, and also several of his thoughts regarding the water-drop sword principle. It was a very diverse mix of messages. It took a long time for Jian Wuxuang to look through all of the messages in the jade slip. So, this is what Tao is really like. There was a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. He had many long-standing questions about Tao as he had never come into contact with it, and did not understand it at all. All he knew was that it was highly intriguing. In the Divine Land, for instance, Su Ming's illusory sword principle and Blind Emperor's heart sword principle were profound like none other. It was only now, having looked through Emperor Fengxiao's thoughts and attainments, that he understood. Tao is an evolved form of origin. When one's understanding of origin reached a certain level, the origin would evolve into the higher level Tao. This type of evolution had a very complicated process which could only be completed if one had unique understandings of and attainments in origin. For example, Emperor Fengxiao derived the water-drop sword principle from his understandings of the water-drop origin. But there were still things Jian Wuxuang could not understand. According to Emperor Fengxiao, he combined the sword principle and water-drop origin to develop the water-drop sword principle, which I find a little odd even though it's a Tao. He frowned tightly. It seemed to him that origins were origins and sword principles were sword principles, that the two were completely different. The latter should purely be evolved from the former. Instead, Emperor Fengxiao's water-drop sword principle was not a pure evolution of the water-drop origin but required the addition and support of the sword principle in order to be developed. The water-drop sword principle, seemingly deviates from the essence of the water drop origin. Jian Wuxuang shook his head involuntarily. Chapter 548 Soul Fruit. Chapter 548 Soul Fruit. Jian Wuxuang sat deep in thought. Emperor Fengxiao's attainments and understandings are extremely useful to me in any case. At the very least, I have a fresh understanding of Tao. Although I cannot readily agree with some of his ideas, everyone has his own Tao just as everyone has his own path in life. I just need to draw 1 or 2 lessons from his work. I have to keep doing my own study in order to develop my own Tao based on my own ideas. Without thinking further, Jian Wuxuang inhaled a deep breath and took out the soul fruit. Soul fruit. A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the purple golden fruit which gave off an enchanting fragrance. According to Emperor Fengxiao, this is tremendously effective at boosting one's soul, and a person can only consume one such fruit in a lifetime. I wonder what use it has for my sword soul. After murmuring to himself, Jian Wuxuang opened his mouth and swallowed the soul fruit without hesitation. Upon reaching the stomach, the soul fruit transformed into a strange energy and moved toward the sword soul in the sea of consciousness. An incomparably sharp golden sword soul had been quietly floating in Jian Wuxuang's sea of consciousness. However, it clearly became excited and began to tremble frantically when the strange energy appeared. It then opened what resembled a large mouth toward the energy. It took barely a moment for the golden sword soul to completely swallow the energy. Jian Wuxuang immediately sensed that the golden sword soul was changing. What a wonderful feeling this is! He could feel that his sword soul was leveling up at an astonishing speed. Though it was already very sharp and powerful to start with, its golden radiance became increasingly dazzling yet. It took a long time before the improvement gradually ceased. As he looked at the golden sword soul in his sea of consciousness, Jian Wuxuang could see that it was obviously a size bigger, and also more sharp and dazzling, than before. Just as some ideas sprang to his mind, the majestic golden sword soul phantom began to rise fiercely behind him. Boom! The golden sword soul phantom gave off a haughty, world-belittling, supreme sword essence as it made its appearance. For a while, it seemed to outshine the sun. There was a drastic change in the height and size of the golden sword soul phantom that just appeared. Originally only 18 zhang, 211 feet tall, its height was now an impressive 24 zhang, 282 feet. This meant that it was comparable to several large mountains. In Jian Wuxuang's hand appeared the triple kill sword, which he flung casually toward the void ahead, aided by the majestic sword soul power. Swish! The void unexpectedly emitted a violent wind-breaking sound, and instantly, an immaterial sword essence wave swept forth with an extremely powerful momentum. Jian Wuxuang's countenance changed and his eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "Haha, my sword soul has greatly improved and become more powerful indeed." It should be remembered that in a month's time, the life-death duel between Jian Wuxuang and Emperor Golden Snake was, as its name suggested, a fight he would either win or perish in. Any improvement to his strength would be extremely important to him, not to mention improvement to his sword soul, which had such an obvious effect on his strength. Emperor Fengxiao has indeed given me a great gift. I must remember this favor, he thought to himself. Having gained a general understanding of Tao and a drastic improvement to his sword soul, Jian Wuxuang immediately headed toward the holy place. In the monster exterminating pagoda of the holy place. The monster exterminating pagoda was the treasure vault of the Monster Exterminating League. All kinds of countless treasures belonging to the League were stored here, and they were all purchasable so long as one could pay enough monster cores. Jian Wuxuang walked up to the counter. I need the 7th, 8th, and 9th cultivation levels of the bone fusion technique. Here are the monster cores to exchange for them. Jian Wuxuang took out an interspatial ring. He had reaped huge earnings from the East Camp's large war, and thus could afford 3 levels of the technique. However, he could not afford the monster cores needed for level 10. Wait a second. A white-robed elder at the counter went into the inner hall, but stepped out shortly after and handed 3 jade slips to Jian Wuxuang. The higher cultivation levels of the bone fusion technique were more expensively priced. The 7th level and above could only be separately exchanged for, and so each level was accounted for using a jade slip. Jian Wuxuang left the monster exterminating pagoda after receiving the 3 levels. He then found a place to begin cultivating them. The bone fusion technique was a pure body reshaping technique and was divided into 12 levels. The first couple of levels were easier to cultivate, but the later ones became progressively more difficult. It placed greatest emphasis on the body's foundation. Jian Wuxuang's physical strength was unparalleled, while his foundation, forged from the heavenly creation skill, was all the more indestructible. It was easy to cultivate the bone fusion technique from the 1st to the 6th level, such that he ran into practically no problems doing so. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, Jian Wuxuang found that cultivating level 7 was similarly easy, and he was able to do so quickly without a hitch. However, he had some difficulty beginning from the 8th level. It took him 2 days to complete the cultivation of level 8. Among the 12 levels of the bone fusion technique, every 4 levels constituted a volume. The 8th level was only a part of the middle volume, whereas the 9th was a part of the lower volume, which once cultivated would cause one's body to undergo a qualitative metamorphosis, and was more difficult. Half a month passed. This was the time it took for Jian Wuxuang to cultivate level 9 of the bone fusion technique. In an uncared-for mountain forest outside the holy place, Jian Wuxuang was standing half-naked under the scorching sun. Just then, his right hand clenched forcefully, and an explosive force formed in it. At the same time, his joints began to make a crackling noise. Hua! With a groan, the fist, which had been gathering strength, smashed directly toward the void ahead. Boom! The world shook. The void, having been violently struck, turned into a storm. Jian Wuxuang's eyes glimmered upon witnessing this scene. My body strength is at least 4 times greater than it was. This was the result of cultivating level 9 of the bone fusion technique. Not only did the strength of his body increase, but more importantly, its tenacity increased all the more absurdly. Rather than the effectiveness of the bone fusion technique, this could be attributed to a greater extent to the fact that Jian Wuxuang's body foundation was too vigorous. It should be known that among the many divine emperors of the Monster Exterminating League, only 3 had cultivated level 9 of the bone fusion technique, whereas most of them had only cultivated up to level 8. Even the temple masters of the League mostly remained at level 9. Yet, despite being only a Saint Realm expert, Jian Wuxuang had managed to cultivate said level. I'm starting to look forward to the life-death duel with Emperor Golden Snake. Jian Wuxuang squinted his eyes, within which a hint of battle intent rose. Chapter 549 A Life-Death Duel in the Bloodshed Valley. Chapter 549 A Life-Death Duel in the Bloodshed Valley. There were still 10 or so days to go before the life-death duel. Rather than idling, Jian Wuxuang spent this time cultivating in Earth Core Palace. Jian Wuxuang had used the greater part of the monster cores he obtained from the East Camp War to exchange for level 7 to 9 of the bone fusion technique. The remaining monster cores could barely afford access to level 3, let alone level 4, of Earth Core Palace. Hence, Jian Wuxuang spent these days cultivating on level 2 of Earth Core Palace. The strength of the origin on level 2 naturally could not compare to that on level 4. Nevertheless, there was a substantial improvement in Jian Wuxuang's origin enlightenment after the 10 or so days of meditation. Especially the slaughter origin. I've gained insight into 998 out of the 999 types of slaughter occults of the 6-story pagoda's first restriction. Only one remains. Jian Wuxuang sat in the secret chamber with his brows slightly drawn. According to Di Jing, one would naturally pass the Dao threshold upon gaining an understanding of every slaughter occult of the 6-story pagoda's first restriction. However, Jian Wuxuang did not see any sign of Dao enlightenment despite being only one step away. Di Jing's ancestors were almighty super experts outside the ancient world. He wouldn't lie to me. It seems that the final slaughter occult is the real key, he muttered. The final slaughter occult was the last step. However, Jian Wushuang could not gain insight into it despite meditating upon it. He thus understood that the final slaughter occult was a bottleneck. I now have a great understanding of the world origin and slaughter origin, way surpassing that of typical Cloud Realm experts. In fact, I feel that my origin enlightenment is enough to condense the 9th origin mark, which still doesn't show any sign of condensing nonetheless. He felt utterly helpless. However, what brought him more joy was that the triple kill sword made a breakthrough during his time in Earth Core Palace. The triple kill sword was a magic weapon of killing which was produced according to the heart-killing sword. Because of Lung Rushuang, it had been upgraded to a first-grade magic weapon early on in the Nanyang continent. Subsequently, its power continued to increase gradually to the limits for a first-grade magic weapon thanks to Jian Wushuang's adventures in the Divine Land and participation in vicious battles, throughout which he killed many experts. The opportunity for a genuine breakthrough was brought about by the blood of the demonic beasts which Jian Wushuang massacred using the triple kill sword on the Sky Fire Plains. Upon breakthrough, the first-grade magic weapon became a Dao weapon and doubled in power. The life-death duel should be starting soon, right? Jian Wushuang suddenly stood up and left the secret chamber. He started to make his way toward the venue of the life-death duel. In the Bloodshed Valley of the Holy Place. The place was so named because of the life-death duel. The Monster Exterminating League was an alliance formed by countless human experts whose aim was to work together to fight against the demonic beasts. Although most of these experts were very united, there was bound to be a few internal conflicts and rivalries. Some of these rivalries could absolutely not be defused, and only ended in fatal fights. It was for this reason that the League established the life-death duel. Any expert under the command of the League, whether it be a divine general or a divine emperor, could apply for a life-death duel if he had an irresolvable grudge which could only be settled in a fatal fight. The duel could proceed as long as the League's highest tier of experts approved. It would then take place right here in the Bloodshed Valley. A month ago, news percolated through the holy place that one of the 108 divine emperors, Emperor Golden Snake, wanted a life-death duel with a mere Saint Realm expert, shocking a large number of the League's divine emperors and divine generals. Today was the day of the duel. Many of the League's experts were hurriedly making their way to the Bloodshed Valley. Lofty mountains surrounded the large and vast canyon, in the middle of which, however, was an extensive space for two divine experts to fight without restraint. Moreover, behind the mountains was a powerful restriction. This restriction was said to have been set up by two temple masters. Although they used minimal effort, it was impossible to break in a short amount of time even by a superior emperor. At this moment, levitating around the restriction were numerous experts who were looking through the transparent restriction toward the Bloodshed Valley. There was already a figure standing frostily on a void in the middle of the Bloodshed Valley. He was none other than Emperor Golden Snake. Gee, it's Emperor Golden Snake, one of the 108 divine emperors. Although life-death duels regularly take place in the Bloodshed Valley, most of them are between two divine generals. As for duels between divine emperors, an expert of this level is too valuable to the League's strength to risk perishing in duels, and so the temple masters wouldn't approve of duels between two divine emperors unless absolutely necessary. Divine emperors are therefore rarely seen in Bloodshed Valley, yet we see one today. It's a pity that the other contestant isn't a divine emperor but instead a feeble Saint Realm expert, and that it was Emperor Golden Snake who proposed the duel. This Saint Realm expert should be proud of the chance to fight a life-death duel against Emperor Golden Snake. In my opinion, Emperor Golden Snake is just picking on the weak. Isn't it a clear case of bullying for a dignified divine emperor to challenge a Saint Realm expert to a duel? I don't understand what those temple masters thought when they approved of it. I heard that Emperor Golden Snake only proposed the duel because the Saint Realm expert killed his son. There was an incomparable clamor outside the restriction as the divine generals casually chatted with one another. Opposite them were a few dozen figures who quietly levitated in the air. These were the divine emperors who had come to watch the duel. Hee, what a lively and crowded place this is today. Tian Wu, haven't you been hacking it in the monster territory? When did you come back? Elder Su, you've always been this hermit creature that disregarded the outside world. Why suddenly the spare time to watch this duel? Feng Xiao, I heard that you have quite a good relationship with Jian Wushuang, is that true? The divine emperors too engaged in leisure conversations. There were yet more figures present in the uppermost void. These people were the temple masters who held the leadership of the Monster Exterminating League. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.